the, how do I get into it? I need well.
James will set that up for you.
No, it's to get into his touch.
Yeah, no, James.
It's the same thing to Hmm? 2 minutes. Two minutes. And the room is buzzing, it's full. Yeah. Not enough chairs.
Oh, that's so good. You have that on video as well.
That's okay, we can have a bit of a giggle. It's Wednesday morning. My glasses are as dirty as anything.
I look at that one that makes it a bit faster. So, yeah. No, I wouldn't do it.
Good.
All good?
Yeah.
Good morning to everybody. Welcome to RWB. Welcome to the internet. Hopefully we won't have any hiccups today. It will just run very smoothly. We will get through the sale as quick as we can. In view of that, as there's such a lot of lots, we're changing over every 100 lots. So there will be a new auctioneer. After myself, it will be Gareth, then Will, then myself, then Gareth and Will, until we finish the sale. Currently, we have the time sale running at the moment, and the next sale is the 5th of November. That's the interior. And then we have another time sale on the 21st of November, and then we have a jewellery and interior 2-day sale in December on the 10th of 11th, and we look forward to seeing you all then. We are taking consignments of jewellery for that sale already, and hopefully it will be a good sale today and you will get everything that you are hoping for. So we'll start straight off with lot 1 and start me at £50. £50 I'm looking for, £50, at £50, at £50, at 40 then, at £40, at £40, at 30 then, at 55 I have, at 55, at 55, at 55, at 60 now, easy live at 60, looking for 5, at £60, at £60, at £60, selling it away at 60, to buyer 717, lot 2, 3 gem set rings. And I have to start with me at 360, 380, 400 I'm looking for, 400 I'm looking for, 400 I have, 420 is the next bid. I'll take 20, 400 in the room, 420 I'm looking for, at 400, at 400, at 400, I'm selling it away at £400, at 400 to 105, lot 3. And again, we start at 150, 160 I'm looking for, 160 I'm looking for, at 150, 160 I'm looking for, at 150, at 160, 170 with me, 180 sir? No, at 170, at 170 with me, 180 I'm looking for, at 170, 180 I'm looking for, at 170, not quite there on that one. See us after, we might be able to work something out. Lot 4, and this is the Edwardian. Start me at 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. I have a bid of 320 on Easy Live at 320, 320, 340 now, the sell room at 340, 360 I'm looking for. at 340 to the sell room, at 360, easy live at 360, 380 is the next bid, at 360, 380, 380?
Yes.
At 380 now with the sell room at 380, 400 I'm looking for, at 380, at 380, at 400 now with easy live, at 400, 420 I'm looking for now, at 400, 420 I'm looking for, 420 now with the sell room at 420, at 420. I'll pause to give you time at 420, 440 I'm looking for, at 420 with the sell room at £420. I'm selling it away at 420 to
SR 11452229.
lot 5. And we start straight in at 240, at 240, at 240, 260 I'm looking for, at 240, at 280 now with easy live at 280, at 280, 300, 300 now, in the room at 300, just ahead of the internet, at 300 with the room, at 300, at 300, at 300, 320 now, at 320, 340 now, at 340, 340, 360 I'm looking for, at 340, 360 I'm looking for, at 340, at 340 I'm selling at 340, no I'm not, it's at 360 now, sorry the hammer wasn't down, it's at 360, 380, 380 now, in the room at 380, in the room at 380, at 380, at 380, had your chance at 380, at 380 to 15, at 10, oh, 207, oh, you're doing that to me again. That's okay, you can keep doing that. Lot 6, and we start straight in at 500, 550 I'm looking for, at 500, 550, looking for 600 now. Looking for 600, looking for 600, looking for 600, it's 600 with me, 650 I'm looking for, at 600, 650 I'm looking for, at 600, take 30 if you like, at 600, 630 I'm looking for, at 600 with me, at 600, not quite there. Lot 7. And we start straight in at 190, at 190, 200 with me at 200, at 200, at 200, at 200, 220, at 220, at 220, at 220, 240 I'm looking for, at 220, I'm selling it away at 220, at 220, to 601, Lot 8, and we start straight in at 190. 200 I'm looking for. At 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 220 now. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. At 220 with easy live. At 220. At 220. At 220. I'm selling at 220. 2626. Excuse me. Lot 9. The serpent ring, and we start straight in at 200, at 200, at 220, at 220 now, at 220, at 220, 240 I'm looking for, at 240 with easy live, at 240, 260 I'm looking for,
260.
at 260 now, at 260, 280 I'm looking for, at 260, at 260, you coming back easy live, at £260 with the sell room, 260,
SR 11452229.
lot 10, and we can start at £100, looking for 110,
120.
120, 130 with me. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. 140 now, in the room at 140. At 140, 150 I'm looking for now. At 150 with easy live. At 150, at 150. Coming back, sir. At 160 with the sell room. At 160, at 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, at 160 I'm selling. At £160 to the sell room at 160.
SR 565223.
Lot 11, and we have an auto bid here with easy live, and we have to start straight in at £650, At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650. At 650, I'm selling it away. At 650 pounds, oh, I'm not. It's at 750 now. At 750 with Easy Live. 800 I'm looking for. At 750, 800 I'm looking for. At 750. At 750, I'm selling it away. At 750. 750 to 670. Lot 12. Lot 12, and we can start straight in at 220, 240 with me, at 240, at 260, I've got 270, 280 I'm looking for, at 270, 280, 300 now, was that 300? At 300 with the cell room, at 300, 320 now, in the room at 320, 340 I'm looking for,
340.
340, 360, coming back sir? No, at 340, at 340, at 340, at 340, 360, he's back, at 360, in the room at 360, 380 now, no, at 380 pounds to the cell room, 380 to
SR 11452229.
Lot 13, and we start straight in at 220. I have 260 with me, 280 I'm looking for. 280 now, in the room at 280, I'm out. At 280, 300 is the next bid. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. 300 now. 320 sir? At 320, in the room at 320. In the room at 320, 340 I'm looking for. At 320. At 320 pounds, you've had your chance at 320. 320 to 105, lot 14, and I have to start straight in at 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. 300 now, I'm out at 300. At 300, in the room. Easy Live now at 320, 320, 340 sir? At 320, Easy Live, at 320, at 320, at 320, no I'm not, it's at 360 now with Easy Live, at 360, at 360, 380 I'm looking for, at 360 pounds I'm selling it away, at 360 to 652, Easy Live, at lot 15, the solitaire, and I can start straight in at 190, 200 I'm looking for, 200 now in the room, at 200, 220, Easy Live, you coming back sir? No, at 220 now, at 220, 240 I'm looking for, at 220, at 220 I'm selling at 220, 220 to 626, lot 16, and we start at 320, at 320 we start, at 320, 340 I'm looking for, at 320, 340, 340 now, at 340, at 340, at 340, 360 now, in the room at 360, in the room at 360, 380, 400 now, at 400, at 400, at 400, 420, at 420, at 420 to the sale room, I'm selling at 420.
SR 11452229.
Lot 17, there we go, and I start at Easy Live at 320. I have 360, I have 360, 370. I take 360. 380 with me, 380, I'll take 10. At 390, 390 I'm looking for. At 380, 390 I'm looking for. Easy Live now, at 390, at 390, I treat everybody the same, 400 I'm looking for. At 390, 400 I'm looking for. At 390, at 390 I'm selling it away. At 390, Easy Live, 390 to 710. Lot 18's been withdrawn, so we go straight to lot 19, and I start straight in at 180, 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 190, at 190, at 190 pounds with me. Not quite there, so it stays with me for another day. Lot 20. And I start straight in at, I've got 460 on Easy Life, but I've got 500 with me. At 500 with me. At 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500, at 500, at 500 pounds with me. Not quite there. Lot 21. And I can start straight in at 120, 130, 140 I'm looking for, but I have a bid on Easy Live, so that saves me. At 440, 460 now, 480 with Easy Live at 480, 480, 500 now. At 500, 550, at 550, 550, 550, 600 I'm looking for. At 550, at 550 I'm selling it away. At 500, no I'm not, it's at 600 now. With Easy Live at 600, at 600, 650 now, at 650 with Easy Live. Do I see 700? At 650, at 650 pounds, we're selling it away. At 650 to 652, lot 22. And I start with Easy Live at 110, but I have 120. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 now. At Easy Live at 130, 140 in the room. At 140 in the room. At 140, 150, 160 sir, at 150 now. With Easy Live at 150, at 150, at 150. I'm selling at 150. At 150 to 568. Lot 23, and I start at 130, 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140, 150 I'm looking for. At 140, 150 now with Easy Live. At 160 with Easy Live. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, at 160 I'm selling it away. At 160, 170 now with the sell room. At 170, 180 with Easy Live. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180, 190. At 100, 190 now. 190 with the sale room. At 190. At 190 pounds I'm selling. You roll out at 190.
SR 129065.
Thank you. Lot 24, the Tiffany & Co. And I can start with me. At 800, 850 I'm looking for. At 800, 850 I'm looking for. At 800, 850 I'm looking for. At 800, at 800, at 800, 850 I'm looking for. At 800 pounds and staying with me at 800. Sold on that one. Lot 25. Lot 25, and I can start straight in at 320 with Easy Live. At 320, 340 I'm looking for. At 320, 340 I'm looking for. At 320, 340 now with the sell room. 360 with Easy Live. At 360, at 360, coming back to the sell room. At 360, 380 I'm looking for. At 380 now. 400 with Easy Live. At 400, at 400. At 400, at 440 now. At 440, 460 I'm looking for. At 440 with Easy Live. At 440 pounds I'm selling it away at 440. At 440 to 667. Lot 26. And I start straight in at 170. 180 I'm looking for.
420.
200,
420.
420. So I had to double check there, Wilf. Gosh, 420 in the on the sell room at 420. At 420, 440 I'm looking for. At 420, 440 I'm looking for. At 440, at 440 in the room. At 440, 460, 460 now. 480 in the room. At 480, 500. You coming back?
500.
500. No, at 500, at 500, to the sale room now. At 550, easy live, good battle going on. At 550, 600 will. At 550, 600 I'm looking for. At 550, at 550 pounds, you're out in the room, you're out with the sale room. At 550, 2620, lot 27, and start me at 200, start low, start me at 200, 200 I'm looking for, 200 I'm looking for,
240.
240 now, at 240, 240 on the sale room at 240, 260 now with easy live at 260, 280 and coming back at 260, 280?
Yes.
At 280 now, 300 with easy live, 320 I'm looking for, 320 now. With the sale room at 320, 340 I'm looking for. At 320, 340 just ahead of the easy live. In the room at 340, it's a room bid. At 340, 360 with easy live. 380 now. In the room at 380. In the room at 380. 400's the next bid. At 380. At 380, you've scared them off at £380. To 105. Lot 28, all the rings there, 9 of them. And start me at 500. Start me at 500.
440.
440 now, I'll take it 440. 460 I'm looking for.
480.
480 now, at 480. At 500 with easy line at 500. At 500. 550 at the back. In the room at 550, 600 now with easy live, 650 now. In the room at 650, back of the room at 650, 700 now, easy live at 700, 750 now. In the room at 750, at 800, 850 sir, you're coming back, at 850 now. In the room at 850, at 850, at 850 pounds, I'm selling in the room 850. Good battle, sir. 159. Thank you very much. Lot 29. And I have 2 commission bids, but Easy Live has already taken them out at £440. 460 I'm looking for. 460 with the sale room. With the sale room. At 460. At 460. Just beat Easy Live. At 460. At 460. 480 I'm looking for. At £460 I'm selling 460 to the sale room.
SR 1928327.
Thank you. Lot 30. And I can start straight in at 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. 140 now. In the room at 140.
150.
150 with the sale room, 160 now, in the room at 160, at 160, 170 I'm looking for, at 160, at 160 pounds I'm selling, hammers coming down, at 160 to 105, thank you, lot 31, and we can start straight in at £220 at 220, at 220, 240 I'm looking for, easy live at 220, 240 in the room now, at 240, 260, 280 sir, at 260 in the room, at 260, at 260, at £260, selling it away at 260, at 260 to 105, lot 32, Lot 32, and start me at 100. 100 I'm looking for. At 100.
95.
95?
Yep.
That's an odd number, but 95 we'll take. 100 I'm looking for. At 95, at 100 with
110.
easy live. 110 I'm looking
I
for.
have 110.
110 in the room. Were you bidding there? 110? It was 120 easy live. 130 now. In the room at 130. 140 with the sale room. 150 with easy live. 160 sir? 160 now. In the room at 160. 170 I'm looking for. At 160. At 160 and selling it away. At 160 to 105. Lot 33, and we start straight in at £300, at 300, at 300, 320 I'm looking for, at £300 with Easy Live, at 300, at 300, I'm selling it away, at £300, no I'm not, it's at 320 now, with Easy Live at 320, at 320, at 320, I'm selling at 320, 320 to 652. Lot 34, the signet ring, excuse me, I have 2 commission bids, and the internet's already taken them out. Easy Live at 700, at £700, 50 I'm looking for, at £700, 50 I'm looking for, 750 now, in the room at 750, 800 I'm looking for, at 750, at 750, I'm selling at 750, 750 to 105, lot 35, and I have to start at 140 with Easy Live at 140, 150 I'm looking for, at 140, 150 I'm looking for, at 140, 150 in the room now, at 150, 160 is the next bid, at 150, 160 I'm looking for, at £150 I'm selling it away, at 150 to 105, lot 36, there we go, and I can start straight in. At £70, at 75, 85 now, on the sale room, at 90, 95, at 95 now, 100, 110, at 110 in the room, just ahead of Easy Live, in the room at 110, 120 is the next bid, at 110, 120, 130, 140, at 130 with Easy Live, at 130, at £130, you're all out at 130, no they're not, at 140 with Easy Live, at 140, one more bid, make it 150, at 140, at 140 and selling it away now, they heard me, at 150, 160 is the next bid, at 150, at £150 I'm selling it away, at 150, to 717, Easy Live there, good bidding, lot 37, and I have to start straight in with Easy Live, at £85, at £85, 90 I'm looking for, at £85, 90 I'm looking for, at 85, at 85, at £85 away, at 85. Right, it's just been called, and I'm going to leave it open. A bid came in of 95 with Easy Live, so I'm leaving it open at 95. The next bid is 100. Easy Live at 95. 100 I'm looking for, at 95, at 95, at £95 I'm selling it away now, at 95 to 756. Lot 38. And we can start straight in at 460, 480, 500 now.
550.
550 with the sale room, just ahead of Easy Live. 600, 650 with Easy Live. At 700 Easy Live. At 700 with Easy Live. 750 I'm looking for. At 700, 750 in the room. At 750. At 800, 850 madam. It's a lovely ring, don't let it get away. 850 in the room now. At 850, 900 now. 950. You sure? One more. At 950. You might just scare them off at 950. No, you haven't. At 1,000 now. At 1,000. At 1,000. 1,100 I'm looking for. At £1,000. At £1,000 I'm selling away. At 1,000 to the sale room, 653. What a battle. Lot 39. Lot 39, and I start straight in at 650. At 650. At 650. 700 I'm looking for. Good lot this. At 650. At 650 I'm selling. At £650.
700.
700 was just called by the sale room. Sorry, Easy Live. 750 now. Easy Live at 750. At 750, that was a good call, Will. At 750, see if you can call out 800 now. At 750, at 750 to Easy Live at £750. 750, Easy Live, 515, what a battle. Lot 40, keep it going. We start straight in at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. 70 in the room now, 75, Easy Life, coming back at 80. At £80, 5 I'm looking for now. At 85 and 90, sir, you coming back? No, at 85 with Easy Life now, 95. At £95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, at 95, at £95 at 110 now. At 110, 2 people bidding. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110, at 110, at 130 now. A good battle at 130, 140 is the next bid. At 130, at 130 I'm selling and away at 130. At 130 to 6 with Easy Line. 41 now. 41 now, there we go. And we start straight in at 6,500. I've got 7,000. I've got 7,000. I've got 7,000. I've got 7,000. I'll take 2 if you like. 7,200 I'm looking for. At 7,000, 7,200 I'm looking for. At 7,000, 7,200 I'm looking for. At 7,000, at 7,000, at £7,000, and it's staying with me. 2 will do it. Think about it. At £7,000.
Yeah.
7,200. There we go. Easy Life. At 7,200. At 7,200, I'm selling at £7,200. A lovely, lovely ring, 2664, lot 42, and starting at £60. At £60 I'm looking for. We're at £60 at £60 at 40 then. £40 at £40. At £40 at £40 at 30 then. At £30 at £30. At £30 at £30. No interest at 30. No interest at 30. Pass that lot. Lot 43 has been withdrawn. Lot 44, and I can start straight in auto bid with Easy Live at 320, but I've got 350 at 350 with me. At 350 with me, 360 I'm out with Easy Live at 360, 380 I'm looking for, 380 now, in the room, ahead of Easy Live, in the room at 380, 400 I'm looking for, at 380, 400 with Easy Live, you coming back sir? No, at 400 with Easy Live, at 400, at 400, at 400 and away, at 400 to 621, lot 45, and we start straight in at 220. At 220, 240 I'm looking for. 3 rings there, lovely rings. All I'm asking is 240. We have 220, 240 I'm looking for. At 220, at 220, at £220, selling and away at 220. At 220 to 563 with Easy Live, lot 46. There's 4 rings now. 4 rings we have. 4 rings and starting at 300. 300 I'm looking for. At 300. At 300. At 300. 250 then. 250 I'm looking for. 250 I'm looking for. 200 then. 200. 200 I have now. At 200. 220 I'm looking for. At 200. 220 I'm looking for. At 220. At £200. At £200 I'm selling to the room. At 200 to 105. Lot 47. And we can start at 700, 750, 800 I'm looking for. At 750, 800 I'm looking for. At 750, at 800 now with Easy Live. At 800, 850 I'm looking for. 850 now, in the room at 850. At 900 with Easy Live. At 900, you coming back to? No? At £900. At 950 now. At 950. At 950. 1,000 now. Easy Live at 1,000. 1,100 is the next bid. At 1,000. At 1,000. At 1,000. At 1,000. £1,000, I'm selling it away. No, I'm not. At 1,200 now. At 1,200, 13 I'm looking for. At £1,200, 13's the next bid. No, he's not. At 1,300. At 13, 14 I'm looking for. At 13, at 13, at 13, and selling it away. You had your chance at 1,300, at 1,003, at 1,300. Good battle though at 664. Lot 48. And starting at 200. 200 I'm looking for. 200.
160.
160 I'll take it. 160. 170 is the next bid. At 160. 170 is the next bid. At 160. At 160. At 170 now with Easy Live. At 170. At 170. I'm selling it away at 170. 170 to 739. Lot 49. And we start me at 200. Start me at 200. 200 I'm looking for. 170 I'll take.
190.
190 now to the sell room. 200 with the Easy Live. 220 with the sell room. At 220. 240 I'm looking for. 240 in the room at 240. 260, 280, sir. No, at 260 to the sell room. At 260. 300 now. With the sell room at 300. At 300, 320 I'm looking for. At £300, at £300 I'm selling. At 320 now. At 320 to the sell room. 340 I'm looking for. At 320, at 320 I'm selling. At £320.
SR 11390.
Thank you. Lot 50. And we have 2 commission bids, and guess what? They've already been taken out by Easy Live. Thank you. At 500 with Easy Live. At 500, 550 now. At 550, 600 I'm looking for. At 550, at 550, at 550 I'm selling. At 550, at 550 to 676 Easy Live. Lot 51. And lots of commission bids on this, and they've all been taken out. Easy Live at 750. At 750, 800 I'm looking for. At 750. At 750. At £750 I'm selling it away. At 750 to 593. Lot 52. And we start with me at 360, 380, 400 I'm looking for all those rings. 400 I'm looking for. At 380, 400 now, at 400, in the room at 400, at 400, in the room at 400, at 400, at 400, at £400 to 105. Lot 53, and we start straight in with Easy Live at 200. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220, 280 now. Easy Live at 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 now with Easy Live. At 300, 320 is the next bid. At 300, I'm selling at 320. Hammer's not down. At 320, 340 we're looking for now. At 320, at £320, battle's over at 320. 320 to 796. Lot 54. And I have a commission bid, and Easy Live has taken it out already at 340. At 340, 360 I'm looking for. At 340, 360 I'm looking for. At 340, at 340, at 360 now. At 360, 380 with Easy Live. At 380, fill your boots, make it 400 sell room. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, at 380, at £380. 380 to 710. Lot 55, diamond and pearl ring, there we go. Start me at 100, start me at 100. Start me at 100.
I have 80.
£80 we'll take at 80, looking for 5 now. At £80, looking for 5. At 85 now. Easy live at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At
100.
No, 100 now. With the sell room.
110.
110 with easy live. Ahead of you. Easy live at 110.
120.
Easy live, we're ahead of you again. At 120. 130 now. Easy live at 130. No, at 130 with easy live. 140 with the sell room. Battle going on. 150 with easy live. Come on, Will. 160 we're looking for. At 150, 160 we're looking for. At 150, at 150 with easy live. At 160 now. 170. At 170, 180 we're looking for. At £170, had your chance. 170 to 795. Thank you for that battle. Lot 56. 4 rings in this lot, and we start straight in at £480. Easy live at 480. 550 now. At 550 with easy live at 550, 600 I'm looking for. At 550, 600 now. At 600, 650 is the next bid at 650 now with easy live. At 650, 700 now in the room at 700. At 700, let's hope this secures it. At 700, at £700, had your chance at 700. 700 to 105. Lot 57, this super ring here, 1.3 carats, and I start at 1,000, 1,100, 1,200 I'm looking for. At 1,100, 1,200 I'm looking for. At 1,100, 1,200 I'm looking for. At 1,100, at 1,100, at £1,100, staying with me at 1,100, 1,200 I'm out. At 1,200, thank you, easy live. At 1,200, at 1,200, I'm selling and away at 1,200 to 795. Thank you very much. Lot 58, and we start straight in. At £400 with easy live. At 400, 420 I'm looking for. Anywhere at 420, 420 now. At 420, 440 we're looking for. At 420, 440 we're looking for. At 420. At 420 we're selling. At 420. At 420 to 654 to easy live. Lot 59. 3 rings there, and I start at 130, 140, 150 I'm looking for.
150.
150, thank you. To the sell room. At 150.
170.
170 now. At 170 to the sell room at 170, 180 easy live. 190. 190, 200 with easy live. 220, 240 with easy live. At 240, 280 with easy live. At 280, 300 now. At 300 with easy live. At 300, 320 I'm looking for. At 300, 320 now, new bidder. In the room at 320. In the room at 320, 340 is the next bid. At 320, at 320, and selling at 320. 320 in the room to 105. Lot 60. And we start, I start with me at 180, 190, my screen is stuck. Sorry, 105.
Sorry, James.
105.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Well, I was going to start this one, I'm going to let them run. With easy live at 650. I had 190. At 650 with easy live. At 650. At 650. 700 is the next bid. At 650 with easy live. At 650. At 650. At 650 we're selling now. At £650 to easy live. At 650 to 653. Lot 61. Lot 61. And we start at 75, at 85, at 95, at 95. Fill it up to 100. 100 now, at 110. Easy live at 110, 120 we're looking for. At 110. At 110, 120 now with Easy Live. At 120, 130 is the next bid. At 120, at 120 pounds, we're selling it away. 120 to 675. Lot 62, and I have a bid on commission at £80.
85.
85, 90 with me, at £90 with me, at 90, looking for 5, at £90, looking for 5, at £90, at £90, at 95, 100 with me, at 100, at 100, at 100, at £100, I'm selling at 100, 110, takes me out. At 110, at 110, I'm selling to the room at 110, 105, lot 63, and we can start straight in, commissions are out, I start at 400, at 400, at 400, 420 I'm looking for, at 400, I'm selling it away at £400, no I'm not, at 420, at 420 now, at 420, 440 is the next bid, at £420 and selling it away at 420 to 621, lot 64, and we start straight in at 55.
60.
At 60 now, 65 with Easy Live, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 75 now with Easy Live at 75, 80 now with Easy Live, at £80 looking for 5, at £80 looking for 5, at £80, at £80, at 85 now, at £90, at £90, at £90 looking for 5, at £90 looking for 5, at £90 selling and away at £90 to 774. Lot 65 has been withdrawn. So we go straight to lot 66. I have commission bids, they're already taken out, and I start straight in at £480. At 480, 500 I'm looking for. At 480, 500 I'm looking for. At 480, at 480, 500 now. In the room at 500. In the room at 500. 550 is the next bid. At 500, I'm selling at £500. 105, thank you. Lot 67, and I have commission bids, and I start straight in with Easy Live at £440. At 440, 460 we're looking for. Lovely ring this. At 440, 460 I'm looking for. At 440, 460 I'm looking for. I'm selling it away. At 440, 440 to 739. Lot 68. And we start straight in. At £50 looking for 5.
75.
75 now with the sell room. At 75, 80 I'm looking for. At 75, at 75, 85 now. At 85 with the sell room. At 85, at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85,
95.
95 now. At 95, at 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, at 95, 100 I'm looking for. At £95, selling it away at 95. 95 to.
SR 157106.
Thank you very much. Lot 69. We start straight in at 50, looking for 5.
5.
55 now, at 60 now, at
£70.
£60, 70, at 70 with the sell room,
85.
85 with the sell room, at 85, at 85, 90 we're looking for, at 85, at 85, at 85, at 85,
95.
95 now, that's better, at 95, I'm selling it away at 95, 95,
SR 1571062.
lot 70, and we start straight in. Easy Live at 300, At 300, 320 I'm looking for. At 300, 320 we're looking for. At 300, at 300, at 300, at 300 pounds, selling it away at 300. 2664. Lot 71. Lot 71. And I start at 130, at 130, at 130, 140 we're looking for.
170.
170 now with the sell room. At 170, at 170, at 170, at 170 pounds and selling it away to the sell room at 170.
SR 266 763.
Lot 72.
Hold on. SR 266 763.
Yep, 266, 763. Lot 72, we're just having a change over of clerk, so we'll just pause. No, I'm doing as I've told. When I watched Will's screen and I thought, I'm glad I'm not sat down there. So I take my hat off to the guys here. You have no idea how much concentration they have to have. I'll applaud them after, I will. No, I won't. I have to work with them every day. Right, lot 72, easy live, straight in, 280, at 280, 300 we're looking for, at 280, 300 we're looking for, at 280, at 280, at 280 pounds, we're selling it away, at 280, at 280 to 621, lot 73. And I start straight in. At 140 now, at 140, 160, 220 now, at 240, at 240, at 240, at 240 with easy live at 240, 260 we're looking for. At 240, at 240, selling it away. At 240, 240 to 777. That's the jackpot on one of those one-armed bandits, I think. Lot 74. And start me at 150, 150 to start at 150, 150, 150, 100 then.
130.
130 we'll take at 130, 140 we're looking for. To the sale room at 130, 140 we're looking for, at 130, at 130, at 130 pounds we're selling it away at 130.
SR 1929956.
Thank you. Lot 75, and we start straight in at 85, at 95, to easy live at 95, 110 with easy live at 110, 120 we're looking for, at 110, at 110, 120 now, at 120, 130 we're looking for, at 120, at 120 pounds I'm selling it away at 120 to 620. Lot 76, and I start straight in at 300, at 360 with easy live, at 360, at 360, at 380 now, at 380, I'm just looking at the estimate, at 380, I don't know who put that down, it wasn't me, but at easy live at 380, at 380, at 300, 400 now, at 400, 420 now, easy live at 420, at 420, at 420, at 420 with easy live, I'm selling it away at 440 now, no I'm not, with easy live at 440, let's keep it going, at 440, 460 we're looking for, at 440, 460, just giving you time to think, at 440, at 440 pounds I'm selling and away at 440. I think that was a tease estimate there. Lot 77 and 77, starting at £50. At £50, at £50, at 30 then, £30 now. At £30, at £30, it was 5. At £30, it was 5. At £30, sorry, 32. At 35. At 35, looking for 8 now. At 38, 40 now. At £40 at 42. At 42, at 42, at 45. At 45, at 48, at 48. At £50, looking for 5. At 55 now. At 55, at 60 now. Easy Live at 60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5 at 65. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65. At 70 now. At £70, looking for 5. At £70, at £70, looking for 5 at 75. At 75, at 80 now. At £80, at £80, looking for 5. At £80, at £80. At £80 with Easy Live at 80. At £80, at £80. Selling at £80. At £80, 797. Lot 78. And we start straight in. Easy Live at 170. At 170, 180 we're looking for.
180.
180 now to the sell room. At 180, at 180, at 190 with Easy Live. At 190, 200 we're looking for. At 190, 200 we're looking for. At 190, at 190, at 190 pounds I'm selling and away. At 190, Easy Live, 601, lot 79, and we start straight in at 4,200,
4,400.
4,400,
46.
46, at 4,600, at 4,600, 5,000 now with Easy Live, at 5,000, at 5,000, at 6,000 now with Easy Live, at 6,500 with Easy Live, at 6,500, at 6,500, at 6,500, I'm selling at 6,500. I'll pause to give you a chance. Think about it. One more bid might get it. At 6,500. At 6,500. Hammers down. At £6,500. Thank you very much to 653. Lot 80. And we can start straight in. Easy Live at 750. At 750, 800 now, 850. At 950. At 950, 1,000 we're looking for. 1,000 we're looking for. At 1,100 now. At 1,100 with Easy Live. At 1,100, 1,200 I'm looking for. At 1,100, at 1,100 and selling it away. At £1,100. At 1,100, says buyer 515, lot 81, lot 81, and we start straight in at 140, at 140 with Easy Live, at 140, at 140, at 140, at £140, had your chance at 150 now, at 150, 160 we're looking for, at 150, at £150 I'm selling it away. 150, 2782, lot 82, and we start straight in at 95, 100, 110 we're looking for.
190.
At what, sorry?
190.
190, thank you. I'm just checking there. At 190, thank you, Will. At 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 190, 200 we're looking for. 200 now in the room. Header Easy Live. 220 now with the sale room. 240 now in the room at 240. At 240, back in the room at 240. At 240, 260 we're looking for. At 240. Stop it. Stop it in the room. At 240. Selling at 240, 240, 105, very naughty. Lot 83, 83, we can start with me at 180, 190 we're looking for. 180, 190, 190, 200 now with Easy Live at 200.
220.
220 now with the sale room. At 220, 240 now at 240 with Easy Live. 260 with the sale room. At 260, 280 Easy Live. At 280, 300. At 280, 300 we're looking for. At 280. At 200, 380, 400.
No, 300.
300, sorry. It's because you made me laugh, you see, loss of concentration. But I've got 320 with Easy Live now. At 320, coming back 340, sir. Bids against you. 340 now, in the room at 340. Back on track at 340. At 340, 360 we're looking for. At £340, selling it away. 340 to 105. Lot 84. And we start straight in at £600, 650 we're looking for. At 600, 650 we're looking for. At 600, 650 we're looking for. At 600, 650, 650, thank you, commission's around. At 650 now. At 650, at 650, had your chance, selling at £650. To the room at 650, 105. Lot 85, and I can start with me at 220 with Easy Live. At 220, 240 we're looking for. At 220, 240, 240 now, 260, 280, 300. Easy Live at 300, 320 we're looking for. At 300, at 300, at 300, I'm selling it away at 300, selling at 300 to 777. Lot 86, so we can start straight in. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. Nice ring. At 300 now with Easy Live. At 300, 320 is the next bid. At 300, 320, 340, just ahead of Easy Live at 340. At 340 in the room. In the room, 360 with Easy Live, coming back sir, at 360 with Easy Live, at 360, at 360, at £360, I'm selling at 360, at 360 to Easy Live, 813, lot 87, I like this ring, and I can start straight in, at 260, at 260, 260, 260, 280 we're looking for. 260, 280 we're looking for. 280 with Easy Live. At 300 now, in the room at 300. At 320, 340, 340 now. At 340, 360, 380 in the room. At 380, 400 we're looking for. 400 now. 420. At 420. In the room at 440 we're looking for. At 420. At 420 and selling at 420. 420 to 105, lot 88, and we start straight in at 140, at 140, 150 we're looking for, at 140, 150 we're looking for, at 140, selling it away at £140, 140 to 626, lot 89, and I can start at 85, 90 we're looking for. At 85, 90 we're looking for.
90.
90 now. To the sale room. At £90, at £90, looking for 5. At 95 now. Easy. 100. To the sale room. At 100, 110 we're looking for. At 100, 110 we're looking for. At 100, at 100, selling at 110 now with Easy Live. 120 with the sale room. At 120, at 120, 130 we're looking for. At £120, I'm selling it away at 120 to
SR 11390.
thank you, lot 90, and we can start straight in at 170, 180 we're looking for. At 170, 180 we're looking for. At 170, at 170, 180 we're looking for. At 170, at 170, not quite there, staying with me at 170, lot 91. And this is my last sheet, 91, and we start straight in at 1,200. At 1,200 with Easy Live. At 1,200, 13 I'm looking for. At 1,200, at 1,200, no further bids. I'm selling it away. At £1,200 and selling at 122, 515, lot 92, And we start with me at £80.
110.
110. I've got 120, 130, 140 with me. 140 on commission at 140, 150. I'm out now with Easy Live at 150. At 150, at 150, 160 we're looking for. At £150 with Easy Live. We're selling it away at 150 with Easy Live to 777. Lot 93. And we start straight in at 150, 160 we're looking for. At 170 Easy Live, 190 Easy Live, 220 Easy Live. At 220, 240 now. At 240, 260 we're looking for. At 240, 260 we're looking for at £240, 260 now in the room. At 260. At 260 in the room. At £260, have your chance at 260. 260 to 207. Lot 94, and we start at £18.
22.
22 now, Easy Life, it was first.
25.
32 now. At 35. At 35 with Easy Life. At 35 we give it 8. It's at 35, at 38 now, Easy Life at 38. 40 I'm looking for. At 38, at 38. At 38, at 38. It's at £38, selling to Easy Life. 40 now. Bid's still running at £40, at £40, we give it 2 now, at £40, at £40, selling and away at £40, 42, no I'm not, at 42, looking for 5, at 42, looking for 5, at 45, at 45, at 45, 48 now, at 48, the sell room, at 48, 50 we're looking for, at 48, selling and away to the sell room, 48.
SR 1103930.
Lot 95, and we start at 150 now, Easy Live at 150. At 150, 160 we're looking for. At 150, at 150, at £150 I'm selling it away. At 160 now, Easy Live at 160, 170 is the next bid. At 160, at 170 now, at 170, at 170, at 180, Easy Live at 180, at 180, at 180, we're selling at £180. 180 to 793. Lot 96, I have 2 commission bids, they're already taken out, and I have to start at £1,000. At 1,000, at 1,000, I'll take 50. At 1,100, I'll take 50. At 1,000, at 1,000, at £1,000, I'm selling it away at 1,000. 1,000 to 621. Lot 97, and I have to start at 700, 750. At 750, 800 I'm looking for. At 750, 800 I'm looking for. At 750, at 750, at 750, at 750, and staying with me, not sold. At 750, please call us, lot 98, and I start straight in. At 190, at 190, at 190, 200 I'm looking for. At 190 with Easy Live, I'm selling it away at 190 to lot 670, lot 99, and we start straight in at 320. At 320, 340 we're looking for. We're at 360, 400 now. At 400, 420 I'm looking for. At 400, 420 I'm looking for. At 400, at 400, at £400 I'm selling it away at £400. At 400 to Easy Live 664. My last lot for a while, the Gypsy Ring, lot 100, and we have to start straight in at £400. At 400, 420 we're looking for. At 400, 420 we're looking for. Easy Live at 400, at 400, at 400 I'm selling at £400. At 400, Gareth will now take over for the next 100. Thank you very much, and change over of cards.
I did, I was watching you. Well done, did very well.
I've got brownie points.
Okay, lot number 101 and 320 I'm bid at £320 at 320, looking for 40 now at 320 then at 320, all done at 320, last chance, anything from the room, selling then on Easy Live at 320, 320 is 601. And lot 102 now, 320 is bid at 320, looking for 40 now, 320 then, at 320 then, on commission then, online, auto bid then, at £320, all done, in and out, we sell then at 320, 320 again is buyer 500 this time. Lot number 103, the hallmark ring there, opal ring there as well, nice ring, £200 is starting at £200 there, at 200, 20 bid in the room, 20, would you like 40 sir? 40, 240, 260, bid, 260, all in the room at the moment, 260 bid, 260, 260. 260 is bid then, yours sir, 260, at 260, at 260 in the third row, £260, all done and selling in the room at 260. 260 is 153 for 260. 104 now, 18 karat white gold there, 150 start me please, 150,
I got 120.
120 bid, 120, I've got 150 online now, £150 online at 150 on Easy Live then, at £150 then, at 150, at 150, 170, on 170 on Easy Live now, £170 on Easy Live, 180, Easy Live now, 190 now Easy Live, £190 on Easy Live, £200 Easy Live then, at £200, 220 now on Easy Live, at 220, at 220, at 220, all Easy Live, 240 now Easy Live, 240 Easy Live. At £240 then on Easy Live Auctions at 240. Any advance at 240. All done and selling 260 in the room now. At 260 in the room at 260. At 260 at £260 at 260 in the room then. Right at the back at 260 I sell. 260 is buyer 105. Thank you. Lot number 105 now. Various rings there. Start with £400 then please. £400 please. 400. Any interest at 400? Can't go low, it's got to be 400. 400 bid then online at 400 then, at £400. Online at Easy Live then at 400. At £400. Any advance at 400? At 400 then. It's made a bid online on Easy Live Auctions at 400. I sell at £400. All done. Selling at £400. All done at 400. £400 is buy at 667. Lot number 106, sapphire and opal ring there. Start with 500 then please. £500 please. £500 please, 450 I can take if it helps, 450, 450, any interest at £450 then please, otherwise I'm going to have to pass this lot. Any interest at 450? That's unsold. Lot number 107 and I'm bid £200 now, 220 with me, 220 with me, at 240 now is bid, 240 online at 240, at 240 then, at 240 on Easy Live Auctions at 240, I'll take the 10 if it helps, at £240 then, at £240 then, Easy Live Auctions at 240, at £240 then, selling at £240, all done, at £240 on Easy Live Auctions we sell, 240 is buyer 675. Lot number 108 now and £340 I bid at 340 then on Easy Live Auctions at 340. At 340, looking for 360 now at 340 then. At 340, at 340 then. At 340, at 340 then. At 340, all done at £340 then and selling then on Easy Live Auctions at 340. 340 is buyer 670. Lot number 109 now, 160 I'm bid now, 200 bid with me, 200, 220, 240 bid, £240 with me at 240. My commission bid at 260 now, online on Easy Live Auctions at £260, at 260 on Easy Live Auctions at 260, at 260, at 260, at £260 on Easy Live Auctions at 260 then. All done at 260 then.
Oh, 280.
280 on Sarah now, 280 Sarah, 280 Sarah bidding now, £280 then on Sarah then at £280. Any advance there? I'm selling Sarah bidder now, all done at 280, 280.
SR 1103930.
Thank you to Sarah there. Lot 110 at £80 is my start, online at 80. You're looking for 5 now, £80 then at 80, 5, 90 bid, no, £90 a bid at 90, at 90, at £90 at 90. On Easy Live Auctions at 90, 5 the bid, 100 the bid, at 1 double O, at £100, at 100, at 100, at 100, any left, where's that 10? At £100 and at 100, I'm selling at 100. On Easy Live Auctions at £100, 10's bid now at 110. At 110, at 110, at 110, at 120's bid now, £120 then, 120's on Easy Live, at 120 on Easy Live, at 120's on Easy Live. At 120 on Easy Live Auctions at £120 on Easy Live Auctions at 120 then. All done at 120 then. I'm selling 130s in the room now, 130. Ready? At 130, at 130, put your arm up there, didn't you? At 130 at the back, at 130, at 130, at 130. At 130 I sell 140 bid now, 140, 150 in the room now, 150's in the room, £150 in the room at 150. Last chance Easy Live, all done and selling at 150. 150 is buyer 105. Lot number 111 now, and I'm bid £65 on Easy Live. 65 looking for 70 now. 70 on Serum now, at £70 on Serum. Serum bidding at 70. At £70 on the Serum, at £70. 75 on Easy Live now. 75, 85, 90 the bid. 95 on Easy Live, £100 at 100. 100 on Easy Live Auctions at 100. Easy Live Auctions at 100. At 100 at £100 at 100. Any advance at 100. Easy Live Auctions. Serum, you coming back? 110 then on Easy Live Auctions now. At 110, at 110, at £110 then, selling at 110, all done at £110. Easy Live Auctions, I sell at 110, last chance, 110 is buyer 601, lot number 112. Start me at £200 please.
Yep.
200 bid, thank you, on Sarah at £200 then, at 200, at £200 then, at £200, at 200, any advance at 200 then, on Sarah then, at £200, 220's in the room now, at 220, they're coming back Kelly? At 220 then, in the room then, at the back at 220. I sell at the back of the room at 220, last chance, and selling at £220. Your cert, 220 by 105. Lot 113 now, bid above estimate or in the middle of the road at £170 at 170. I'll take the 180 now, at £170, with me at 170. So my commission bid at 170. 170, commission bid at 170, looking for, I'll take 10 if it helps, 180's bid, commission is out, at 180 online now, £180 then, online at 180, at £180 then, at 180, on Easy Live Auctions then, at £180, all done at 180, 190, just in time at 190, at 190, any £200 now is bid at 200, at 200, at 200, any advance at £200 then, I'm selling then at £200, all done at 200. £200 is by 707. Lot number 114 now. Start me at £100 please.
Yeah.
100 bid, thank you, straight in at 100 then, at 100, where's the 10? At £100 then, at 100, looking for 10 then, at £100, at 100, at 100, 110 in the room now, 110 in the room. They like 120 on Serum? No? Left early, haven't they? At 110, right at the back then, at 110, at the back, you'll sell then, at 110, all done at 110, we sell, 110, buyer 105, lot number 115, and I have commission bid straight in online, 280 then, at 280, at £280 then, at £300 on the Serum now, £300 Serum bidding now, at £300 on the Serum at 300, at 300 then. Sarah bidding now at £300 then, all done at 300 then. Selling then at £300 to Sarah bidder at £300. £300 is buyer.
SR 1190
310, lovely, thank you.
199. Sorry, got me going. 119 0310. Sorry, all two you love messages.
You write your notes. He's a cheeky one, isn't he? 116 now, and I bid £300, 360, 380 with me, commission bid at 380, 400 bid, online now at £400, at 400 then, at £400 then, at 400, at 400, at £400, 420 bid now, 420, at 420, online at 420. At 420, any advance at 420 then, at 420, selling online at £420 then. All done at 420 then. Selling at £420. At £420 then. All done and selling at 420. 420 is buyer 813. Lot number 117 now. Start me £300 then, please. £300, please. 300 then. Any interest at 300? 280 then. Any interest at 280? If not, I'm going to have to pass this lot, I'm afraid. Any interest? 280 is bid. Thank you. At 280 online at 280. At £280 then at 280. At 280 then. I will sell at £280 then. All done. At 280. 280 is buyer 642. Lot number 118 now. 180 is bid. 180 now. 280 I've got here on commission now. 280 bid. 280 looking for 300 now. At 280, 300's bid now. Commissions are out. 300 bid online at £300. Online at 300. At £300 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 300. At 300. Any advance then? I sell at £300. Online at 300. All done. You bidding in the room? No. £300 then is buyer 675. Lot number 119. Start me at 180 please. 180.
140.
140 is bid, thank you. 140 then. 140, 150, 160 now. 160, 160 with me at 160. It's my bid at 160. Looking for 170 please. 170 in the room. £170 in the room at 170. At 170, at 170, at 170. Any advance then? I'm selling in the back of the room at £170 then. All done selling at 170. 170 is buyer 105. Lot number 120. Start me £200 then please. 200 £200 then please. 200 bid, thank you. At 200 in the room at 200. At 200. Any advance then at £200? At 200 in the room at 200. I sell then at the back of the room. It's made a bid in the room at £200 then. All done. Yep, yours sir. At £200. £200 is buyer 207. Lovely, thank you. Moving on swiftly now to lot 121 and the haircut ring there with the GIA cert. £1,400 is starting at £1,400. At 1,400. At £1,400. At 1,400. Any advance at 1,400? At £1,400 then. At 1,400. I can sell at 1,400. Any advance then at £1,400. Selling online.
1,500.
1,500 on the serum. 1,600 now on Easy Live Auctions at 1,600. Kelly, are they coming back? They're nice for you? At £1,600 then, I sell 1,600 then, all done, and selling Easy Live Auctions at 1,600. £1,600 is buyer 642. Lot number 122, the CZ ring there. £100 is online, straight in at 100 then. At 100, 120 now, 120, £120 at 120. 140's bid, 140 then on Easy Live at 140. 160's bid now, 160 at 160. At £160 then at 160. Any advance then? 170 in the room, 180 against you, sir. 190 in the room at 190. At 190. At 190. At 190, in the room at 190 then. I'm selling the back of the room at £190. All done at 190, I sell. 190 is buy at 105, thank you. Lot 123. The 9 carat gold ring then, start with £300 then please. £300 please. 300, 250 then, any interest at 250? Any interest at all? I'm going to pass this lot if I can't get a bid. Any interest at 250? That's unsold. Lot number 124, the sapphire and diamond cluster, £600 is starting at 600. At £600 then at 600. At £600 then at 600. Any advance at £600? At 600. At £600. Any advance at £600 then at 600. At £600. It's a made a bid then on Easy Live Auctions at £600 then. I'm selling at 600. All done. £600 is buy at 669. Lot number 125. £80, start me please.
Got
80,
65.
65, thank you. At 65, 70 with me now. £70 with me. 75 bid on 80 the bid now. 80 bid on Easy Live. 85 now in Easy Live 9-0. £90 is bid. 5 the bid. 95 then on Easy Live. £100 at 100. At 100. At 100. At £100 at 100. At 100. At £100 at 100. At 100. 110 in the room. At 110. At 110. The concentration on your face, Kelly. At 110.
No idea.
At 110. At 110 in the room. At 110. Back of the room. At 110. At 110 then. All done. At 110. I'm selling at the back of the room. At 110. 110 is sold for 105. Lovely. Good. Have a little drink. Calm down.
Really stressing.
Here we go then. Lot 126 then. £50, start me please.
I've got 40.
40's bid. I'll take the 2 please. Up £40 then at 40. 42, 45 bid. 48 now. £48. 48, 50 the bid. £50 is bid at £50 then at 5 bid. £55 is bid at 55, 60 bid. At 60 bid. At 60. At £60 then at £60. At 60. At £60 then. Any advance at £60. I'm selling at 60. All done at 6-0. Selling then online at £60. All done at 60. Easy Life has that one at 60 by 797. Lot number 127. £300 is bid at 300 then, looking for 20 now. £300 is bid, 20 in the room, 340 against you, sir, straight in. 340 you sure? At 340, last chance, 340. At £340 then on Easy Live Auctions. At £340 I'm selling online at 360 bid. 360 in the room, I've taken 360 in the room. At 360 then, in the room, back of the room at 360. Last chance at 360. 360 is by 207. Lovely, thank you. Lot 128 and £80 is bid at £80 and at 80. At £80 bid at 80. At £80 and at 80. Straight in at £80 and at 80. Any advance then at 80. I'm selling then online on Easy Live Auctions at £80. 90, just in time at 90. At £90 then at 90. Any advance then at 90. At £90 then at 90. At £90 then at 90. All done at £90 then, selling at 90. £90 is buy at 756. Lot number 129 and bid £400 at 400 then. At £400 then at 400 on Easy Live Auctions at 400 then. Looking for 20 now. £400 at 400 then. At £400, all done at 400 then. Selling then online on Easy Live Auctions at £400, all done at 400. £400 is 564. Lot number 130 now. £130 is bid at 130 then. At 130, at £130. 140, thank you. 150 is bid. 150, 150, 150, 150 then. At 150, at 160 is bid. 160, at 160, at 160, £160 then. At 160, all done then. At £160 then. Selling at 160. 160 is buy 601. Okay, we move on now to lot number 131. Starting £200 then please. £200 please. £200 please. 200. 180 then. 180. 180, bid 180 in the room at £180 then at 180, at 180, 190 now, online at 190, at 190, 200 now, 200, in the room at 200, back in the room at 200, where's the 20 now, at £200, in the room at 200, any advance then at 200, I'm selling in the room at £200 then, any advance then, at £200 I sell, £200 is buy at 105, Lot 132, platinum and set solitaire there, and 260 is bid at £260 then at 260, at 260, at 260 then at 260, any advance then at £260 then, on Easy Live Auctions at £260 then, all done at £260 then, all done at 260, 260 is 725, lot number 133, Cartier there, and I bid £700 and at 700, straight in at 700, 750 now in the room at 750, at 750, in the room at the back of the room at 750, at 750, any advance then at 750, at the back of the room at 750, 800's bid now online, would you like 850 sir? Would you like 820 then? Extra £20? At £800 then I'm selling, last chance, at 800 on Easy Live Auctions at £800. £800 is buyer 722. Lot number 134, Emerald and Diamond ring there. Start with £500 please. 500 then. £500 then. 450 if it helps. 450. 450 in the room is bid at £450 then. In the room at 450. At £450 then at 450. I'm selling in the room at £450 then. Any advance at 450. All done then. Selling back of the room at 450. 450 is buyer 207. Lot number 135 now, and I'm bid straight in at 160, online at 160, at 160, at 160, £160, back of the room 170 now, 180 is already against you, sir, at 180 now, 190, 200 bid against you, sir, at £200, and at £200, at 200, would you like 20, 220 at the back, 240 is already against you, at 240 then, at 240, thank you anyway, at 240 then, I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at 240,
260.
260 on 280 already against you at 280, at 280, at 280 on Easy Live Auctions at 280, at 280, half a carat there at 280. Any advance then? Kelly, Sarah coming back at 280 then. I'm selling on Easy Live. 280 is buyer 664. Lot number 136 then. And I bid £100 then at 100 with me on commission at 100 at £100 then at 100 looking for 10 please at 100 then with me at 100 at 100 110 at 110 at £110 then online at 110 at 110 any advance then at 110 selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £110 all done at 110 110 is buyer 797. Lot number 137 then, the gold set there, and I'm bid £100 at 100, straight in online at 100, at 100, at £100 then, online at 100, any advance then at 100, selling online then, all done, and selling online at £100, Easy Live Auctions at 100, 652 is the buyer, lot 138, the knotted necklace there, pearl. Start me at £50 then please. £50 please. It's got to be worth 50. £50 I can sell it if I get a bid. £50 please, worth that. £50 then. Any interest at 50? No, I'm going to pass it. £50. It's got to be at 50's bid online at £50 then. I'll sell online at £50. Are we all done? 55 now is bid. 55 online at 55. Any advance then? 60 in the room. 60's bid in the room now. At £60, in the room at 60. Any advance then? 65 now, against you, sir. 65, 70 in the room, £70 in the room at £70. Back of the room at 70. 75 against you now. At 75 then I sell at 75. £75 is buyer 836. Lot number 139. 9 carat gold there, start me £100 please, £100 please, got to be worth 100. 4 grams, 9 carat gold there, £100 please, 100. £100, any interest? 100. It's got to be 100. I'm going to have to pass that one. That's unsold. Lot number 140 now, and I bid £400. At 400 then, at £400 then, at 400 then, at 400 then. At £400 online on Easy Live Auctions at 400 then, at 400. Any advance then? It's the main bid on Easy Live Auctions at £400 then, all done at 400. £400 is buyer 500. Okay, we move on now to lot number 141 then, and £800 with me. My bid is 800, it's on commission with me at 800. I'm looking for 50 now. At £800 with me at 800. At £800 then, at 800. Any advance then at 800? I'll take the 50. At £800 then, with me at 800. At £800 then. All done then, at £800 then. Fair warning at 800. That lot is unsold. We move on now to lot number 142. £10 I bid. At 10, looking for 12 now, please. At £10 then, at 10, looking for 12, please.
Yeah.
At 10, 12 I've got now. With me at 12 on Easy
No,
Live.
okay.
Sorry.
So 18.
18 now on Sarah now. Sarah bidding now at £18, at 18 on the Sarah now. 20's bid, 22 would you like? 22 in the room, 22 in the room. At £22, in the room at 22 then. 25 against you, sir. 25 then. Selling on Easy Live Auctions at £25. Sarah and Co back. Last chance. Warning is given at £25. 25 is by 771. Lot number 143 now. £22 is bid at 22 then. At £22. Any advance then at 22. 28 now. 32 now. 32. At 32 then. At £32. At 32. Any advance at 32. 38 now bid. At £38. At 38. At 38. £40 is bid. At £40. At £40 and at 40. 42 now on the Sarah at 42. At 42. At £42. Any advance at 42. Selling then on the Sarah, 45 on Easy Live now, 45 for the Nana chain. At 45, all done. At £45 on Easy Live Auctions, I will sell. £45 is 707. Lot 144 then, and £70 start me please.
I got 55.
55 is bid, thank you. At 55, 60 is bid now, £60 is bid, 60 bid, at 60, at £60 then, at 60, at £60. Any advance then at 60. I sell at £60 then, all done, and selling then at £60 on Easy Live. 65 just in time at 65, 70 against you now, sir. £70 against you. At £70 then on Easy Live Auctions at 70, 75. 75, 80 now online, 85, 85, at 85 then in the room, at 85, selling 90s bid then against you, sir, 95, 95, at 95 then, at 95, 100 is against you now, 110 in the room, 110 against you, 120 now, 130 in the room, £130 then, at 130 in the room, at 130. Selling in the room at £130, all done, at 130. 130 is by 153. Lot number 145 now. The pearl necklace there. It's with me at 250 now. 260 at 260 at 260. With me at 260 at £260 then at 260 at 260. I'm looking for 270 then. At 260 then. At 260 at £260 then. At 260 then. All done at £260 then. Fair warning at 260. That's unsold. Lot number 146. 950 online and straight in at 950. At 950 on the set on Easy Live Auctions then at 950. At 950. Any advance then at £950. I'm selling at 950. All done at 950. 950. Is buyer 675. Lot number 147, £50 is bid then, straight in online at 50.
55.
55, thank you, 60, 70 is bid now on Easy Live at 70 bid, at 80 bid, 90 the bid, at £90 then, at 95 bid, 95, at 95 then, at 95, at 95 then, at £95 then, at 95, at £95. At 95, all done, selling it at £100 then is bid, at 100 then, at 100, at 100, at £100 then, I'm selling at £100, all done at 100. 100 is 601. 148 then, and I bid £500 then at 500. At £500 then, any advance then at 500. At £500 then, online on Easy Live Auctions at 500. Any advance then at £500 then, all done at £500. I sell. 500 is buyer 670. Lot number 149, and I bid £600 straight in online at 600. At £600 and at 600. At 600. That's £600. Any advance then at 600. Made a bid online at £600. All done at 600. £600 is buyer 670. Lot number 150. And I bid £460 then at 460. At 460 then at 460. Any advance then at £460. Online, I will sell at 480 now. 480 bid. 480 now. At 480 then. At 480. Any advance then at 480. All done at 480. 480 is buyer 776. Lot number 151 now, 480 is bid at £480 then at 480, at £480 then at 480, at 480, at £480 then. Any advance then at £480 then. I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions, nothing from the Sarah Room, at £480, all done and selling at 480. 480 is buyer 664. Lot number 152 now, and I bid £650, so at 650. That's £650 then. Any advance at 650 then? That's 650 then. That's £650 then. At 650 online on Easy Live Auctions I sell at 650. 650 is buyer 670. Lot number 153 then, and I bid £2,400. 2,400 at 2,400 then. 26 now at 26 at 26 at 2,800 now at 2,800 at 2,800 pounds then at 2,800 at £2,800 on Easy Live Auctions at 2,800. At £2,800 then I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at £2,800. I'm done at 2,800. £2,800 is 784. Lot number 154 then, and I'm bid straight in at £700 online at 700. At 700. At £700 then. Any advance at 700 then. At 700 then. At £700. We all done at 700 then. Selling online on Easy Live Auctions at £700. All done at 700. 750 now. 750. At 750. At 750. Any advance at 750. At 750 then, I'm selling online at £750. 750 is buyer 823. Lot number 155. Start me £150 please. 150 then. 150. I can't go lower, it's got to be 150. Any interest at 150 please? No, we're going to have to pass that lot at £150 then. It's unsold. Lot number 156 then. £150 is bid on the Sarah Room at 150. Sarah Room bidding then at 150. Sarah Room bid at £150 then. At 150. At £150 then. At 150. All done at £150 then. I'm selling at £150 to the Sarah Room bidder now at 150. 150 is buyer.
SR 1948501.
Thank you. Lot number 157. And £900 is bid at £900 on Easy Live then at 900. At £900 then at 900. At 900. Any advance then at £900 then at 900. At £900 then at 900. Any advance then at £900 then. I'm selling Easy Live Auctions at 900. £900 is buyer 667. Lot number 158, the used seller on. And £80 is bid then at 80.
160.
How much?
170.
170 I've got already. So 170 on Easy Live Auctions is with me. Easy Live Auctions at 170. Would they like 180, Kelly? It's £170 then on Easy Live Auctions at 180 now. 180 on the Sarah Room. 180 Sarah Room bidding now. At 180 on the Sarah Room. At 180. At 180. At 180 then. At 180. On the Sarah Room now I will sell at £180. 180 then is buyer.
SR 1103930.
Lovely, thank you. Lot 159 then. The Mexican bracelet there, and £75 is bid at 75. £80 is bid at 80. At £80 then on the Sarah Room at 80. 85 now against you, Kelly. On Easy Live Auctions at 85. 85 looking for 90 now at 85. 95 bid at 95 then. 100 now in the room at £100. In the room at 100. At 110 against you, sale. 120's bid. 130. 130, thank you anyway. At 130 then on Easy Live Auctions at 130, selling at £130 then on Easy Live at 130. £130 then is 589. Lot number 160, straight in at £700. 700 at £700 then at 700. At £700 then at 700. At £700 then at £700. Online I'm selling at 700. £700 is buyer 593. Lot number 161, 280's bid now, 280 bid at £280 then at 280 with 300. I've got 300 now looking for 20 please, Kelly.
340.
340 then, 340 then, at 340 then. On Sarah now at 340. At £340 then. at 340. Any advance then at 340 pounds then. Selling then at 340 to Sarah 360 on Easy Live now. 360 Easy Live. 380. Thank you. 380 then at 380. At 380 then at 380 pounds then at 380. At 380 then. All done. I'm selling at 380 then on the sale room at 380. 380.
SR 1925672.
Lovely, thank you. Lot number 162 now, and I bid straight in at £360 then at 360. At £360 then at 360. At 360. At £360 then at 360. At 360. Selling then on Easy Live Auctions at 360 then. Any advance then selling at 360. 360 is 710. The buyer. Lot 163 now, and I have competing bids. I'm starting online at £1,100. 1,100 then. At £1,100. 1,100. At £1,100. 1,100. At £1,100 then. £1,100 online at £1,100 then. Any advance then, I'm selling online at £1,100. £1,100 is sold to buyer 670. Lot 164 now, the sovereign pendant necklace there, and I'm bid 480, 500 now, £500 at me at £500 then, at £500 then, at 500 with me at 500 then, at £500 then, at 500, at 500, any advance then at £500. I'm selling then on commission bid with me at £500. £500 is buyer 1604, commission bid. Lot number 165, the amber necklace there, £80 is bid.
85.
85 now, 85, 90 is bid.
95.
95, thank you. £100 is bid online against you. Easy Live now, 100. Sarah, are you coming back?
Yeah, he's in
110, 110.
120.
120 I've got now, 120. On Easy Live I've got 120.
I got 130.
130, thank you. On Sarah at 130.
140.
140, thank
50.
you. 150. £150 on Sarah bidding now.
160.
160. 170. 170. 170.
180.
180 on Sarah now.
190.
190, thank you. 190 then. 190 then.
200.
£200 now. On Sarah at 200 then. For the amber,
220.
220. At 220 then. At 220. Any advance then, Kelly, on the serum? No?
No.
At £220 then, serum I'm selling to you at 220. 220.
SR 1542796.
Thank you very much. Lot 166, the garnet set necklace there. £50 start me please.
40.
40's bid, thank you. At £40 is bid. At £40 looking for two now. £40. At £40 then at 40. Any advance at £40? Two in the room. £42 in the room. At 42. Third row at £42. Any advance at 42 then? I'm selling then at £42. All done. In the room at 42. 42 is by 153. Thank you. Lot 167 then.
Got 120.
120's bid. Thank you. At 120 then. At 120. At 120. At 120. Any advance at £120 then? At 120. At 120 then. Easy Live, you coming in? At £120 then. It's made a bid on serum at 120 then. All done and selling at 120. 120.
SR 36487.
36487, thank you. £120 there. Lot 168 then. And I'm straight in.
130.
130. I've got 135. Only 140.
140.
40, thank you. 140 on the serum. 150 now on Easy Live Auctions at 150. At £150 then. Are they coming back? At 150 on Easy Live then. At Easy Live Auctions at 150. At 150. At 150. Any advance then at 150. Selling then at £150. I sell. 150 is buyer 675. We move on swiftly to lot 169. The Mel Bennett there. Art Nouveau silver necklace there. Start me at £200 please.
280.
280, thank you. 280 on the serum at 280. At £280 then on the serum at 280. Any advance at £280 then? At 280 on the serum then. I will sell at 280. Any advance then? Last chance. Serum Easy Live all done and selling at £280. 280.
SR 9721.
9721. Lovely, thank you. Lot number 170, the amber necklace there, and I bid £160 at 160, at 160, at 160 on Easy Live Auctions at 160 for the amber necklace there, at 160, at 160, at £160 there, at 160. Any advance then, Kelly?
170.
170, thank you, 170. 170 on the Sarah, 170 at 170, at 170. Any advance at 170 then? I'm selling Sarah, Easy Live, it's against you and the room. I sell on Sarah, 170.
SR 1542796.
Lovely, thank you very much. We move on swiftly to lot 171. The necklace there, already off and running at 35 bid, 35 at 35, 38 bid, 40 the bid now, £40 at 42 bid, £42 then at 42, 45 bid, £48 now at 48 then, at £48 at 48, at 48. Any advance then at 48? At 48 then, I'm selling at £50 bid, at 50 then, at 50, at £50 then, at 50. Any advance then? Selling then online at £50, all done at selling at 50. £50 is by 843. Lot 172 now. And I bid £100 at 100.
130.
130 at 130.
150.
150, 180 now I've got, 180 then, 180, £200 is bid now, £200 then at 200. We've got Easy Live, it's against the Sarah at 280, at 280 now.
200.
200, sorry, 220 bid, 220 bid, at 220, at 220, at 220, 240 bid, 240, £240 then, at £240, at 240 now, at 240, all done, I'm selling at 240. 240 is by 608. Lot number 172 now. £65 is bid at 65 bid,
70.
65, 70 bid, 5 bid, 5, 75, 85 bid, at £85 now, 95 is bid, 100 bid, at 110, 110, 120 bid, 120 now on Easy Live, at 130 bid, 130, at 130 bid, at 130, at 140, at 140, 140 now, 140 on Easy Live Auctions now, 140. £140 then at 140, at 140, at 140. Selling then at 140 on Easy Live Auctions at 140. 140 is buyer 608, same buyer as last. And we move on to lot 174. £48 is bid at £48 then. At 48, 55 bid, 65 bid now, 75, 80 bid now, at £80 then, at 80, at £80 on Easy Live Auctions. Sarah, are you coming in at Sarah? At £80 then, at 80, at £80 then, at 80, at £80, 5 the bid, 85. Looking for 90 now, please. Easy Live, your last chance. At £85, I will sell at 85, all done at 85. 85. 843 the buyer. Lot 175 now, the rope twist chain there. Stop at £100 then please. 100 then. Any interest at 100 please?
I've got 120.
120 on the Sarah now. 120 then. Sarah then at 120. At 120 then. At 120. Any advance then at 120. At 120. It's a maiden bid on the Sarah now at £120. All done at 120. 120.
SR 281009.
Lovely, thank you very much, Sarah. There. Lot 176 now. £95 bid at 95 then. At 95 then. The Art Nouveau there. At 95. Any advance at 95? Good value that at £95. Any advance then at 95? £100 is bid at 100 then. At 100. At £100 then. At 100. Any advance at 100? At 110 in the room now. 110 in the room. 110 in the room at 110. Looking for 120, please. Easy Live. At 110. At 120 now. Against you, sir. 130. Back in the room at 130. At 130 then. In the room at 130 then. I'm selling at 140 now. Against you. Thank you anyway. At £140 then. All done at 140. 140 is by 816. Lot 177. The chain there. 260 is bid now. 260. At lower estimate at £260 then. Looking for 280 please, at 260 then. At 260, I can sell it at 260. Last chance then, at £260, I will sell at 260. 280 just in time at 280 now. £300 is bid now. At 300 then. at £300 then. Any advance then? At 300, I sell at 300. £300 is buyer 608. Lot number 178 then. 380 is bid now. 380 then. At 380 then. At 380. At £380 then. At 380. Any advance at 380 then. At £380 on Easy Live Auctions. At 380 then. Last chance and call at 380. 380 is buyer 685. Lot number 179 now, and £50 is bid for the coral there at £50 then. At 50, at £50, 55 on the serum now, 55 serum now, £55 on the serum, £60 on Easy Live now, £60 on Easy Live, 60 Easy Live now, 60. Are they coming back, Kelly? At £60 then on Easy Live Auctions is against the serum and the room. I'm selling at 60. £60 is buyer 681. Lot 180 now, the pearls there, £65 is bid, it's 65 looking for 70 please. That's 65 then, at 65, 70 in the room now, 75 against you now, 80 in the room now, 85 against you then, 90 in the room now, 95 against you, 100 in the room, £100 in the room at 100, at £100 then, 110 now against you, 120 then, 120, at 120, at 130, 140 in the room, 140, £140 there, 150, 160, back in the room at 160, 170, 180, 180, 190, £200 then, 220, 240 bid, 260, 280, 300, 320, 340. Thank you. At £340 then, at 340 on Easy Live Auctions at £340. All done. At 340. 340. Easy Live is 667. Lot 181, and I bid £140 then, at 140 then, at 140. 160's bid, 160 now, at 160, at 160. 160 then, at 160. Any advance then at 160. All done at 160. All done. I'm selling them on Easy Live at 160. 160 is buyer 767. Lot 182 then, and I bid 170, 180, 190 with me. 190 on commission with me at 190. My commission bid at 190. 200, thank you. At 200 then. At 200 online at 200 then. At £200 then. All done at 200. Selling online at £200 then. All done at 200. £200 is 675. Lot 183 now. The rope twist necklace is there, and I bid 260, 280, 300 now with me, 320 with me. My commission bid is 320 then. It's against Easy Live at 320 then. At 320, at 320 then, at 320. Any advance I'm selling then on commission then at £320. My commission at 320. 320 is buyer 451. Lot 184 now, and I bid 750 online at 750 there for the Perfume Sovereign there. At 750, at 750. Any advance then at 750, at £750 then, at 750. All done at £750 then. Selling then at 750. 750 is buyer 593. Lot 185 then, and £10 I bid then at 10, looking for 12 now. At £10 then, it's a maiden bid at £10. Any advance then at £10? Bidding in the room, thank you madam. At 12, 15 already against you. It's 15, £18, 20's bid then online at 20 against you madam. Would you like 22? 22 is bid in the room, it's with you at £22 then, at 22. All done, I'm selling to you madam at 20, 25 just in time. You sure? £25 against you there madam, at 25 then I'm selling online, it's against you at 25. £25 online, test buyer 739. Lot number 186 then, £55 is...
70, oh, hang on, give it a second.
Call it out, call it
Yeah,
out.
rolling at 120.
I've got 140, I've got 140 here,
You've got
140. 140 with me at £140 then.
150.
150 is bid, 160 with me. 160 on Easy Live Auctions, it's 170 now. On Serum at 170, at 170, at 170 then, £170. On the Serum at 170, at 170, at 170, at 170. All done then, I'm selling at 170 to the Serum bidder now at 170. 170.
SR 806 764. 764.
806,764.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lot number 187 then. Christian Dior again then. £10 is bid.
38.
38, thank you. Thank you. 38 on the Sarah. £40 against you now. Already £40 on Easy Live at £40. At £40. They're coming back. 45 bid now. 45, 50 the bid. £50 then. At £50 then. At 50. Any advance then at £50 then. All done. I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at £50 then. Last chance at 50. £50 is by at 505. Lot number 188. The locket there and £100 is bid at 100 then. At £100 at 100. Any advance? 110 at the back. Thank you. At 110. Right at the back at 110. At 110. At 110. Right at the back at 120 against you, sir. 130 at the back. 130 at the back. At 130. At 130. 140 against you, sir. 150 now. Right at the back at 150. In the room at £150. 160 against you, 170 in the room, back in the room at 170, 180 now, 190, thank you, 190, £200, 220 now bid, 220, 240 bid, 260's bid now, 260, 280 now, 280, short at 280 then, last chance coming sir, at £280 is online now, at £280, 280 is buyer 667, lot 189 and 240 is bid now, 240 then. At 260's bid, 280 I've got now, 280 now.
300.
£300, 320 on Easy Live and at 320.
340.
360 now, straight in at 360 now on Easy Live
380.
380. I've 380 on the Sarah then, at 380 on the Sarah at 380, at £380 then, at 380, at 380 then. All done, 380 then, I'm selling at 380. 380 on the Sarah there.
SR 326414.
Lovely. Lot 190 then, and I bid 45, £55 with me at 55, 75 now. At 75 then, at 75, 80's bid now at £80 then, at £80 then is bid, at £80 then, at 80, at £80 then, on Easy Live Auctions at £80 then, at 80, any advance then, at £80 then, I'm selling on Easy Live, all done, and selling at 80, £80 is by at 722. Lot number 191 now. Start me at £60 then, please. £60, please. 60. It's got to be 60, otherwise I'm going to pass this. 60 bid in the room. Thank you. At £60 then. At 60. At £60 then. At 60. Any advance? 65 online now. 70 in the room now. £70 in the room at 70. 75. Thank you. At 75 then. At 75, I sell on Easy Live Auctions at 75. 75 is buyer 771. Lot at 192, 340 is bid at £340, 360, 380 bid, 380, 400, 420 bid, 460 is bid, 460, 460, £500 then, 500, at 500 then, £600 then, 600, £700 is bid, 750 now, 750, at 750, at £750 then, at 750, at 750 then, at 750, at £750 then, all done on Easy Live Auctions at £750, all done at 750. 750 is buyer 824, lot 193 now, the Tanzanite, £65 is bid online at 65 then, at 65 then, at £65 online, Easy Live Auctions, 70 bid, 70 bid online now, 70 bid. At £70, at £70. Is there any interest from the room at £70 then? At £70 then, all done. I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at 70. £70 is buyer 717. Lot number 194. And I bid £500 online at £500 then, at £500 looking for 50 now, at £500 then, at 500 then, at £500 then, all done at 500, selling then, made a bid online at £500, 500 is 675, lot 195 then, the Opal Cross there, £100 start me please, £100 then, £100 then, right at the back at 100 then, thank you, £100 then, at 100, at 100, any advance then at 100 then, I'm selling at the back at £100, all done at 100, £100 is buyer 105, thank you. Lot 196 now, the locket mount there for the sovereign. £65 is bid. At 65, looking for 70, please. At £65 then, at 65. At 65 then, at 65. Any advance then? I can sell at 65. Last chance, last call then, at £65. 65 is buyer 675. Lot 197 then, 160 is bid. At 160 then, at 160, at £160 then, 170, 180 against these, 190, 200, 240, 280 bid, 320 now, 320. At £320 then, at 320, at 320 then, at 340 in the back, in the room at 340, 360 against you sir, 360, at 360, would you like 380? 380, £400 now, £400 then, at 400, at £400, would you like 420? 420, 440, 440, sure, at £440 then, I'm selling then, Easy Live Auctions, at £440, last chance at 460, 480 bid, 480 bid now, 480, 480 at £480 then. Any advance at 480? I'm selling online at £480 then, all done at 480. 480 is 620, lot 198, £220 is bid at 260, thank you, at 260 on the serum, 260, at £260 then. At 260, 280, 300 bid, at £300 then, at 300, at 300 then, at 300 then, at 300 then, selling at 300 on Easy Live Auction, at £300, all done at 300. 300 is buyer 682, lot number 199, and £10 is bid at 10 then, at 10, looking for 12 now please, 12, right at the back at 12, at £12, right at the back at 12. At the back of the room at £12, 15 against you now, sir. 18 now in the room at 18. At 18, any advance at 20 bid now. £20, 2 bid, 22. At 22 then. At 22, any advance? 25 then, 25. 28 now, 28. Right at the back at 28. Any advance then? 30 bid now, 30 bid. I've got 30 bid, 32 right at the back now. 35 bid, 35, 38, 40, £40, 42, 45, 45. Yours, sir, 45 then. Close by at £45, at 45, third row then, at 45 then I sell, £45 is buy at 153, lot 200 now, the pendant there, and start me at £80 there for it please.
65.
65 is bid, thank you, at 65 then, at 65 then, at £65, at 65, at 65, 75 bid, 75 looking for 80 please madam, would you like 80? 80 pounds I've taken in the room, at 80 pounds, in the room at 80, 5 against you already, 85, 90 bid, 90, at 90 pounds, 95 on the serum now, 95, 100 pounds bid, on Easy Live, you're shaking your head, you're leaving so early madam, at 110 now, 110, online on Easy Live, at 110, at 110 against you madam, would you like 120? At 110, last chance, at 110, 120 now has been on Easy Live at 120, 120 then, on Easy Live at 130's bid, 130 now, 130 then, on Easy Live Auctions at £130 and I'm selling, all done, and selling at 130, 130 is buyer 784, and lot 201, the Bill Bennett there, and I bid £65 then, that's £65 then, at 65. At £65 for the Mel Bennett there. 75, I've got 75, 80 I've got, 5 bid in the room, at 85 I've got in the room, £85 in the room, 90 on Sarah, 95 in the room at 95, 95 then in the room at 95, look at 100 now, 110 in the room at 110, at 110, 120, 120, thank you, 120 then, at 120 on Easy Live Auctions at 120 then, I'm selling at £120, all done at 120, 120 is buyer 722. Change of voice now. My colleague Will's going to take the next 100 lots.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Right, starting myself off, lot 202, start me off, bidding straight in on commission at £200. £200 bidding on Easy Live has wiped that out at 240, looking for 250. Do we see 260? Do we see 260? Do we see 260? We have 240 looking for 260. Do you see 260 in the room or online at 260 with my Easy Live bid at £240. We all done at £240. Fair warning at 240. That is sold 240 to 675. 40. Lot 203. The cross pendant here. Start me off at £50. £50. Do we see 50 anywhere? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? 30 then. Try at 30. 30 with you, sir. Is that 5? Shake the head at 5. 30 with you, sir. At £30 in the room. 35 at the back. 38, sir. 38 with you. 40 with you, sir. 42. 42. 45. 48. 50. 55, sir. 55 with you. Shake the head at 60. With you at 55. Looking for 60 in the room at £55. Looking for 60. Do we see 60 online? Any further interest? 60 online, sir. Against you at 60. Looking for 65. Shake the head at 65. On the internet at £60. Looking for 65. Fair warning at £60 on Easy Live. 60 to buy at 816. Alright, lot number 204, bidding straight in at 40, looking for 42. Do we see £42 anywhere? Do we see 42? 42 with you, sir. Right at the back at 45 now. 45, 50. 50 against you. 55 in the room. At 60 now. At 60. Shake your head at 65. 60 on Easy Live, looking for 65. Do you see £65 anywhere? On Easy Live at £60. Fair warning. 60 sold at 617. Lot number 205. Start me off at £200. Do we see 200? Looking for 200. Do we see 200? Looking for 200. 180 then. At 200 bid. We have 200 bid online. 220 with you, sir. 220 with you. Looking for 240. Do we see 240? Do we see 240? 240 against you, sir. 260 would you like? 260 you have. With you, sir. In the room at 260. Looking for 280. 280 against you. 300. 300 with you, sir. In the room at 300. 300, 320. Shake the head at 340. Online at 320. On Easy Live at 320. In the United Kingdom, on Easy Live at £320. Any further bidding at 320. Fair warning. That is sold £320 to buy at 667. Thank you. Lot number 206. Bidding straight in. Takes my commission bid out. Starting off straight in at £1,500. Looking for 1,600. Do we see £1,600 anywhere? 1,500, 1,600 with you, sir. At the back of the room at 117 against you. 18 would you like, sir? Shake the head at 18 at £1,700. At £1,700. 1,750 if you like, sir. 1,750 with you, sir. At the back of the room. 1,800 against you. Shake the head at £1,800. Online at 1,800. Any advance at £1,800. Fair warning. Sold £1,800 to buy at 675. Lot number 207. Start me off at £180.
Yep.
180 bid on the sale room at 180. Looking for 190. Do we see 190? Do we see 190 at 180? Online on the sale room at 180. 190 online. 200 with you, sir. 200 with you. In the room at 200. Looking for 220. Do we see 220 anywhere? Online or in the room. Any advance on £200? 220 against you, sir. 240 if you like. Shake the head at 240 from you, sir. At £220 on Easy Live at 220. Looking for 240. Fair warning. That is sold. £220 to buy at 778. Thank you. Lot number 208. Start me off. Bidding straight in at £22. Looking for 25. You see £25 in. 25, 28 against you, sir. 30 like 30 you have. At 32 now. 32, 35 with you now, sir. At £35 in the room. At 38 against you. 40 would you like. 40 you have. At 42 now. Shake the head at 45. You have £42 online at 42. On Easy Live at £42. 45, 48 now, sir. Shake the head at 50. At £48 now. On Easy Live at £48. We all done at £48. Fair warning. It is sold £48 to buy at 617. Lot number 209. Start me off bidding straight in at 600 with me at 600. With me at 600. 650 you're taking on the sale room. Sale room bidding at £650. Looking for 700. Do we see £700 anywhere? At 650 on the sale room. Are we all done at 650? I think we've run out of steam at 650. Fair warning. It's sold £650.
SR 155 2857.
2857, thank you. Lot number 210. Start me off bidding straight in at £95, looking for the 100. 110 now, sir. 120 would like 120 you have. 120 in the room at 120. 140 against you, sir. 150 you have. Your bid at 150. Your bid has it, sir, at 150. Are we all done? 160 against you. 170 would you like? 170 you have. At £170 in the room with you, sir. At £170. Are we all done at 170? 180 now, at 180, shake of the head, no further bidding from you, sir. At £180 online, are we all done at 180? Fair warning. Sold, 180 to buy at 714. Thank you. Lot number 211, start me off at £100. Do we see 100? Do we see 100? Looking for £100. Lovely bangle here at £100. 50 then, it's a gift at 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Look at £50, 55 now, at 60, at 60, we have 60 now, online at 60, online at 60, online at 60, 65 now, 65 is a bid, 75 now, at £75, at 80 now, at 80, at 80, do we see 85? Do we see 85 anywhere? At 85 now, yes we do, at 90 now, at 90, 90 is the bid at 90, do we see 95? Do we see 95? Do we see 95? At £90, I can and I will sell at 90, fair warning. Oh, 100 before the 100 before the hammer, opening that up again at £100, back where we began at 100. Do we see 110? Do we see 110? At £100, selling it away at 100. 6, 6, 7. Shall I bring the gap down a little bit lighter? Lot number 212, commission interest on my books, but it's been wiped out by the easy life bid of £1,200, looking for 1,300. Do we see £1,300 anywhere? Do we see £1,300? At 1,200, gavel's coming down at £1,200. 1,200 sold to buy 670. Lot number 213, interest on my books been wiped out by the easy life bid of £460. 460 looking for 480. Do we see 480? 500 now, at £500. 550 is the next bid. Do we see 550? Do we see 550? At £500, on easy life at 500, fair warning. £500 to buy at 670. Lot number 214, bidding straight in at £240, wiping my commission bid out at 240. 340, sorry, at 340. Thank you very much, Claire. On the ball at £340, looking for 360. Do we see 360? At £340 on easy. James, any interest on the sell room? At £340. It's a good bangle at 340. Fair warning at £340. 340 by 670. Again, interest has been wiped out on my books by the easy life bid of £340, looking for 360. Do we see 360? Any interest in the room or online at 360? We have 340, looking for 360. Are we all done at £340? Fair warning. So 340 to the same buyer as last, 670. Lot number 216. Bid straight in at £300 on easy life. 300 we have, looking for 320. Do we see 320? Do we see 320? At £300, do we see 320? Any interest at 320? Are we all done at 340 now? At 340, looking for 360. Do we see 360? At £340. Are we all done at 340? I think we've run out of steam at £340. 340 to buy 675. Lot 217, competing interest on my books been wiped out by the easy life bid of £3,400. At 3,400, looking for 3,000. Yeah, if we're going to treat everyone the same, 3,600 then. Looking for 3.6. Do we see 3.6? At £3,400, 3,600 now. 3.8 will be the next bid. Looking for 3,800. Are we all done at £3,600? Fair warning. 3,600 to buyer 823. Lot 218. Interest on my books has once again been wiped out by our easy life bid of £1,000, looking for 1,100. Do we see 1,100 anyway? Looking for 1,100. At £1,000, looking for 1,100. 1,050 that helps. 1,050 that helps. At £1,000, looking for 1,050. 1,050 bid, looking for 1,100. Do you see 1,100? At 1,050, I can and will sell at 1,150. Fair warning. That's 1,050 to buyer 621. Excellent. Lot 219. Start me off bidding straight in at £280, looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? £300 on the sell room. 320 is the next bid. Do we see 320 at £300? Looking for 320. Do we see 320 at £300? Selling away at £300. £300 to buyer.
It's 11390.
11390. Thank you, James. Lot 220. The Cartier 18 karat gold and steel bangle here. Start me off at £800. £800 the Cartier. 800 bid. Online at 800. Looking for 850. Do we see 850? Do we see 850? At £800 the Cartier bangle, I can and will sell at £800. Fair warning. 850 bid. At 850 now. At 850. 900 now. At £900. At £900. At £900 on Easy Life. 950 now. At 950. Do we see 1,000? Yes, we do. At £1,000 now. At £1,000. At £1,000. Looking for 1,100. Looking for 1,100. Do we see 1,100? Yes, we do. At £1,100 on Easy Life. At £1,100. 1,200 is the next bid. Do we see £1,200 anywhere? Any advance at £1,100. Selling it away at £1,100. Fair warning. 1,200 before the hammer. That bid's taken at 1,200. That bid's taken at £1,200. Please reopen at £1,200. Please get your bids in quickly. At £1,200 on Easy Life, looking for 1,300. Gavel's coming down at £1,200. Fair warning. That is sold. £1,200 to buyer 681. Thank you. Lot 221 bidding straight in on my commission at £400. 400 with me. 400 with me. At £400 with me on my commission, looking for 420. Do we see 420 anywhere? Looking for 420. Do we see 420? At £400, looking for 420. Fair warning at £400. Sold 400 to CT 1604. Lot number 222, bidding straight in at £150, looking for 160. Do we see 160? Do we see 160? Looking for 160. At £150, does the main bid have it at 150? I think they do. Fair warning. Sold £150 to buyer 563. Lot 223, I have commission interest on my book, starting me off at 200 and 300, 340 with me, 380 with me, 440 with me. I'm gonna let it run, letting it run. That's £800 with me. 850 now online, it's taken my commission bid out at £850 now. Online at £850, commission bids are out at £850. Any further interest at £850, online at £850. Fair warning, selling it away at £850. Sold 850 to buy 670. Thank you. Lot 224, bidding straight in at £800. £800 straight in, looking for 850. Do we see 850? Do we see 850? Any interest at 850? We have 800, looking for 850. Fair warning at £800 and selling it away at 850 with you, sir. 900 would you like? 900 we have. 950, sir. Shake the head at 950. 900 we have. 950 would you like? Shake the head at 950. Online at £900, looking for 950. Do we see £950 anywhere? Fair warning. Sold £900 to buy at 650. Thank you. Interest on my book and online here, which has been wiped out with me now on commission at £260. With me on commission at 260. 280 now. Commission bids out at 280. Looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? At 280. Looking for 300. Do we see any advance at 280? At £280. Selling it away at £280. 280 to buy 670. Thank you. Lot 226, bidding straight in at 360, taking my commission bid out at 360, looking for 380. Do we see 380 at 360? Are we all done at 360? Does the maiden bid have it at £360? Fair warning. 360 360 to buyer 670. Interest on my books taking me to £1,000 with me on commission. 1,100, commission bids wiped out at 1,100, 1,200 now, at 1,200, at £1,200, at £1,200, at £1,200, 1,250 if it helps, 1,250 if it helps. At £1,200, looking for 1,250. Are we all done? Fair warning. Sold for £1,200 to buyer 707. Lot 228. Interest on my commission has been once again wiped out by an easy life bid of £1,100, looking for 1,200. Do we see £1,200 anywhere? At 1,100, looking for 1,200. Fair warning. Sold £1,100 to buyer 667. Thank you. Lot 229. Start me off at £700. Do we see £700 anywhere? At £700. Looking for 700. 700 with you, sir. 700 in the room at £700. At 700, looking. 750 bid at 750. 800 like, sir. 800 you have. Your bid, sir, taken at £800. Looking for 850. Do we see £850 anywhere? 850 against you, sir. 900 like, 900 you have. Your bid, sir, at 900. Do we see 950 anywhere? Online or in the room at 950. 900 we have. Looking for 950. Are we all done at £900? Fair warning. Sold to you, sir. £900. Buyer 105. Thank you. Lot 230. Auto bid has taken out my commission bid at £1,000 online. At £1,000. At 1,000. Looking for 1,100. Do we see £1,100 anywhere? At 1,000. At £1,000. Looking for 1,100. Do we see £1,100 anywhere? At £1,000. Fair warning. Sold £1,000 to buyer 593. Lot 231. Start me off at starting bidding straight in at £10. £10 looking for 12. 15 now. 15 at 15. 15's a bid. 18 now at £18 looking for 20. Do we see £20 anywhere? Do we see 20? 20 with you, sir. 20 is bid online before you on the internet. 22 now. 25 would like, sir. Shake head at 25. Are you sure, sir? You left so soon. At £25 now online. Looking for 28. Are we all done? 28 online in the sale room now. Sale room bidding at £28. At 28 now. At £28. Are we all done? At £28. Fair warning at £28. Sold £28.
SR 266 763.
266 763. Thank you, James. Two sheets on there. Nope, just the one. Lot 232, bidding straight in at £300. That's the way to go. 300, looking for 320. Do we see £320 anywhere? James, Claire, any interest? At £300 now. At 300, looking for 320. Do we see 320 anywhere? We have 300. Fair warning, there's a maiden bid have it at £300. Yes, they do, at 300. Buyer 664. Thank you. Lot 233. Start me off at £350. At 350. At 350. 9 carat gold brooch and 18 carat gold brooch there. £350. At 350. If you have no interest in this, it will remain with us at £350. Fair warning. 350 bid. Online at 350. At £350 now. At 350. Do we see 360? 360 is the bid. At 350 now. 360 is the next bid. Do we see 360? Fair warning at £350. Sold 350 to buyer 714. Thank you. Lot 234. Start me off at £100. 100's bid. Looking for 110. 260. That's the way to do it, James. At £260 on the sale room. At 260. Looking for 280. Do we see 280? At 260. Looking for 280. Are we all done at £260 on the sale room at 260? Fair warning. 260 to
565 223.
SR 565223. Thank you. Lot number 235. Start me off at £100. At £100.
160.
£160. Thank you, James. At £160. Looking for 170. Do we see 170? Do we see 170? At £160 with the sale room at 160. Selling it away at £160. Sold £160 to
192 9956.
1929956. Thank you. Lot 236. Starting me off at £95, 100, 110 with me. At 110 with me, 120, bid taken, commissions out at 120, 130 now, 130, at 130 now, at 130, looking for 140, do we see 140, online or in the room, at 140, 140 with the serum, thank you serum, at 140 pounds now, 150, at 150 now, at 150, 160, thank you James, at 160, at 160 pounds, on the serum at 160. Are we all done? Run out of steam at 160 pounds, fair warning 160. Sold, 160 pounds to
SR 170 8484.
8484. Thank you. Lot number 237. Start me off at 120 pounds. Do we see 120? It's a lovely thing at 120.
110.
110. Bid taken at 110. At 110. It's a gift at 110. 120 is the next bid. Do we see 120 anywhere? At 110 pounds, I can and I will sell at 110 pounds. Selling away. 120 now, just before the hammer, at 120 on Easy Life. James, they're coming back in at 130. At 120 pounds on Easy Life. Are we all done?
Yes.
130 now on the Surrey. We haven't sold yet, Claire. At 130. At 130. At 130. At 130 pounds on the Surrey. Selling away at 130. Sold 130. Two.
SR 192 9956.
192.
9956.
9956. Thank you, James. Lot 238. Start me off bidding straight in at 120 pounds on Easy Life at 120. 160, 160, 180, 190 at 190 now. At 190, I have 190 on Easy Life. 200 bid with James at 200 on the serum. 220 against you. At 220 against the serum, looking for 240. Do we see 240? Do we see 240 at 220 now? 240, thank you. At 240 pounds with the serum bidder. At 260 now with the Easy Life bidder. Looking for 280. Do you see 280? Any interest in the room? Any further interest online at 260 pounds? Sold. 260 pounds to buyer 798. Lot 239. Start me off bidding straight in at 200 pounds. 200 looking for 220. 220, 280, 300 now. 320 at 320. 340 is the next bid. Do we see 340 at 320 pounds? At 320. Do we see 340? Any advance on 320 pounds? Selling it away at 320. Sold. 320 pounds to buy at 798. Lot 240. Looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? A beautiful cameo here. 80 pounds. 9 carat gold cased cameo for 80 pounds. 40 then. It's a gift at 40. 40. 40 with you, sir. Looking for 42. Do we see 42 pounds anywhere? Do we see 42 pounds anywhere? 45 online now, sir. 48 now. 50 would you like? 50 you have, sir. Your bid has it at 50. Room bidding at 50. 55 against you. 60 would you like? Shake the head at 60. With the room, online at 55. Looking for 60. Are you all done at 55? Fair warning. Sold 55 pounds to buy 667. Lot 241. Bidding straight in at 80 pounds. Looking for 85. What was that? 85. 90 on the online with me. 100 now. At 100 pounds on Easy Life. 110 on the sale room. 120 on Easy Life now. Do we see 130? Any advance from 120? Do we see 130 anywhere? We have 120. Looking for 130. We all done at 120 pounds. 140 now, 150 at 150. 150 is bid, 160 now, at 160, at 160, at 160. Do we see 170? At 160 pounds. We're all done at 160 pounds. Fair warning. 160 to buy 798. Lot 242. Bidding straight in at £15, look for 18, 65, that's the way to go, at £65, at 65, looking for 70, 70 now, at 70 online, at £70, looking for 75, 75 with the seller room. With the seller room bidding at £75, 80 now online with me, at £80, at 80, 85 on the seller room now, at £85, the seller room bidding at £85, looking for the 90, do we see 90, do we see 90, at £85, we're all done, at £85 on the seller room, fair warning, sold, £85.
192
9956. 9956. Excellent. Lot 243. Bidding straight in at 160. At 160. At 160. 280. Fantastic stuff. At £280. Looking for 300. Do we see 300? Do we see £300? Looking for 300. Looking for 300. At £280 on the sale room. Selling it away at £280. 300 now. Online at 300. 320 with the serum, at £320 with the serum, looking for 340. At £320, fair warning. That is
SR623
SR62966.
966.
Thank you, James. Lot 244, bidding, looking for £2,000. Start me off at 2,000. At £2,000, looking for 2,000. Do we see 2,000? Beautiful thing at 2,000. £1,500. Looking for 1,500. Looking for 1,500. Do we see £1,500 anywhere? Fair warning, if you cannot get a bid on this, so remain with us. That doesn't pass. Lot 245, bidding straight in at £55, 75 now, 85 now, 95 now, looking for 100, 110 now, at 110, at 110, at 110. Do we see 120? Looking for 120. Yes, we do. At £120 is 130 is the next bid. Do we see 130? Online with me at 120, looking for 130. Are we all done at £120? Fair warning. Sold. £120 to buyer 667. Lot 246. Start me off at 120. Do we see 120? Do we see 120? Looking for £120. At 100, looking for 120. 100 then. £100. Looking for 100. £100 anyway. 80 then. Do we see 80?
Yes.
£80 online with sale room at £80. Looking for 85. Do we see £85 anywhere? At 80. At 80. Looking for 85. Do we see £85 anywhere? At £80 online with sale room at £80. We all done at 80. Fair warning, 85 now on Easy Life at 85. Looking for 90. Do we see 90 at 85 now? At 85. Looking for 90. Do we see 90 at £85? At 85. At 85. 90 we have now. At 90 online. At £90. At 90. At 95. 95 now. 95. £100 is the next bid. At £95. We all done at £95. Fair warning at £95. 95 to buy 667. Lot number 247. Start me off at £200. Do we see 200? Do we see £200 anywhere? Stunning 18 karat gold and enamel brooch. £200 anywhere. 150 then. Do we see 150? £150 with you, sir. 170 against you. 180 with you, sir. At 180 in the room. 190 against you. 200 with you, sir. Back where we began at 200, 220 now. 240 we like. 240 with you, sir. In the room at 240. 260 against you. Shake the head at 280. Online at £260. Looking for 280. Any advance at 260. Fair warning at 260. £260 by 667. Lot 248. Interest on my book starting me off at £150. Looking for 160. With me at 150. 170, 160, 170 with me, 180 with me, 190 with me, 190 with me on commission. 200 with you, sir. 220 with me. 240 with you. 240, £255. I know it's a weird bid, but £255 with me on commission. 260 with you, sir. 260 with you, sir. 260 in the room at £260. At £260, are we all done at 260? Fair warning. Sold to you, sir, by 153. Thank you. 260. Okay, lot number 249, bidding straight in at £150, at 150, looking for 160, 150, at 170 now, 190, at 190, at 190, looking for 200, 220 now, at 220, at 220, at 240, bid taken, 300 now, at 300, it's running away from you, James, at £300, 340 now, at 340, at 340, do we see 360, at £340, at 340, at 340, are we all done? Right on the steam at 380 now, at 380, no we haven't, at 380, at 380, at 380, are we all done at 380, 400 is the next bid, 420 now, at 420, at £420, 460 now, 460, 500, 600 now, 650, at 650, at 650, are we all done at £650? Fair warning, gavel's coming down at 650. Sold for £650. To buyer 798. Right, not 250, no, I sip water. Lot 250, bidding straight in at £80. At 80. At 80, looking for 85. Do you see 85? 85 with you, sir. 85 in the room, 90 against you. 95, 100 against you. 110 with you, sir. At 110, 120 against you. 130 with you, sir. 140 against you. 150 with you, sir. 160 against you. 170 with you, 180 against you. One more bid could do it, are you sure?
Sorry.
Oh. At £180 online. Are we all done at 180? Fair warning at £180. £180 to buy at 620. Lot 251, bidding straight in at £65, looking for the 70. Do we see 70? Do we see 70? Do we see £70 anywhere? Looking for 70. Are we all done at £65? 75 now, at 75, at £75. Looking for the 80, 85 now, at 85. Online at 85, on Easy Live at 85, looking for 90. Do we see £90 anywhere? At £85, selling away at £85. Sold. £85 to buy at 675. Thank you. Lot number 252, bidding straight in at £10 for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? 12 with you, sir. 12 at the back of the room. Do we see £15 anywhere? With you, sir. At the back at 12. 15. 18 against. 18 with you, sir. 18 against. 80. 20 against you now, sir. 22 with you, sir.
25.
25 against you.
30.
30 against you, sir.
35.
35 against you, sir. Shake the head at 35. We have 35 on the serum at 35. Looking for 38. Do we see £38 anywhere? On the serum at 35. Selling it away at £35.
SR 1710106.
Thank you, James. Lot 253. Start me off at 50. Well, I was going to say £50, but we're already running away at 160.
180.
180 now. With the serum bidding at 180. 190 now. 220, 260, 300, 320. At 320 now. At 320. At 320. At 320. Are we all done at 320? It's a fantastic piece. At £320. Fair warning. Sold for £320. To buy at 798. Lot 254. Bidding in at £1,100 online. At 1,100, looking for 1,200. 1,200 in the room, sir. With you at 1,200. 1,300 against you. 1,400 if you like, sir. 1,400 with you, sir. 1,500 against you. Trying 1,600. 1,600 with you, sir. In the room at 1,006. 1,700 against you. Are you sure? At £1,700 on Easy Live at 1,700. Selling it away at 1,700. Sold £1,700 to buy a 664. Thank you. Lot 225. Bidding in on Easy Live at £50. Looking for
85.
85. At £85 now. At 85. Looking for 90. Looking for 90. 90 with you. Your bid taken at 90. In the room at 90. At £90 in the room. Any advance at 90. Are we all done at £90? Selling it away at £90. Sold. That's yours for £90. Buyer 112. Excellent purchase. Lot 256. Bidding straight in at £280. At £280. Do we see 300? Do we see £300 anywhere? In the room or online? Any excitement here? At 280. Are we all done at 280? I think we are. Minimum has it at 280. Fair warning. 280 to buy at 664. Lovely. Lot 257. Bidding straight in at £110. At 110. Looking for 120. Do we see 120? 130. 150 now. At 150. 160. At 160. 170. At 170. At 170. Do we see 180? Do we see 180? Yes, we do. At £180 now. 190. At 190. 200. At £200. At £200. 220 now. At 220. Do we see 240? Do you see 240? At £220. 240 now. 260 with like, sir. 260 with you. In the room at 260. Room bidding at £260. At 260 now. At 260. Looking for 280. Do we see 280? Beautiful things at 260. Fair warning at £260. 280, sir. Just before the hammer at 280. 300 would you like? 300 with you now, sir. At £300. At £300. Are we all done at £300? Fair warning. £300 to buyer 207. Thank you. Lot 258. Interest on my books has been completely wiped out by the auto bid online of £900. At 900, looking for 950. Do we see 950? Do we see £950 anywhere? Looking for 950. 1,000, £1,100 now. At £1,100. At £1,100. at £1,100, selling it away, fair warning, sold for £1,100 to buyer 798. Thank you. Lot 259, start me off at £80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Do we see £80 anywhere? 40 then, looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Looking for 40. £40 online, 42 is the next bid. Do we see £42 anywhere? At 40, at 40. 42 now, 45 now, 45 online, 48 now, looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? 50 with the sale room, 55 against the sale room. Looking for 60. Do we see 60? Yes, we do. At £60 now. 65 is the next bid. Do we see £65 anywhere? At 60. 65 with the sale room. Sale room bidding at 65. 70 is the next bid. Do we see £70 anywhere? 70 is a bid. At £70 now. At 70. At 70. At £70. 75 is the next bid. Do we see £75 anywhere? In the room or online? At £70. Selling it away at 70. Fair warning. 75 now. Just before the hammer. At £75. On easy live at 75. 80 now. At 80. Back where we began. At £80. At £80, looking for 85. Do we see £85 anywhere? Fair warning, at £80, sold £80 to buyer 682. Lot 260, bidding online and on my commission here, starting off at £85 with me on commission, 95 with me, 110 with me,
130.
130 with me on commission, and 140 is the bid now online at 140, taking commission out at 140, looking for 150. Do we see 150? Do we see 150? At 140 now, at 140, looking for 150. Do we see 150? At £140, selling it away, fair warning. 140 or 675, thank you. Lot 261, looking for 200. Do we see £200 anywhere? 200 is the bid at £200. At 200, 220. Do we see 220? At 200, 220 now. At 220, looking for 240. Do we see for 240? Yes, we do online at 240. At 240, 260 now. At 260. At 260, 280 now. At 280. At 280. At 280, looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? Yes, we do at 300. 300 is the bid at £300. 320 is the next bid, and 320 we have online at 320. At 320, looking for 340. Are we all done at £320? Running out of steam at 320. 320 to buy 652. Lot 262, bidding straight in at £250, looking for 260, 260 we have, 280. We don't have 300, we've got £280 on Easy Live at 280. On Easy Live 280, 300 we have on the serum at 300. At £300 on the serum, at £300 now. At 300, looking for 320. Do we see £320 anywhere? Looking for 320. Are we all done at £300 on the serum at £300? Sold £300.
SR 166 9039.
166 9039. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, lot 263, bidding straight in at £40, looking for 42, 45 now, 45. Is that 60?
65.
65, 65 is a bid. At £65 on the serum at 65, looking for 70. Do we see £70 anywhere? At 65, at £65. Are we all done? At £65, selling it away at £65.
SR 192 8327.
Thank you. Lot 264. Beautiful pair of earrings here. Start me off at £30. At 30, looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see £10 then? £10, £10 with you. In the room at 10. In the room at £10. In the room at £10. In the room at £10. 12 against you. 15 would you like? 15 you have at £15 in the room. 18 against you. 20 would you like? 20 you have at £20. At £20. 22 against you. 25 would you like? 25 you have at £25 in the room. At £25 in the room. Are we all done? At £25. Fair warning. That is sold. £25 to 112. Lot 265. Bidding straight in at £55. At 55, looking for the 60. At 65 now. 75, 85. At 85, 95. Looking for 100. 100 would you like, sir? 100 we have already. 110 would you like, sir? 110 with you. £110 in the room. 120 against you. 130 you have, sir. Your bid at 130. 140 against you. Your bid at 150, sir. Taken at 150. At £150 in the room at 150. Are we all done at £150 with a room bid at 150? Sold to you, sir, at 150 to you buyer 153. Thank you. Lot 266, bidding straight in at 120, looking for 130. Do we see 130? 140 now, 140, looking for 150. Do we see 150? Do we see 150? In the room or online at 150. We have 140, looking for 150. At £140, selling it away. Thank you. Lot by 664. Lot 267. Start me off at £40. £40 to these. £40 anyway. Looking for 40. £10 then. £10 anyway. Look for 10. Do we see 10? Do we see 10? £10 we have. 12's the next bid. Do we see 12? Do we see 12? At £10. It's a gift at £10. We have £10. Looking for 12. 12 we have now. Online at 12. 15. 18. 20 now, at £20, at £20, 22 is the next bid. Do we see £22 anywhere? At 20, selling it away, 22 against you, sir, you're for the internet, 25 would you like? 25 you have, at £25, in the room at 25, looking for 28, 28 against you, sir, 30 would you like? 30 you have, sir, your bid at 30, your bid at 30, room bidding at £30, are we all done? At £30, 32 against you, sir. 35 you have, sir, at £35 in the room. Looking for 38. Do we see £38 anywhere? At £35, are we all done at 35? Fair warning at £35. Sold £35 to buy. What the pattern number, sir? 138. Thank you. Lot 268. Bidding straight in at £150, taking my commission bidder out at 150, looking for 160. Do we see 160? Do we see 160? Do we see £160? Looking for 160. Any advance of 150 to the main bidder at £150. Fair warning. 150 to buy at 670. Lot 269, bidding straight in at £1,800, taking my commission bids out at 1,800, looking for £1,900. Do we see £1,900? Looking for £1,900. 1,850 if that helps. 1,850 if that helps. Any advance of 1,800. Fair warning then at £1,800. So 1,800 to buy 621. Thank you. Lot 270, bidding straight in at £400. But I've got interest on my book at 420 with me.
460.
480 with me. 550 with me. 550 with my commission bidder at 550. 620 with me. At £620 on my commission. At £620 with me. Looking for 650. Do we see 650? Fair warning then, it's £620. Are we all done at 620? So £620 to CT451. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite a small CT now. Lot 271, start me off at bidding straight in at £800, taking my commission bidders out at £800, looking for 850. Do we see £850 anywhere? 18 karat gold cufflinks, £800, at 800, looking for 850. Fair warning, we all done at £800. Sold £800 to buyer 670. Lot 272, bidding straight in at £100. I've got interest on my commission taking me to 110, looking for 120, 110 with me, 120, 130 with me, 150 with me, and £150 with me. 160, commission bids out at £160 online. 170 now, 170, at £170, at 170. Are we all done at £170? On easy live at 170. Fair warning. Sold £170 to buy at 611. Lot 273. Bidding straight in at £10. Beautiful cufflinks here, 10, 12, 12 now. To 15 is the next bid. Do we see £15 anywhere? At £12. 15 online, at 15 on Serum. Do we see £18 anywhere? 18 now online, at £18 with me. £20 in the room, Serum at 20. 22 is the next bid. Do we see £22 anywhere? At 20. At £20. Are we all done at 20? At £20. Fair warning at £20. Sold.
SR 266 763.
Thank you. Lot 274, bidding straight in at £10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? At £10, lovely Catholics here. 12 on the serum, bid taking the serum, bidding at £12, 15 is the next bid. Do we see £15 anywhere? 15 we have, 18 now at £18, looking for 20. 20 we have now at £20, at 20, at 20. Are we all done at £20? 22 with the serum, at 22, serum bidding at £22, looking for 25. Do you see £25 anywhere? At £22, 25 now, 25 to bid, 28 now, at £28. Are we all done? 30, no we're not, at £30, looking for 32. Do we see £32 anywhere? 32 on the serum, at £32. 35 is the next bid. Do we see 35? Any advance? 35 now, at £35, at 35, 38 now, at £38 on the serum. Do we see any advance from Easy Live at 40? Looking for 40. Do we see 40? At £38, selling it away at £38. 40 now, just before the gavel went down, at £40 on Easy Live at 40. At 40, at 40. Are we all done at 40? Fair warning then, at £40, sold. £40 to buy at 611. Lot 275. Interest on my books as well, taking me to 320 on commission. At 320 on commission. At 320 on commission. 360 with me. 400 with me. At £400 with me. 420. Bid taken. Commissions out at £420. At 420. Looking for 440. Do we see £440? Do we see 440? Fair warning then, at £420. Sold. £420 to buy at 675. Lot 276. Another pair of charms here. Interest on my book starting us off at £540. At 540. At £540. At 540. Looking for 550. We're going 20s actually, looking for 560. Looking for 560. Do we see 560 anywhere? At 540, I can and I will sell at £540. Fair warning. Sold £540 to CT451. Thank you. Lot 277. Start me off at £300. Do we see 300? Looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? Do we see 300? At 300, looking for 300. 300 bid at £300 now. At 300, looking for 320. 320 is the next bid. Do we see 320? At £300. Does a May bid have it at £300? Fair warning then, at £300 on Easy Live. Sold £300 to buy at 667. Thank you. Lot 278. Bidding straight in at 200, 240, 260 with me, at £260 with me on commission, at 260 with me on commission, 280, commission bids out at £280, at 280, looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? At 280. Fair warning then, at £280. Are we all done at 280? Sold £280 to buy at 675. Lot 279. Interest on commission has been wiped out by the online bid here on Easy Live at £2,600. At 2,600. At £2,600 here. 2,600.
On save, sounds good.
No.
Everything else would be.
I have an auto bid of £2,600. I have an auto bid here of £2,600. £2,800 now. At £2,800 now. At 2.8. At 2,800. 3,000 the next bid. Do we see £3,000 anywhere? At £2,800, I can and I will sell. Fair warning. Sold £2,800 to buy at 621. Lot 280. Bidding straight in for this fine collection of 18 carat jewellery at £11,000. £11,000. At 11,000. Do we see any advance? At £11,000. 11,200 if it helps. £11,200 if it helps. Any advance at £11,000, 11,200, 11,400 is the next bid. Do we see £11,400 anywhere? At 11,200. At £11,200, fair warning. Sold for £11,200 to buy at 621. Thank you very much. It's going to be a very happy vendor. Lot 281, bidding straight in at £750. At 750, looking for 800. Do we see £800 anywhere? At 750. at £750. £800 with you now. 850 against the Sarah at 850 now. At 850. At 850. At 850. Are we all done? At £850. Selling it away on Easy Live at 850. Sold. £850 to buy at 537. Thank you. Lot 282. Interest on my commission takes me up to 850 with me at £850. £945 has been wiped out by the bid of 950 at £950 now. At 950. At £950. Are we all done at 950? £1,000 the next bid. Do we see any advance at £950? Fair warning at 950. Sold. £950 to buy at 667. Lot 283. Bidding straight in at £120, looking for 130. Do we see 130? 180. That's the way to do it. At £180 now. Or 180. At 180. On the Serum at Easy Live now at 190. At 190. Looking at 200. 200 is the bid. At £200 on the Serum at 200. At £200. At £200 now. Are we all done at 200? Fair warning at £200.
SR 184.
SR 184.
7511.
7511. Thank you. Lot 284. Start me off at £500. Looking for 500.
480.
480. Bids taken at 480. 500 is the next bid. Do we see £500 anywhere? Any advance on 480? Fair warning then. The main bid has it at £480. £480 sold to SR.
170. 5838.
Thank you. Lot 285. Commission bid's been wiped out by the bid on Easy Live of £2,200. 2,200. At 2,200. Looking for 2,300. Do we see £2,300 anywhere? 2,300 taken. At £2,300 online. At 2,300. Looking for 2,400. Do we see £2,400 anywhere? At £2,300. Fair warning. Sold. £2,300 to buy 621. Lot 286. Start me off bidding straight in at £2,000. At £2,000. This collection of jewellery here at £2,000. Looking for 2,100. Do we see £2,100 anywhere? £2,100 if it helps. At £2,000.
21.
£2,100. Bid taken. Looking for 2,2. Do we see 200, 200, £2,200 anywhere? At £2,100. Fair warning. Sold. £2,100 to
SR 119. 0310.
Lot 287. Start me off at £300. Do we see 300? Do we see £300 anywhere? 200 then. Do we see £200? 200, bid taken at 200, looking for 220. 220 is the next bid. Do we see £220 anywhere? At 200. At 200. I can and I will sell at £200. Are we all done at £200? Fair warning, at £200. £200 to buy 667. Thank you. Lot 288. Start me off at £200. Do we see 200? Do we see £200 anywhere? Do we see 200? Looking for 200. £100 at £100. Looking for £100. Do we see £100 anywhere? Do we see 100? Do we see £100 anywhere? £100 for you, sir. At £100 in the room. At £100. 110 is the next bid. Do we see £110 anywhere? Are we all done? 110 against you, sir. 120 with now. In the room. Back in the room at 110. At 120. Looking for 130. Do we see 130? Do we see 130? Do we see 130? In the room at 120. I can and I will sell at £120. Sold to you, sir. £120 to buy 153. Thank you. Lot 289. Start me off at £100. Do we see 100? Do we see £100 anywhere? Do we see £100? £100 with you, sir. At £100 with you now. At £100 in the room, looking for 110. Do you see £110 anywhere? At 100. At 100. Selling it away at £100. Sold to you, sir. £100 to buy at 153. Thank you. Lot 290. Start me off £80. £80 anywhere. £80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? £80 with you, sir. At £80 in the room, looking for 85. Any advance on 80? Any advance on 80? Selling it away then at £80. Sold to you, sir. £80, same bar as last. 153. Lot 291. £80 to this, £80 with you, sir, at £80. Any advance at 80, any advance at 80, selling it away at £80. £80, same bar as last, 153, thank you. Lot 292, start me off at £700. Do we see 700? Do we see £700? Do we see £700? Looking for 700. Do we see 700? Any interest at £700? Fair warning then, at £700, this will remain with us. It's unsold. Lot 293, looking for 800. Do we see £800 anywhere? Do we see 800? Do we see £800 anywhere? Looking for 800. Fine collection of jewellery here for £800. Fair warning, if you have no interest at £800, this will remain with us. It's unsold. Bidding straight in here at £1,100. At £1,100, looking for 1,200. Do we see £1,200 anywhere? At 1,100. At £1,100. Any advance of £1,100. Fair warning. Sold. £1,100 to buy at 664. Thank you. Lot 295. Incredible emerald cluster dress ring here. Start me off. Bidding straight in at 3,500. At £3,500. At 3,500. Looking for 3,006. Do we see £3,600 anywhere? At 3,500. Are we all done? At £3,500. 3,600. At 3,600 now. 3,800. At 3,800 now. At £3,800. 7.9 carat emerald. £4,000. At £4,000 now. At 4,000. At 4,000. 4,200 now. At £4,200. At £4,200 on Easy Live at 4,200. Any advance? 4,400 now on the server. Thank you, sir. I'm at 4,400. 4,600 now. At £4,600 on Easy Live at £4,600. Any advance, sir? Are you coming back in at 4,800?
Yes.
£4,800 now. At £4,800. 5,000. At £5,000. At £5,000 now. On Easy Life at 5,000. Yeah.
Stick with fives.
Any advance at £5,000. 5,250 if it helps. Good. Or 200.
Yes.
5,200 if it helps. Fair warning then. At £5,000. Sold. £5,000 to buyer 653. Thank you. Lot 296. Bidding straight in at £95. At 95. At 95. At 95. 110. 110. At 110. 120 now. 120. At 120. At 120. Are we all done? At £120. 130 now. Or no, we're not. At 130. At 130. At 130. At 130. Any interest, James, on the server? £130. Are we all done? At £130. Fair warning. So £130 to buy at 707. Lot 297. I've got interest on my books, which has just been wiped out by the auto bid on Easy Live at £600. At 600. At £600. At 600. Looking for 650. Do we see 650 anyway? At 600. At £600. Are we all done? At £600. Fair warning. Sold £600 to buyer 670. Lot 298. Bidding straight in at 130. £140 with me. 150 would like, sir. 150 we have, 160 would like, sir. 160 with you. At £160 in the room at 160. Room bidding 170 against you, sir. 180 with you now. At £180 in the room, 190 against you. 200 you like, 200 you have. Your bid at 200, 220 against you. 240 now with you at 240. At £240 in the room at £240. 260 against you, sir. 280, 280 you have at £280. At £280 now. In the room at 280, 300 against you. Shake the head at 320. At £300 now. Online at 300. Are we all done? At £300. And sold £300 to buyer 667. Lot 299. Bidding straight in at £500. At 500. Looking for 550. Do we see 550? 550 with the serum. At £550 on the serum at 550. At 550. At 550. Are we all done at £550? Fair warning. sold for £550.
SR 184.
SR 184
7511.
7511. Thank you. Lot 300 now. At lot 300. Start me off at £400. Do we see 400? Do we see 400?
Got 320.
320. Bid taken at 320. Bid taken at 320. Looking for 340. Do we see 340? Yes, we do at £340 now. At 340. 360 on the serum. 380 against the serum now. £400. Back where we began. 420 at 420. 440, 460 now, at 460, 480 now with serum, 500 against the serum. You're coming back in at 550. Yes, you are. £600 now, at 600, at £600, at £600, at £600 on easy live at 600. Are we all done? Run out of steam at £600. Fair warning. That is sold for £600 to buy at 667. Thank you. Lot 301, bidding straight in at £650, at 650, looking for 700. Do we see 700? Any advance? Yes, we do, at £700 now, at 700. 750 is the next bid, and 750 bid taken, online at 750, at 750, at £750, at 750. Fair warning then, at £750. 750 to 667, same bar as last. And my final lot of this section, lot 302, starting off at £100. Do we see 100? 100 with you, sir, at £100. In the room at 100. Looking for 110. 110 against you, sir. 120, 120 just before, after the room, sir. 130 you have. We all bid at 130. 140 against you. 150 you have now. At 150 with you, sir. Bid taken at 150. Got your bid at 150. At £150. We all done at £150 with the room bidder at 150. So £150 to buy at 153. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand back to Gordon Brockman now, who will be taking the next 100 lots.
You need the pen.
Yeah, sorry.
Right, let's start straight in lot 303, and I can start at 260, 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 300 I have with Easy Line. At 300, 320 is the next bid. At 300, at £300, selling in away at 300. 2667. 304, 2 commission bids, and I have to start straight in at £500. 550 I'm looking for. At 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500, at 500, at 550, 600 with me on commission. At 600, 650 I'm looking for. At 600, 650 I'm looking for. At £600 on commission, selling it away at 600 to CT 1604, lot 305, and I have a commission bid with me, and I can start straight in at 3,000, at 3,000. At 3,000, 3-2, commissions are out at 3-2, 3-4 we're looking for. At 3,200, 3-4 is the next bid. At 3,200, at 3,200, you're all out at 3,200, selling to Easy Live. 3,200 to 667, lot 306, excuse me, and we can start straight in with Easy Live at 500. 550 is the next bid. At 500, 550 we're looking for. At 500, 600 now with Easy Live at 600. 650 we're looking for. At 600, at 600, at £600, you're all out at 600. 600 to 675. Lot 307, I have 1, 2, 3 commission bids, and it doesn't matter, they're all taken out by Easy Live, and I have to start at £1,000. 1,100 is the next bid. At 1,000, at 1,000, at 1,000, at £1,000, I'm selling at 1,000, at 1,000 to 670. Lot 308, I have 2 commission bids, and they're now taken out, and we have to start straight in at 4,200, at 4,002, at 4,002. 4,400 we're looking for, at 4,002. And I believe you can join the bracelet and the necklace, and it makes a single necklace, I'm suitably informed, but at 4,200, does that make a difference? At 4,200, at 4,200, you're all out. At £4,200, 4,004. At 4,004, do I see 6? At 4,400, 4,600 we're looking for. At 4,400, at 4,400, selling it away. At £4,400 to a 621. We're just having a changeover, so I'm just pausing.
Thank you, Gordon.
Yes, miss. Got my knuckles wrapped last time because I didn't pause. So notice I'm pausing and I'm saying I'm pausing. I need brownie points today, like, trust me. Lot 309, are we all ready?
Ready, sir.
Yep. Okay, 309, and we can start straight in on Easy Live at £200. Do I see 220? 220 to the sale room at 220. 240 in the room. 260 at 260 in the room, coming back to 260 in the room at 260, 280 we're looking for, at 260, at 260, I'm selling it away in the room at 260, no I'm not, 280, I'm sorry, after what you said to me, at 280, 300, 300 now, at 300 in the room, 320, Easy Live at 320, at 320, do you want to come back? At 340, at 340, at 340, at 340, in the room, at £340, we're selling it away. There you go, to 207, lot 310, and we start straight in at 130, 140 we're looking for, at 130, 140, at 130, 140. At 130, 140, at £130, at £130 we're selling it away, at 130 to Easy Live, 601, lot 311, and we can start straight in at 120, at 120.
140.
140 now, on the sale room, at 150, Easy Live, at 150, 160 I'm looking for.
160.
At 160 now, with the sale room at 160, at 160, at 160, at £160, roll out at 160 to the sale room.
SR 1597394.
Thank you. Lot 312, and we start straight in at £500. Do I see 550? At 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500, 550 I'm looking for. At 500 with Easy Live, at 500. At £500 I'm selling it away. At £500, at 500 to 667. Lot 313, I have commission bids, all the same, and the internet has taken them all out, and I have to start straight in at 1,600. Do I see 1,700? Do I see 17? At 1,600, at 1,600, at £1,600 and selling at 1,600, at 162,670, lot 314, and I start with me at 65, 70 is the next bid. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 70 now with Easy Live. At £70 looking for 5. At 75, at 80. At £80 at 85. At 85 at 85, 90 now. At £90 at 95. At 95 looking for 100 now at 100. At £100, 110 I'm looking for. At 110 now. At 120. At 120 with Easy Live at 120, 130 now. At 130, 130. Do I see 140? At 130. At 130. At £130 and selling it away. At 130 to 682. Lot 315, and I start straight in at 120 with Easy Live. At 120, 130 is the next bid. At 120, 130. At 140 now. At 150. Easy Live at 150, 160 now. At 160, looking for 170. At 170 now with Easy Live. At 170, 180. Next bid. At 170. At 170. At £170. At 180 now. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. At 180, 190. at 180, 190. At 180 pounds, I'm selling and away at 180. At 180 to 682. Lot 316. And I have a commission bid which has been taken out, and I have to start straight in with Easy Live at 160. At 160, do I see 170? At 160, 170. At 160, 170. At 160 pounds. At 160 pounds, I'm selling it away. At 160 to 707. Lot 317. And we start at 480. Do I see 500? 650 now, with the sale room at 650, with the sale room at 650, Easy Live at 700, at 700, at 700, looking for 50, at 700 pounds, looking for 50, at 700, at 700, at 700, you're all out on the sale room at 700 pounds, at 700 to 675, lot 318. And I have to start with me at 1,000, 100, 1,200 I'm looking for. At 1,000, at 1,200 now. Easy Lives, commissions are out. 1,200, do I see 13? At 1,200, 13 I'm looking for. At 13 now. Are you coming back at 14? You are. At 14, do I see 15? 1,400, 1,5 I'm looking for. 1,5 I have. Do I see 1,6? At 1,6 now. Don't give up. 1,7's the next bid, at 1,600, at 1,600, at 1,600, had your chance at 1,600 pounds, to Easy Live at 1,6 to 667, lot 319, I have several commission bids, they've already been taken out, and I have to start straight in with Easy Live at 1,300, at 1,300, do I see 14? At 1,300, 14 I'm looking for. At 1,300, at 1,300 and selling it away. At 1,300 to 593. Lot 320. And I have to start with Easy Live at 380. At 380, do I see 400? Do I see 400? At 380, at 380, at 380 with Easy Live at 380 to 667. Lot 321, and I have to start straight in. At £80 with Easy Live, at £80, at £80, do I see 5? At £80, at £80, looking for 5, at 85 now. At 85, at 85, and 90 now. At £90, at £90, looking for 5, looking for 5. At £90, at £90, at £90, at £90 and selling it away. At £90, selling at 90 to 818. Lot 322, and we start straight in with Easy Live at 2,000. At 22 now. At 22, do I see 4? At 2,200, 24's the next bid. At 2,200. At 2,200. At 2,200 pounds and selling it away with Easy Live. At 2,200. At 2,002. 621. Lot 323. 323, and we start straight in at 160.
170.
At 170 now with the sale room. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170, 180 I'm looking for. At 170. At 170. At 170 pounds I'm selling it away. At 170 to the sale room.
SR 1103930.
Thank you. Lot 324. And we start straight in. At 160. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160. At 160 and selling it away at 160. Too Easy Live to 715. Lot 325. And I have to start me at 300, start me at 300, at 300, at 300, at 300 I have with Easy Live, 340 now with the sale room, no, 300 with Easy Live, at 300 with Easy Live, at 300, at 300, at 300 pounds, I'm selling it away at 300 pounds, at 300 to 667, lot 326, And I start straight in with Easy Live at 380, now at 420, 440, at 440, 460 I'm looking for, at 440, 460 I'm looking for, at 440, at 440, at 440 and selling it away, at 440 to 707, lot 327 and start me off at 100. Start me at 100, 100 I'm looking for.
I've got 95.
95 I'll take at 95 with sale room. 100 now with Easy Live at 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for.
120.
120 with the sale room. At 130 now?
No.
No, it's at 120. Easy Live.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I was on sale first, wasn't
Yes, you were.
Yeah.
The sale room was first at 120. At 120, 130 now with Easy Live, we're back in sync. Keep it going now, sale room. Don't give up on the sale room. At 130 with Easy Live.
140.
At 140 now with the sale room. At 140, do I see 150? At 140, at 140, at 140 to the sale room and selling it away at 142.
SR 1669039.
So I think I missed a number there. 1669.
039.
That's the one I missed. 39. Lot 328. And I start with me at 5,500. At 5,500. 6 I'm looking for. At 5,500. 6 I'm looking for. At 5,500. At 5,500, at 5,500 pounds, not quite there, see us after, see what we can do. Lot 329, and I start at 360, 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380, 400. 400 I have with Easy Live. It's with Easy Live at 400, 420 is the next bid. At 400, 420. At 400, 420. At 400, at 400 and selling it away at £400 to 667. Lot 330, we start straight in at £80 looking for 5. At £90 at £90. Easy Live at 90 looking for 5. At 110 now with Easy Live at 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110. At 110 with Easy Live, are you bidding on the sell room? At 110 with Easy Live, I'm selling it away at £110. 112,865. Lot 331. Start me at 100. Start me at 100.
I've got 80.
80 I'll take at 80. Easy Live at 100 now at 110. 120, 130. Easy Live at 130. 140 at now 140.
150.
150 with the sale room. 160 with Easy Live at 160.
170.
170 now. At 200 with Easy Live at 200, 220 with Easy Live at 220, 240, at 240, 260 now, at 260, 280 I'm looking for, at 260, at 260, sale room's out, at £260 I'm selling it away, at £260, at 260 to buyer 707, lot 332. And I can start straight in at 480 with Easy Live at 480, 550 now, at 550 with Easy Live, at 550, 600 I'm looking for, at 550, at 550 and I'm selling it away, at £550, 550 to Easy Live, 675. Lot 333, and I start with me at 700, 750, 850 takes me out at 850 with the sale room. 900 I'm looking for at 850. At 850 I'm selling it away at £850. 850 to the sale room.
SR 1850576.
Thank you. Lot 334. Start me at £80. Start me at 80.
65.
65 at 65 at 65. To the sale room, 70 with Easy Live at 70. At 75 now. At £80 at 85. At 85 at 90. At £90 at £90 with Easy Live at 95. 95. 95 with the sale room, 100 with Easy Live. At 100, 110 I'm looking for. At 100, 110, at 110 Easy Live now. At 110. At 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110 I'm selling it away at £110. At 110 to 667. Lot 335, and I have to start with me at £300. At 320, 340. At 340, 360, 380 with me. At 380 with Easy Live 400 now. I have 420, 440 is the next bid. At 440, I have 450, so 460 now I'm out. At 460, Easy Live at 460 I'm out. 480 I'm looking for. At 460, 480 now, Easy Live at 480, 500 I'm looking for. At 500, 550 is the next bid. At 500, at 500, at £500 and selling it away at 500. At 500 to 621. Lot 336, and I start straight in at 200 with Easy Live at 200.
220.
220 with the sale room, 240 with Easy Live. At 240, 260, 280 now with Easy Live at 280. At 280, 300 I'm looking for. At 300 now with Easy Live. At 300, 320 now. At 320, 340 we're looking for. At 320 with Easy Live. At 340 now. At 340, 360 we're looking for. At 340, 360. At 340, 360. At £340 and selling away. At 340 to 621. Lot 337, and I have to start straight in at 280, at 320, at 320, at 360, I have 370. On commission 400, I'm out now. At 400, 420 is the next bid. Easy Live at 400, 420 I'm looking for. At 400, at 400, at £400 and selling it away. At £400 to 675. Lot 338 and I start at 32. At 32, at 32, looking for 5. At 35 with the sale room. It's with the sale room at 35, looking for 8 now. At 35, at 35, looking for 8. At 35, at 35, looking for 8. At 35 with the sale room selling it away at 35.
SR 1823741.
Thank you. Lot 339, and I start straight in at 120 with Easy Live. At 130 now. At 130, 140 we're looking for. We're at 140 now. At 140, 150. Oh, it's 160, 170. No, okay, they're coming thick and fast. It's at 170 now. At 170 with Easy Live. At 180 now. At 180, 190 we're looking for. At 180, 190. At 180, 190. At £180. At 190 now. At 200. At 200, 220 is the next bid. At 200. At 200. At £200 I'm selling it away. At 200 to 818. Lot 340. And I start straight in. At £50. At £50 at 55, 60 sir, 60 now, in the room at 60, looking for 5. At 65 and 70 now. At £70, £70 at £70, at 75 and 80, £80. In the room at 80, looking for 5. At £80 at £80. At £80 at £80 with you sir, selling it away. At £80, yours sir. 2, 153, thank you. You got one. Lot 341. And I start with me at £40, 42, looking for 5. At 45.
65.
55.
65.
65, well it's 70 now. Easy Live at 70, looking for 5.
Yes.
At 75, 80. 80 here, 85, 90. 90 now, in the room, just ahead of Easy Live. 95, 100, 100 now, ahead of Easy Live. It's now 110. At 110, 120, sir? No, it's 130 now, 130 against you. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 140 now, in the room at 140. At 140, 150, 160? Yeah, at 160. In the room at 160. At 160. At 170 now. Easy live at 170. No, you're out. Okay, sir, thank you. At 170. At 170. Selling it away. At £170. At 170 to 818. Up. 342. 342, and we start straight in. At 280 with Easy Live. At 280, 300 now. In the room at 300. It was ahead of the Easy Live at 320, 340, 340 now. At 340, 360 I'm looking for. 360, 380, 380. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. At 380 in the room. At 380. At 380, at 380. You've had a chance. 380 to 153. Lot 343, and I start straight in at 120 with Easy Live. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, at 130 now with Easy Live. At 130, 140 we're looking for. At 130, at 130 I'm selling it away. At 130, at 130 to 855. Lot 344. And I start straight in. At 55, at 60 now. At £60, I give a 5. At £60, I give a 5. At 65, 70 now. Head of Easy Live. In the room at 70. In the room at 70, 75, 80 now, £80 and 5, 85 in the room. At 85, at 90 and 5, sir. 95 now. At 95, big for 100, 100, 110. £110 in the room, 110. At 120, 130, 130 now. At 130, 140 we're looking for. In the room at 130. At 130, at 130 I'm selling it away. At 130 to 153. Lot 345, and we start straight in at 75, at 75, at 85, at 85, 95. At 110 now. At 110, Easy Live at 110, 120 now. At 120, 130, we're looking for at 130. At Easy Live 130. At 130, 140 is the next bid. At £130 I'm selling it away. At 130 to 818. Lot 346. And 346, start me at 100, start me at 100, at 100, at 100, at 80 then, at £80, at £80, at £80, 80 I have, looking for 5 now, at £80, looking for 5, at £80, at 85, at 85, 90 now, at £90, at 95, at 95, 100 is the next bid, feel your boots at 100, at 95, at 95, 100 I'm looking for, at 95 I'm selling it away, at 95 to 818. Lot 347, and we start straight in at 110, at 120 with Easy Live, at 120, 130 we're looking for, at 120, 130 in the room, at 130 in the room, 140 we're looking for, at 130, at 130 I'm selling it away, at 130, at 130 to 153. Lot 348. And we start straight in at £80 and at 90 now. At 100, at 120, at 140, at 140, at 140, at 160 now. At 160, 180. Two bidders bidding good and proper here at 180, at 200 now. Easy Live at 200, 220 we're looking for. At 240 now. At 240, 260 we're looking for. At 260 now with Easy Live. At 260, 280 is the next bid. At 260, at 260, at 260, at 280 now. In the room at 280, 300 we're looking for at 300. 320 now at 300. With Easy Live at 300. At £300 and selling it away at £300 to 818. Lot 349. And we start straight in at 55, 60 I'm looking for, 60 now at 65, at 65, 70 is the next bid, at £70 looking for 5, at 75, 75 looking for 80, at £80 looking for 5, at £80 looking for 5, at £80 at £80, at £80 selling it away at £80, 80 to 818, lot 350, lot 350, start me at 70, Start me at 70, at 70 pounds, at 70 pounds, at 50 then, at 50 pounds, at 50 pounds. At 50 pounds I have with Easy Line, looking for 5, at 55, 60 now, at 60 pounds, looking for 5, at 65, 70, at 70 pounds, looking for 5, at 75, looking for 80, at 75, at 75, at 75, at 75, I'm selling it away at 75 pounds, 75 to 818. Lot 351, and I have to start straight in at 170, 190, 200,
320.
320 with the sale room. Good bid there from the sale room at 320. At 320, 340 I'm looking for. At 320. At 320 you had your chance, selling it away. At 320 to the sale room.
SR 31212.
Thank you. Lot 352. Lot 352. And I have to start at 95, 100 I'm looking for. At 95, 100 I have. At 110 now. At 110, 120 now. At 130, at 140, at 140, 150 now. At 150, 160. Easy Live at 160, 170 is the next bid. At 160. At 160. At 160 pounds. At 160 and selling at 160 to 807. Lot 353, and I start straight in at 160, 170 I'm looking for now at 180 with Easy Live. At 180, 190 now. At 190, 200. At 220, at 220, 240 I'm looking for. At 220, at 220, I'm selling it away at 220. At 220 to 807. Lot 354, and I start at 95, 100, 110, at 110, 120 I'm looking for,
Yep.
at 110, 120 with the sale room at
Yep.
120, 130 with Easy Live at 130, 140 I'm looking for at 140 now, with the sale room at 140, 150 is the next bid, at 140, 150 now, Easy Live at 150, 160 I'm looking for, at 150, at 150, at 150 pound, you're out on the sale room, at 150, 2771, lot 355, and I start straight in at 80 looking for 5, at 80 pounds looking for 5, at 80 pounds looking for 5, at 80 pounds, at 80 pounds, at 80 pounds, I'm selling it away at 80 pounds, at 80 to 692. Lot 356, and we start straight in at 220, at 220, 230, 240 now, at 240, 260 I'm looking for, at 240, 260 I'm looking for, at 240, at 240, at 240 pounds, Easy Live at 240, 667, lot 357, and start me at 80 pounds, 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 at 80, 60 then, at 60 pounds, at 60 pounds, at 60 pounds, at 60 pounds, 40 pounds no less, 40 pounds I'm looking for, no less, at 40 pounds I have, 40 pounds at 2, at 42 in the room, looking for 5, at 42, at 45, at 48 sir, 48, he's back, at 48, at 48, 50 now, at 55, at 50 pounds, at 50 pounds, looking for 5, at 50 pounds, looking for 5, I'm selling it away at 50 pounds, thank you, 818, lot 358, and I start straight in at 150. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, at 150 I'm selling. No, I'm not at 160 now. In the room at 160. At 160. At 160 pounds, you're out on the net, selling at 160. In the room at 160 to 153. Lot 359. And start me at 50 pounds. At 50 pounds, at 50 pounds, at 40 then. At 40 pounds, at 40 pounds. At 40 pounds, at 40 pounds, 20 if you like. £40 I have with Easy Live. At £40, looking for 2 at 42 now. At 42, at 42, at 45. At 48, at 48, at 50 now. At £50, looking for 5. Easy Live at 50, looking for 5. At £50, at £50, I'm selling it away at £50. At 50 to 865. Lot 360, and I start at 38. At 38, looking for 40 now. At 38, at 38. At 42 now. At 42, looking for 5. At 48 now. At 48, 50 is the next bid. Now we're at 55. At 55, at 65. At 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 75 now. At 75, at 75, at 85. At 85, at 85, at 95 now. At 95, at 110. At 110 with Easy Live at 110, 130 now. At 130, 150. At 150, at 150, at 150 pounds with Easy Live. I'm selling it away at 150 to 664. Lot 361. 361. I start at £70, at 75, at 75, 80 I'm looking for, at 75, at 75, 80 I'm looking for, at 75 with Easy Live at 75, I'm selling it away at 75, 2, 6, 6, 7, lot 362, and I start at 42, looking for 5, at 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 42, Easy Live at 42, looking for 5. At 42, at 42, 45 in the room. 48 now. At 48, 50 in the room, ahead of Easy Live. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5 in the room at 50. At £50, at £50, I'm selling it away at 50 to 153. Lot 363, and starting at £30, at £30, at £30. At £30, at £30, 10 if you like. No less. £10 I'm looking for. 10 I have, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10, at £10, at £10, I'm selling it away. At £10 to 818. Lot 364. Now I start straight in at 55. Looking for 60 now.
60.
Easy Live 60 now. Easy Live at 60. At 70, Easy Live at 70, looking for 5. At £70, looking for 5. 75 in the room. 80 with Easy Live. 85 in the room. At 85, at 85. At 85, at 85, looking for 90 now.
95.
Easy Live at 90. 95.
Yeah.
95, 100. In the room at 100.
110.
110. At 110, 120 in the room. 130 with Easy Live. A battle going on. It's at 140 in the room.
No, I was out at 120.
Yeah, it's 140 in the room. That's 140 in the room.
Oh, and Easy Live on the middle. Okay, fine.
At 140, it was 130 with Easy Live. At 140, were you bidding? You were bidding. Okay, at 140 in the room. At £140, I better bring the hammer down at 140 then to
Thank you.
153.
Don't jump to mine.
365, and we start at 22, looking for 5.
For 28.
28 now. To the sell room at 28, 30 now with Easy Live at 30, looking for 2.
Yeah.
32, 35 with Easy Live.
38.
38 sell room, 40 with Easy Live. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40. At £40, at £40, I'm selling it away to Easy Live at £40 to 727. Lot 366. And I have to start straight in. At 55, at 55, 60 we're looking for. At 55, at 55, at 65 now. At 65, at 60, 75 now. At 75, 75, 80 I'm looking for. We're at 85 now. At 85, at 85. At 95, at 95. At 100. Easy Live at 100, 110 I'm looking for. We're at 110 now. Easy Live at 110, 120 I'm looking for. At 110. At 110, I'm selling it away at £110. At 110 to 818. Lot 367. And I start at 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 38, Easy Live at 38, 40 we're looking for. At 38, at 38. At 38, at 38. So I'm selling it away at £38 to 667. Lot 368, and I start me at 30, at £30, at £30, at £20 then, at £20, at £20, at £20, 10 then, no less, £10 I'm looking for, £10 I have, look at the 12 now, 12 I have, 15's the next bid, at 15 easy live, at 15, 18 is the next bid, at £15, at £15, at £15 and I'm selling at 15 to 865, lot 369, 369 and we start straight in at 35, at 35, at 35, at 35, at 35, looking for 8, 40 now, at 42, at 42, looking for 5, at 42, at 42, looking for 5, at £42, at £42 I'm selling it away, at 42 to 818, we're just going to have a changeover.
And then we'll all be in it. Thank you.
Lot 370, ready?
Yep.
At 370 now, starting at 30, at £30, at £30, at £30, at £30, at 10 then, at £10 no less, £10 I'm looking for, £10 I'm looking for, no interest at £10, 10 I have, looking for 12 now, at 10 looking for 12, at £10, at £10 I'm selling it away, at £10, 739, lot 371, and start me at £50, start me at 50, at £50, at £50, at £50, at £50, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40, at 20 then, £20 I'm looking for, £20 I'm looking for, at £20, at £20, at £20, at £20, 10 then, no less, £10 I'm looking for, no interest at 10, no interest at £10, pass the lot, lot 372, and I start straight in, at 220, 240 is the next bid, at 220, 240, at 220, 240,
240.
at 240, 260 with easy live, at 260,
280.
280 with the sell room, 300 easy live, at 300 with easy live,
320.
320, 340 with easy live, at 340, 360 I'm looking for,
Yeah, 360.
360 with the sell room, 380 with easy live, at 380 with the easy live, at 380 400 we're looking for, at 380 400, at 380, at 380 I'm selling it away, you're out on the sell room, at 380, 380 to 664. We now come to this next lot, unbelievable bid, but there we go. We start at 1,200, at 1,400 now, at 1,600, at 1,600.
I'm on 90, I'm on 2,000.
2,000 with the sell room,
22.
2,2 with the sell room, 2,4 with the sell room, at 2,400, at 2,400 with the sell room, at 2,400, at 2,400, you've had your chance, I'm selling it away, hammers down, at 2,400, thank you Kelly.
SR 1518725.
I'm just going to read that to you again, 1518725,
Yep.
thank you,
Perfect.
374, and I start straight in, at 55.
65.
65 now with the sell room, at 65, at 65, 70 we're looking for, at
Yeah.
65, 70, now
75.
75 with the sell room,
85.
85 with the sell room, at 85, at 85 with the sell room, at 85, at 85, at 85, I'm selling it away,
90.
at 90 now, no I'm not, at £90, looking for 5, at £90, looking for 5, had the chance now, hammers down at 90,
SR 1518725.
same buyer, lot 375, and start me at £50.
I've got 40.
40 I have, looking for 2 now. Sell room at 40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40, at £40 to the sell room and selling it away. At 40,
SR 1929956.
thank you. Lot 376, and I start straight in at 85.
I've got 160.
160 is the bid with the sale room. At 160, 170 I'm looking for. At 160, at 160, 170 now, in the room at 170.
180.
180 with the sale room. At 180, 190 I'm looking for. 190 in the room. In the room at 190. Who's 200? 190 in the room.
I'm on 200.
200 with the sale room. 200, 220. 210 I'll take, treat you all the same. 210 I have. 220 is the next bid. Excuse me, at 210 in the room. At £210, I'm selling at 210. And your number 249. Lot 377. And we start straight in at 70, looking for 5. At £70, 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 at £70, at £70, at £70. No interest at 70. Past that. Lot 378, and I start straight in at £40, looking for 2. At £40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40, looking for 2. At £40, at £40, I'm selling it away at 40. At 40 to 682. Lot 379, and start me at £60.
Got 50.
50 I take at £50, looking for 5. Sell room, easy life, 55 now. 60 with the sell room. That's £60, looking for 5, bless you. That's £60, looking for 5. That's £60, looking for 5. That's £60, 65, easy life. That's 65 at 65, 70 I'm looking for. That's 65.
70.
70 now with the sell room. At £70, at £70, 5 I'm looking for. At £70, at £70, I'm selling it away. At £70.
SR 1926614.
Q1926614. Lot 380, and I have to start straight in at £440. At 440, 460 I'm looking for. At 440, 460 I'm looking for. At 460 in the room. At 460 in the room. At 460. At 460 I'm selling. You've had your chance at 460. At 460 to 249. Lot 381. 381. And I can start at 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At £80, at 85, sorry. At 85, 90 I'm looking for. At 85, at 85, at 85, I'm selling it away at £85. Lot 382. Sorry, it's to CT 1604. Apologies. You're welcome. Lot 382, and I start straight in at £50. At £50, at £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, at £50, at £50, I'm selling it away. No, I'm not at 60 now. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, at £60. At £60, I'm selling it away at 65 now. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At 65, at 65, at 65, had your chance, I'm selling it away. At 65 to 693, lot 383, and I start straight in. I have a bid of 180 on commission. 190 is the next bid. It's with me at 180. I have to take the commission bid at 180, at 180, at 180. I'm selling it away at 180, 180 to CT 1604, 1604. Lot 384, and I start straight in at 32, looking for 5.
35.
At 35 with the sale room. 38 easy live. At 38 at 38, 40 is the next bid. 40 now with easy live at 42. At 42 at 42, looking for 5. At 42, looking for 5. at 42, at 42, selling to Easy Live at 42 to 517, lot 385, and we start at 220, 240, 260, 280 I'm looking for, at 260, 280 I'm looking for, at 260, 280 I'm looking for, at 260, 280 I have now, I'm out at 280, 300 is the next bid. At 280, I'm selling it away at 280, at 280, 2643, lot 386, and I start at 22, looking for 5, at 22, looking for 5, at 22, looking for 5, at 22, at 22, at 22 pounds, I'm selling it away, at 22 to 517, lot 387, and at 387, and I start at 22, looking for 5, at 22, looking for 5, at 22, at 22, I'm selling it away at 25, at 25 with Easy Line, looking for 8, at 25, looking for 8, at 25, at 25, selling it away, 25 to 721, lot 388, and we start at £20 with Easy Live, at £20, looking for 2, at 22 now, Easy Live at 22, looking for 5, at 22, at 22, I'm selling it away at £22, 22 to 830, lot 389, and I start at 18, 20 I'm looking for, at £18, 20 I have with Easy Live at 20, looking for 2, at £20, at £20, looking for 2, at £20, at £20, I'm selling it away, at £20 to 517, lot 390, and I start with Easy Live at £20, at £20 at 22 now, at 22, at 22, looking for 5, at 22, looking for 5, at 22, at 22, I'm selling it away, at 22 to 830, lot 391, I have a commission bid, but I'm taken out, I start with Easy Live at 360, at 360, 380 I'm looking for, at 360, at 300, 400 now, Easy Live at 400, 420 is the next bid, at 420 now, at 420, 440 I'm looking for, at 420, at 420 I'm selling it away, had your chance, at 420 to 869, lot 392, and I have to start straight in, at 1,500. 16 now. 17 with Easy Live at 17. 18 with the sale room at 1,800. At 1,800. 19 I'm looking for at 1,900. Now with Easy Live at 19. At 1,900. At 1,100. 2,000 in the room. At 2,000. At 2,000. At 2,000, 22 I'm looking for, at £2,000 I'm selling it away, no I'm not, at 22, no, at 2,200, at £2,200 I'm selling it away, you're all out, 2,200, 2643, lot 393, and I have to start with me at 700, at 700, my screen is locked, 393, sorry, it's at 700, at 700, at 750 I'm looking for, it's 700 with Easy Live, at 700, at 700, and 50, thank you, at 750, in the room at 750, 800 with Easy Live, at 800, 50 I'm looking for, you back at 50, I'll take 225, 825, treat you all the same, 850 is the next bid, at 825, at 850 now, at 850, at 850, no, at 850, I'm selling it away at 850, 850 to 643, Easy Live, lot 394, and I have to start on commission With Easy Live now, it's taken me out at 360, at 360, 380 I'm looking for, at 360, 380 I'm looking for, at 360, at 360, at 360 pounds, at 360 to 869, lot 395, and start me at 100, start me at 100, at 100, at 100, at 80 then, at 80 pounds, 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 at 50 then, no less. 50 pounds I'm looking for, 50 pounds I'm looking for, no interest at 50 I have with sell room. Easy Live came up as well, it's 55. At 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, 60, at 55, 60. At 55, 60 now with Easy Live at 60 looking for 5. At 60 pounds looking for 5. At 60 pounds, at 60 pounds I'm selling it away. At 60 pounds, 60 to 866. Lot 396. Start me at 100. At 100 pounds. At 100. At 100, at 100, at 50 pounds then, no less, at 50 pounds, at 50 pounds, no less, at 50 you have, Easy Live at 50, looking for 5, at 55, at 55, 60 is the next bid, at 55, at 60 now, at 65, at 65, at 65, 70, at 75, at 75, at 75, at 75, at 80 now, at 80 pounds, looking for 5, at 80 pounds, looking for 5, at 80 pounds, at 80 pounds, at 80 pounds, selling it away. At 80 pounds, at 80 to 831, lot 397, and I have to start with me on commission. I have a commission bid of 1,500 with me at 1516 is the next bid. At 1,500, at 1,500, 16 now with Easy Live, commissions are out. 17 I'm looking for, at 1,600, 17 I'm looking for, at 1,600, at 1,600 I'm selling it away, at 1,600, 16 to 869, lot 398, on my last sheet now, Gareth will take over. And I have to start straight in at 65, at 65, at 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for, at 65, at 65, at 65 pounds I'm selling it away, at 70 now, no I'm not in the room, 75 Easy Live, 80 sir against you, 80 pounds now, ahead of these Easy Live, in the room at 80 looking for 5, in the room at 80 looking for 5, at 80 pounds, at 80 pounds looking for 5, at 80 pounds in the room, I'm selling it away, had my chance, 80 pounds, 2159, lot 399, and I start straight in at 130,
140,
140 with the sell room, 150 with Easy Live,
160,
160 with the sell room, 170 Easy Live,
180,
180 now with the sell room, at 180. Looking for 190, 190 Easy Live at 190, 200, fill your boots. 200, there we go, at 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 200, 220 I'm looking for. At 220 now with Easy Live, 240 is the next bid. At 220, 240, 220, 240, at 220, 240, 240 with Easy Live, at 240, 260, 240, 260, at 240, at 240 and selling away at 240 to 866, lot 400, and I have to start, I've got a commission bid, but they're out. I start with Easy Live at 260, at 260, 280 I'm looking for, at 260, 280 I'm looking for, at 260, at 260 and selling it away, at 260 to 667, lot 401, and I have commission bids, and I have to start with me at 2,260. At 2,260, I'll take 2,400 now. At 2,400, at 2,400, 26 I'm looking for. At 2,400, at 2,400, 26 is the next bid. Is there a telephone on this? No, okay. At £2,400, I'm selling it away. At 2,400 to buy at 869. Lot 402. And I start straight in at 300. At 300, 320 I'm looking for. At 300, 320. At 300, 320. At 300, 320. At 300, at 300, I'm selling it away at £300. No, I'm not at 320 now. At 320. At 320, 340, I'm looking for. At £320, at 320. 320 to 882. Lot 403. And I have to start straight in at £100, looking for 110. At 100, 110. At 100, 110. At 100 with Easy Live at 100. At 100, at 100, I'm selling it away. At £100. 2675. That's my last lot for a little while. Gareth will take over. I need my pen.
Very good.
I think.
Okay, lot number 404, and I'm in at £180, 180, 190, 190, 200 bid, 200 bid, at £200 then, at 200, at £200 then, at 200, any left then, at 200 then, selling at 220 now, 220 bid, 220, at 220 then, at 220, any advance then at £220 then, 240 in the room now, 240 bid, in the room at 240, in the room at £240 then, at 240, any advance then, selling at 240 in the room, all done at 240. 240 is by 249. 240, lovely, thank you. Lot number 405, and I'm in at 400 and 420 now, 420.
460.
460 on the Sarah, 460 Sarah, it's only 480, well, 480 on the telephone at 480. At 480, 500 against you now. At £500 then, online at 500, at £500 then, selling online, 550 in the room now, 550 I've taken in the room, at 550, just in time, Easy Live, you coming back, at £550, in the room at 550, at 550, any advance at 600 now, 600, are you out? I'll offer you the 20 if it helps, at £600 then, online and selling at £600, £600, online to Easy Live, 877. Lot 406 now, £80 I bid at £80 then at 80, £80, £80, 85, 85, 90, 95, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 190 on the telephone at £190 at 190, at 190 then, at 190, any advance at £190, at 190, selling on the telephone at 190, at 190.
The number is CT003311.
Okay, lot number 407, 120 is bid at 120 then, looking for 130,
Yeah.
at 120 then, at
130.
130 on Sarah at 130, at 130, Sarah then at 130, at 130 then.
140.
140 now, Sarah bidding at 140, £140 then. On Sarah at 140 then, all done. And selling at £140, all done at 140. 140.
SR 1636692.
Lovely, thank you very much. Lot 408 now, £400 is bid at 400 now. At
700.
£700 is bid on Sarah at 700. At £700 then. At 700. 700. At £700 then. At 700. At £700 then. At 700 on Sarah then. At 700. Any advance then? I'm selling at £700. £700. That's the Sarah.
SR 377396.
Lovely, thank you very much, Sarah. 409 now. Radko there, start me at £100 then, please. £100 then, £80 then, £80, any interest at 80, 80, £70 then, 70, can't go low, it's got to be 70, any interest, £70 please, any interest, otherwise I'm going to pass this one, £70,
Yes.
£70 is bid, on Easy Live at £70 then, at 70, that's £70 then, all done, at £70, all done, selling, £70 is buyer 648. Lot number 410 now, and 450 bid is my start. £450 then at 450. At £450 then at 450. At 450, 460 now on Easy Live Auctions at 460. Any advance 480's bid, 480. At 480, 500 bid now, £500. At 500, at 500, at £500, at 500, at 500 then. Selling online at £500, all done at 500. £500 is buyer 869.
Bear with us a second. Hang on, we just sell that. And next time. Sorry, we're not streaming on sale room. Stop it.
Okay,
Yeah.
just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you in the room, we're just trying to get some audio and visual for serum.com.
That's why you do an Irish chick. River dance.
You are dancing, you're on there now.
You're on.
You are.
You're live.
You're live.
Is it live? Okay, ready, rough and going again. Well done team, good job there. Let's push forward. Lot 411 now, stop me at £300 then. £300 then, 300 then. 300 platinum watch there at 300, 270 I can take. 270, any interest at 270? Any interest then, I'm going to pass that one by at 270. That's unsold. Lot number 412 now, and I bid 300 online. I've got 330 here at 330 now. 330 at 330 with me at 330. Next bid is 340. 340 is bid now. Thank you. 340 online. 340 at 340. Selling then at £340. We're selling 340 is buyer 869. Lot number 413 then, £600 is bid at 600, at £600, 600, 650 now, £700 now at 700, £700 with me at 700, my bid is 750, out, 800 bid now, £800 at 800, at 800 then, at £800 then, at 800, we're selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £800, all done at 800, £800 is 869. 414 now, and I bid £160 then.
190.
190, thank you very much there, Sarah, thank you, Kelly. 190 then bid, 190 then, at 190, at £190 then, £200 in the room at 200. It's against you, Sarah, are you bidding at £200 then? I'm selling then in the room at £200. We're all done at 200. £200 is by at 249. Thank you. Lot number 415 now, and I bid £160 then, 160.
170.
170, thank you. 170 then, at 170. Any advance then at 170? At 170, at £170 on the sale room then at 170. Any advance then? I will sell at £170, all done at 170. 180, just in time at 180. At 180 then, at 180, at 180, at 180, at £180 then, all done at 180. 180 is by 882. We move on now to lot 416 now, and £160 is bid.
190.
190, thank you. 190 on the sale room at 190. Looking for 200. 200 bid in the room at £200, in the room at 200. Sale room, you are out. Are you coming back at £200 and selling in the room then at £200? All done. £200 is by 249. Thank you very much. Lot number 417. Start with £700 then, please. £700 then, please. 700. 650. 650. Any interest at 650? 600 then. Any interest at 600? I can't go lower. Any interest? I'm going to pass this lot. Any interest then at 600? That's unsold. Lot number 418.
Right.
The Amica Seamaster there. Start me at £2,000, please. £2,000, please. £2,000 then. 2,000 then. 1,800 then. Any interest at 1,800? £1,800 then. 1,800. Anything online? 1700 then, please. 1700. Any interest at all? Otherwise, I'm going to pass this by at £1,700 then. All done at 1700. It's unsold. We move on to lot 419, and I bid straight in at £300. At 300 then, at £300 then. At 300, at 340 now, 340. At 340, at £340, 380 bid, 380. At £380 then, at 380. 380 at £380 then at 380 at 380, selling at £380, online at 400 now bid. Easy Live is 400. Are they coming in, sale room? Kelly, are they coming back? No, at 400. It's very quiet from there today. It's very disappointing, but we will sell to Easy Live at 400. £400 then is 558. Lot number 420, £460 is bid at 460. 500. Thank you, Sarah. And that's more like it at 500 then. On the Sarah at £500. At 500 then. At £500. Any advance at 500? At 500. 550 now is online at 550. At 550. At 550. At £550. Would you like 600, sir? I'm happy to wait until you decide. I'll take 570 for ease. 570 and looking for 580 now. 570, looking for 580. At 570, 580 now. 580. Sure, at 580. Thank you anyway. At £580 then. All done. At £600 is bid now. £600 is bid at 600. At 600. At £600 then. Selling at 600. £600 is by at 875.
Yes, he's scoping it out. He's ready for the next time. Yeah.
Alright.
Hey, go now if you want to look.
No, I'm off. I don't
Got
get
it.
it. Scared me off.
Yeah.
No, I was doing really well there.
Yeah, well done, God.
Just beginning to
Understand.
understand it.
Okay. 421 then. £200 start me, please.
200.
200 bid, thank you. At 200 then. At 200. At £200 then. At 200 for the smartwatch there. At £200 then. At 200. Any advance at £200? I will sell at £200. Any advance then? 220 now. 220's bid at 220 then. At Easy Live Auctions at £220. Looking for 240 now, please. At 220 then. At 220. At 220. All done and selling at 220 on Easy Live Auctions at 220. 220 is by at 693. Lot number 422 now. You go, good. £1,200 is bid there. At 1,200. At £1,200 then. It's bid for 1,300. Thank you. £1,300 then. At 1,300. 1,500 now. On the Sarah at £1,500 then. It's £1,500 then. On the Sarah at £1,500. I'm looking for 1,600 now, please. At £1,500 then. At 1,500. On the Sarah I will sell at £1,500. All done at 1,500. 1,600 against the Sarah, William. At 1,600 then. I'm selling at £1,600 then. Easy Live Auctions has this at 1,600. 1,600 is 880. Lot number 423, 160's bid now, 170 with me at 170. I'm looking for 180, please. 170 with me, looking for 180. 180 in the room now, bidding in the room at 180. In the room at £180 then, at 180. In the room at 180. Any advance then? At £180 in the room at 180. All done and selling your cert at 180. 180 is by at 249. Lot number 424, various fashion watches there, Raven Fair, etc. Start me at £80 then, please. £80 then, please. 80, £50 then, please. £50, please. £40 then. Any interest at 40, please. £40 then. Any interest at 40? £40 is bid then online at £40 then at 40. At £40, two's bid now. £42 bid at 42. I will sell at 45 bid at 45. 48 bid. At 48 bid, at 48, 50 the bid, at £50, 5 bid, 55 now, 55. Any advance then at 55, 60 bid now, at £60 then, at 60, 5 bid, 65 now, 65, at 65. Any advance then, selling at 65, all done at 65. 65 is by 881. Lot number 425, 2220, 220 we're up to, at 220, looking for 240 now, at 220 pounds then, at 220 then, at 220. Any advance then, I will sell at 220 pounds, all done, at 220. 220 is by 667. Lot number 426 now. Start me at £50 then, please. £50 then, please. 50. £50 then. £30 then, please. £30 then, please. 30 a bit. In the room at £30 then, at 30. In the room at £30 then, at 30. Any advance then at £30. Back of the room then at £30. All done. I'm selling at 30. £30 is by 249. Lot 427 now. The Hamilton there. Start me at £80 then, please.
110.
110, I'm bid, thank you, at £110 then, at 110, at 110, at 110 then, at £110 then, at 110. Any advance then at 110, I'm selling then at 120 now, bid, 120, William. It's against Sarah at 120 on Easy Live then, at 120. Selling at 120, all done. Wrapping up then, running out of time at 120, 130, just in time at 130. In the room at 130. Room bid is £130 at 130. Easy Live, are you coming back? Last chance at 140 bid against you, sir. At 140, thank you anyway. At 140 I sell. 140 is by 693. Lot number 428, Hamilton, manual white there. £80, start me please at £80. £80 then. £50 then please. 50 I bid, thank you. In the room at £50 then, at £50. In the room at 50, looking for 5 please. At £50 in the room at 50. Any advance then? I will sell in the room at £50 then. All done. And selling at 50. £50 is by 249. 429 now, and I bid straight in at £75. At 75 then. Looking for 80 now, please. At 75 then. At 75 then. At £75. Any advance then at 80 is bid now. At £80 is bid. At £80 then. At 85 in the room. £85 in the room at 85. Gets you Easy Line. At 85 then I sell at 90 bid. 90 bid. 5 would you like? At £90 then. All done. And selling at £90 then. £90 is buyer 679. Lot number 430, £20 is bid then at 20, looking for 2 now, £20 bid, at £20 then, at 2, 30 the bid now, 30 the bid, at 30 bid, at 30, 2 bid, 5 bid now, £35 at 35. All on Easy Live, £40 I've got, William, it's already too late I'm afraid, at £40 then bid, at £40 bid, at £40 then, all done, at 4-0 we sell, £40 is 516. Lot number 431, and I bid on commission. It's my bid at £120. The commission bid with me. Easy Live, you are out. 130. 130 I've got on Easy Live now, Will. Pushing for that extra bid. 140 bid now. 140. At 140 bid. At 140 now. 150 bid. At 150. At £150 then. At 150. At 150 on Easy Live Auctions at 150 then. Any left then? I sell at £150 then on Easy Live Auctions at 150. 150 is by 843. Lot number 432, £12 is bid. At £12. Any advance then at 12? At £12 then. I will sell at 12 unless I get any further interest in 15. Thank you. Excuse me. At £15 then. At 15 then. On the serum at £15. I'm selling then. On serum at 15. 18 just in time. At £18. They're lucky.
20.
At 20s now. Easy Live, are you coming back? At £20 then, on the serum, all done at 20. £20.
SR 1715175.
Lovely, thank you. 433 now. And I bid £80 on commission at £80 then. At £80 then, on commission with me. 80 my bid. Commission bid with me at £80 then. At £80, looking
90.
for 5. 95 with me. 95 with me. At 95 with me. At £95. At 95. 100. 110. 120 with me. £120. The commission bid is against you, William. At £120 then. At 120. 130. Commissioner is out. Sale room is in at £130. I sell. Sale room at £130. 130.
SR 269743.
Lovely, thank you. 434. And £60 is bid then at 60. Looking for 5 now, please. At £60. 5 bid, thank you. 65. 70 against you now, Will.
75.
75. 80 against you now, Will. £80 on Easy Live. 85. 85 and you're in. At £85 at 85. 90 bid. 90 bid. At 95. 5 the bid. 5. 95. At 95. Where's that 100? Should we make
100.
100? Well done, Will. At £100, at 100. At 100, well done, Sarah. At £100, I'm selling your sir on Sarah at 100. 100 is
SR 269743.
lovely, thank you. 435. Start me at £80 then, please. £80 then, please. 80. £50 then, please. £50 then. Any interest at 50? £40 then, please. £40 then. Any interest? I can sell it at 40 if I get a bid. No, I'm going to put.
Yes.
I've got 40 online and easy live now.
2.
At 42 now. 42 then. At 42 on the Sarah. At £42 on the Sarah myself. At £42. All done at 42. 42 is by.
SR 1727268.
Lovely, thank you, Will. Thank you, Sarah. There, 436, the Cartier there. £350 is bid at £350. At 350. At 350 then. At 350. Any advance at 350. At £350 then. I will sell at 350. At £350 then. At 350. Any advance then. We sell at £350. All done. 350 is 579. Lot number 437, Gucci there, £40 is bid online at 40. And 2, 45, 48, 55. 55 I've got. At 55. 65, thank you. 65 on the Sarah. 75 now. 75 on the Sarah at 75. 80 bid. 80 the bid now at £80. Any advance at 85 the bid. 85 now. On the Sarah at £85 at 85. Looking for 90 now, please. At 85 then, Sarah bidding now. All done, wrapping up against you, easy life. 85. £85.
SR 543481.
481.
481.
Lovely, thank you. 438 now, the Amiga Museum collection there. With me at £4,000. £4,000. At £4,000 then. At £4,000. At £4,000. At £4,000. At £4,000. With me at 4,000 then. At 4,000. Any further interest then? At £4,000. At £4,000. At 4,000 then. At 4,000. Anything from the Sarah or from Easy Life? At £4,000 then. With me it will be at £4,000 then. All done at £4,000. That's unsold. Lot number 439 now, and I'm bid £560 at 560. At 560. At £560 then. At 560. I'll take 580. At 560 then. At 560. Looking for 580 now, please. At 560, 580 now is online. At 580. At 580 then. Are we all done at 580? 600 bid then. At £600 then. At 600. 620. 620. At 620. At 620. At £620 then. At 620. At 620. All done at 620. Fair warning at 620. 620. 869. Lot number £440 then, and I'm bid 220 then at 220.
380.
£380 is bid at 380. At 380 then. At 380 then. At £380 then. At 380. Any advance at 380 then. At £380 then. All done at 380. Selling then on the Sarah at £380. 380.
SR 1949758.
Lovely, thank you. 441. The watch is here, and I'm starting at £40 on commission. At £40 then, with me at 40. At £40. Looking for 2 now, please. At £40. With me on commission, it will be there. At £40. Any advance then? I sell at £40 then. All done at £40 commission. £40 is buyer number 8574. Lot number 442 now, the German U-boat wristwatch there, and I'm bid £220. 280 now is bid. 280 on the Sarah at 280. At 280. At 280 then. At 280. 300 bid then.
320.
At 320 now. 340 bid.
360.
360, 380. 380. At 380 then. At £380 then. At 380. Any advance at 380. At 380 then on Easy Live Auctions. £400 is bid now. At £400 then. At 400. Any advance then at £400 then. I'm selling at £400 then. All done at £400. £400 is buyer 693. Lot number 443 now. £100 is bid. Or 100, 110, 110 bid. 120 is bid now. 130 in the room now. At 130 in the room.
140.
140. £140 then on sale at 140, at 150 now. In the room at 150.
160.
160 bid, 160. Thank you anyway, at £160. Easy Live, are you coming back? At 160 on the sale room then. We all done? At 160, 170 bid now.
180.
180 bid. Easy Live, are you coming back? 180. At 180 now. At £180 then. All done at 180. Fair warning, at 190 now. 190. Would they like 200, will it? At £190 then. All done at 190 and selling at 190. 190 is 517. Lot number 444 now. The military manual winding watch there. Start with £1,000, please. £1,000 then, please. £800 then. 800. £800 then. Any interest at 700 then? 700. Any interest at 700? Are those going to have to pass this lot? 700. Any interest at 700? It's unsold. Lot number 445, £38 is bid, 38, 42 bid, 50 the bid now, 50 bid, 50 bid on the sale, 50 bid. At £50 then, on the sale, £50 then. At £50, Sarah bidding at 50, looking for 5. 55 is bid now, £55 on Easy Live Auctions at 55, 60 the bid, at 60 bid, at £60 then, at 60, at 65 bid, at 65 then, at 65, 70 bid now, 75 now, 75 then, at 75, at 75, at 75. Any further interest then? I'm selling them online to Easy Live at £75. £75 is 714. Lot number 446, £10 is bid then. Look at 12 bid now, 12 bid at £12 then at 12. Any advance then at 12? At £12 then. 15 bid is bid at 15 and 18 against you will now at £18 then at 18. 20 bid, thank you at 20. At 2 bid, 22 then at 25 bid against you now at 25. At £25, 28 then, 28 then, 30 bid, 30 bid, 30 bid, 32 now, 32, at 32, at 32 then, at 32, 35 bid now with Easy Life at 35, at 35, 38 then, Sarah Room now, 38, £40 now on Easy Life then, 42, 45, 45 on Easy Life now, at £45 then, 48 then on the Sarah now, £50 is bid. At £50 on Easy Live Auctions. At 50 I sell.
55.
55 just in time at 55. Easy Live, are you coming back? At 55, 60 is bid now, £60. At 60. At £60 then, at 60. Any advance then? Selling an Easy Live at 65 then, at 65. At 65. Selling at 65 then, last chance at 670. Just in time. Doing on purpose now, aren't they? £70 then on Easy Live. At, you need to go back, yeah, £70 then on Easy Live I sell. £70 is 648. Lot number 447 and £200 I bid at 200 then online. At 200 then at 200. At £200 then online at 200 then at 200. Any advance then at £200 then made a bid online at £200. Easy Live has it at 200. 200 is 825. Lot number 448. And I'm bid £900 on commission at 900 then. At 900 then. At 900. Looking for 950 please. At £900 then. At 900 on Easy Live Auctions at 900. Any advance then at 900. I will sell £1,000 is bid now. £1,000 now. At £1,000. At 1,000, at £1,000 then. I'm selling at 1,100 now. 1,100, £1,100 then. 1,100 then. Are we all done at 1,100 then? At £1,100 then. All done and selling at £1,100 then. Fair warning at 1,100. £1,100 is buyer 643. Lot number 449. And £42 is bid at 42, looking for 5 now, 45, 48, 55 bid, 55 now, 60 the bid, at 60 bid, 5 bid, 65, 70 now, thank you, 70 on the Sarah, £70 on the Sarah, 70, at £70, 5 bid, 75 now, at 75, looking for 80 now, 80's bid now, at £80 and at 80, at £80 and at 80, any advance then, at £80, all done at 85 now, 85 on Easy Live then, £85 on Easy Live. At 85 then, all done, and selling at £85 all done. £85, is buy at 831. Lot number 450 now. Start me £200 then, please. 200 then. 200, 170 I can take if it helps you. Any interest? I'm going to pass this one otherwise. That's unsold. Moving along swiftly to lot number 451, the lady's wristwatch there, and 280, £300 with me at 300, with me at 300 now, at 300 then, with me at 300, at £300, 320 is bid now, 320 bid, at 320, at 320 then, at 320, selling online on Easy Live Auctions at 320, any advance then, selling at 320, 320 is 869. Lot number 452, and I bid £100 then, at 100 then, at £100 then, at 100, any advance then at 100, at 100 then, at £100 then, for the watches, 110, 120 with me, 120, my commission bid at 120, at 120 then, 130, 140 with me, my commission bid is £140 then, at 140 then, 150, commission is out, at 150 then, all done, and selling online at £150. 150 is buyer 667. Lot number 453, you bid 190, I've got 200 here, at 200 with me at 200. Excuse me, at £200 then, at 200, 220, 240, 260 I've got now with me, at 260, at £260 then, at 260. Any advance then at 260, with me on commission at 260. I'm selling at £260. 260 is buyer 1604. Lot number 454, the manual wide, Omega there. And I bid 160 starting online at 160, at 160 then, at 160, 170 in the room now, 170 in the room, 180 against you, 190 in the room now, 200 bid, 200 bid, at 200 then, 220, 220 in the room, 220 then, at £220 then, at 220, any advance then, in the room we sell, £220 then, selling in the room at 220, 220 is buyer 249, thank you. Lot 455, the watches there, start me at £100 then please, £100 then please. 80 bid taken, 85 against you now, and 85 looking for 90 please. 90 I've got too late, at 90 online, 5 the bid, 100 bid, 100 now is bid, at 100, 110 on the Sarah now, 120 I've got here on Easy Live now, 120, you've got to be quicker Willie, pushing for that bid, 120, Easy Live, 120, at 120 then, at £120 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 120 then, at 120, any advance then, I sell at 120, 120 is buyer 667. Lot number 456 then, and I bid 190 online, 220, 240, 260, 300 bid, 340, 380, 400. I've got 400 with me. The commission bid is 400. It's my bid at 400. I need 420. 420. Commission is out at 420 online at 420 then. At 420 then. Selling online at £420. All done at 420. 420 is buyer 869. Lot number 457 now, and I bid £600 on commission at 600. At £600. 650. Thank you. Commission is out then. At 650 then. At £650 then. At 650. At 650 then. On Easy Live Auctions then. Sorry, on Serum at 650. At £650. All done. I will sell now at 650. 650.
SR 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 4.
Lovely. Thank you, William. Unusual way of saying it. We move along swiftly to lot number 458 now. Start with £50 then, please. £50, please. £50, please. 50. £20 then, please. 20. 10. Here to be sold. £10, please. No? I'm going to pass it then.
10.
10, thank you, at £10. On Serum at 10. I will sell now at £10 then, all done. I'm selling at 10. £10.
SR 1727283. No, 86, sorry. 86.
Sure. Okay, lot number 459 there. Trying to be trendy, didn't you? Everyone's seen it. Lot number 459 now, and I bid £900, 950 now, £1,000 with me. It's with me on £1,000 against you, easy lives. With me at 1,000. We're looking for 1,100, please. At £1,000, I'll take 50 if it helps. £1,000 with me at 1,000. At £1,000 then. At 1,000. Any further interest then? At £1,000 then. With me at £1,000 then. All done. At £1,000. That's unsold, that watch. Lot number 460. £22 is bid. At 22 then. At 22. At 22. Any advance then? At 22. 28. Thank you. At 28 now. 28 on 30 I've got now, £30 I've got, 32 on the Sarah now, £32, 32, 5 and 8 bid, 38, 40's bid now, £40 then, at 42 now, 42 on the Sarah, 42, at £42 then, 45 bid, 45, 48 bid, thank you, at 48, 50 the bid, 5 and 0, 5, £50 then, 55 then at 55, at £55 then at 55, all done at 55 then, on the Sarah we sell at 55. 55.
SR 1102870.
Lovely, thank you. 461. £38 is bid. 38 then. At 38, 42 bid. At 42 now. 42. At 42 then bid. At 42. Any further interest then? At 42 then. At 42 then. At £42 then. All done. And selling at 42. 42 is by 852. Lot number 462 then. And I've got competing bids here. I need to start at 130 now. £130 at 130 then. At 130. At 140, 150, 160. 160 with me at 160. Any advance then at 160, 170, 180 with me. 180 with me at 180. 180. It's against the internet. My commission bid is £180 then. At 180. Any advance then at 180, 190, 200 with me. My bid is 200. At £200 then, at 200. At £200 then, I sell 222.40 with me. Commission bid is 240 now. At 240. Any advance then? At £240 then, I'm selling 260. Commissions are out. At 260, selling on Easy Live at 260. 260 is 693. Lot number 463 now. £15 is bid. At 15 then. £18 is bid. At 18 then. At 18. At £18 then at 18. Any advance then at 18? At 18 then. £20 to the room at 20's bid then. 22 against you now, sir. 22. 25. £25 in the room at 25. 28 already against you. £30 is bid. £30 now. 2 is bid. 32 against you. Short at £32. Still below estimate, sir. At £32 then. I'm selling online to Easy Live at 32. £32 is by 830. Lot number 464, £42 is bid. At 42 then, we're looking for 5 now. At 42, 5 bid. At 45 now is bid. 45, any advance of 45 then. 48 bid. £48 at 48 then. At 48, 50 bid. 50 bid. At 50 bid. At £50 then. At 50. At £50 then. All done at 50 and selling at £50. All done at 50. £50 then is by 559. 465, the Amiga Speedmaster. I've got a telephone bid. Where is it? Oh, there he is.
£1,200.
£1,200 is bid. Straight in at 1,200 then. At £1,200 then. At 1,200. At £1,200 then. At 1,200. At 1,200. At £1,200. Gordon, are they bidding? At £1,200 then. On the Sarah at 1,200. At £1,200 then. At 1,200. Any advance then? At £1,200. Selling then on the Sarah at 12. All done at 1,200. Are they coming in? £1,200 is sold.
SR 1234544.
Lovely, thank you, William. And thank you to the underbidder on the telephone. Lot number 466 now, £260 I'm in at 260, at 260, at 260, at 260 now, £260 at 280, 280 now, 280, 300 bid on the Sarah at 300, at £300 then, at 300, Sarah bidding now at 300, at 300 then, selling on the telephone at on the Sarah then, it's Gordy put me off, at 300. £300 is sold.
SR 3773. 96.
Lovely, thank you William, lovely. Lot 467, the Amiga there. Nice watch this as well. We like this one here, don't we? £420 is bid at 420. At 420 now, £420 then at 420. Looking for 440 now, 440, 460, 480. £500 is bid now at 500. Someone knows what they're looking at £500 then. At 500 then, at £500 then. Top estimate we will sell at 500, all done at £500. £500 is buyer, 750. Lot number 468, the ladies' quartz there. Stop in £80 then please, the Amiga there for 80. £80 then please. £40 then please. Ladies' Amiga for 40 there, any interest? £40 is bid, thank you, £40 then at 42 bid, 42, 45, £45. 45, at 45 on Easy Live Auctions, 48 bid, 48, go Willie, 50 bid, 50 the bid, 5 bid, 55 bid, at 55, 60 bid now, at £60, 65, 65, 65 then on Easy Live at 65, they're coming in Willie, at 70 bid now, too late, 75, 80 the bid, we got there eventually at £80 then, 85, 85 and 85 and 85, 90 the bid, 95, let's make it 100 now, we've come so far. Together we're going to do this to 100. 95 then, all done at 95. I'm selling at 95. 95, close enough. 648 is the buyer. 469 now. Start me at £400 then please. 400 then. £400 please. I can't get low, it's got to be 400 please. 400, any interest at 400? Otherwise I'm going to pass this one. Any interest? That's unsold. Lot number 470. The watch box there, 220 is bid now, 220. At 220 then, at 220. Any advance then at 220. At 220 then, at 220. Any advance then, and selling at 220. 220 is buyer 809. 471 and £600 is bid. Moving on to the pocket watches at £600 then. At £600 then. At 600. At 600. 650 now. 650. 700. £700 now. 700. At £700 then. At 700. At 700. Any advance at 700 then. At £700 then. I'm selling online at £700. Don't all leave at once. At £700. £700. 667. Pocket watch is clearly not flavour of the month. 472. Start with £400 then please. 400. £400 then please. £400 I bid. Thank you at 400 then. At £400 then. 420's bid now. 420. At 420. At £420. 440 bid. Too late Willie. At £440. Special Willie. 460. 460 I've got on the sale room. £500 is bid now. 500. Running away Will at 550 now. Too late. You've got to be quicker Willie at 550. 600 bid now. 600. At 600. 650 bid. At 650. At 650. 700 now. 700. We're doing well, aren't we, Ali? At £700, at 750, at 750, at £750 now, 750. We all done at £750 now, all done at 750. 750 is 869. Lot 473. Pocket watches there. £110 is my start at 110 for the pocket watches. Good strong cataloguing there at 110, at 110, at 110, and any advance then at £110 then. Selling at 110 online. 110, 572. I don't know. 474, £900 is bid. Straight in at 900 now. At 900, at £900 then at 900. Any advance then at 900? I'll take the 50 please. At £900 then at 900. Any advance then at 900? I'm selling online at £900 then. All done at £900 then. Fair warning at 900. 900 is 787. Lot number 475 now. 240 is bid now. 240 bid. Nice watch. This good Art Deco watch there. At 240, 300's bid now. £300 now. 320. 320 now. Good slimline one that. For 340. 340 then. £340 then. At 340. Any advance 360's bid then. 360. £360 for the watch. At 360. At 360. Any advance then at £360. I'm selling online at £360 all done, 360. 360 is 667. Lot number 476 then. The watch and chain there. £2,000 please. £2,000 then please. 2,000 then. 1,800. Any interest in 1,800? 1,800. I can't go low. It's got to be £1,800 please. 1,800 I bid. Thank you at 1,800. At 1,800 now. At 1,800 then. At £1,800 then. At 1,800. Can we go 50s? Oh, 1,900. I'll go 50 still though. £50. I'm looking for 1,950 please. 1,950 then, thank you. At 1,950 now, looking for £2,000. 2,000 is bid. You can go once, please, for this one. And 2,100 I'm looking for. 2,100 is what I'm looking for. At £2,000 then, I will sell at £2,000. All done at £2,000. Spelling at 2,000. £2,000 is by 869. Lot number 477 now, and £100 is bid at 100 then. 100 then at 100. Any advance at 100? It's the maiden bid online at 110 now. At 110 at 110 now. At 110 at 110 then at 110. Any advance then? I sell at 110. 110 is by 818. 478, the gold watch there. Start with £300 then, please. 300 then, please. £300 please. 300 then. 300. Any interest at 300? Won't go lower. 300's got to be 300 bid at 300 then. At £300 then. At 300. Any advance then at £300 then. At 300 then. I will sell then at £300 then. All done. And selling on commission then. Oh, sorry, online at 300. 300 is 667. Lot number 479 now. £100 start me please. £100 then.
80.
80 bid, thank you. £80 is bid. Looking for 5 now. £80 then. 5 now with me at 5. 85 please. 90, thank you. At £90 then. At 90. At £90 then. At 90. Any advance then? At £90 please, Willie. At £90 then. All done at 90 then. At £90 then. I'm selling on the Sarah at 90. 90.
SR 1688438.
438.
Yeah.
Lovely, thank you. 480 now, and £40 is bid at £40 then. Any advance at £40 then, at £40 on Easy Live Auctions at 40, at £40 then, at 40, at £40. Selling then, made a bid online at 40. £40 is by 830. Lot number 481, the rotary there, £22 is bid, at 22 then, at 22, any advance at 22, at 25 now bid, 25, at 25, any advance, 8 bid, £28 then is bid, at 28 then, at 28, selling, at 28, all done at 28, £28 is 830. Lot number 482, start me at £70 then please, £70 then please. £70 then please. £50 then please. Any interest in 50? £50 is bid, thank you at 50. At £50 then at 50. At £50. Any advance then at 50? I will sell at £50 then. 55 bid. At 55 then a bid. At 55, 60 the bid. £60 now at £60 then. At 60. Any advance and selling at 65 then. 65 bid. At 65, let's make it 70. 70 bid, thank you at £70 then. At 70. 75 bid. 75 then. All done at 75 then. And selling at 75. 75 is 886. Lot number 483 now, £65 is bid at 65 then for the plated watch there, at 65 then, at 65, any advance then at 65, all done at 65, 70's bid now, at 70 bid, at 70 now, at 70, all done at £70. £70 is 625. Lot number 484, start with £70 then please, 70, £40 then please, £40 then please, £40 is bid, thank you, £40 then, 42, 5 bid, 45, at 45, 48, 50 the bid now, £50 is bid, at £50 then, 55 bid, at 55 then, at 55 bid, at 55, any advance then at 55, all done, still below estimate, at 55 we sell, at 55, 55 is by 818. Lot number 485, £140 is bid at 140 then, at 140, at £140 then, at 140, at 140 then, all done at 140 pounds then. Selling at 140. 140 is by 554. We move on to a new sheet, 486 now, and start me at £38 is bid, 38 then. At £38, bid at 38. Any advance then at 38 then. Selling at £38, 42 bid, 42 then, at 42, 5, 50 the bid, 50 bid, 50 bid, at 50 bid, at £50 then, at 50, at £50 then, at 50, all done at £50 then, and selling at 55, about 55 bid, 55, all done at 55 then, and selling at 55, 55 is 886, lot number 487, £65 is bid, 65 then bid, at 65 then, any advance at 65, 5 pocket watches there for £65, 65 then, all done at £65, fair warning at 65, 65 is 830, lot number 488, now tell me £200 then please, 200, 180,
160.
160 bid, thank you, 160. It's a start at 160 then, at 160 then, at 160, at 170 in the room now, 170 in the room at 170, at 170, it's in the room at 170. I'm looking at 180, 180 now, on Serum now, 180, at 180 then, 190 in the room at 190, at 190, at 190 then, at £200 then. Thank you, 200 then. On the Serum we sell at £200 then, all done and selling at 200, 200.
Sorry,
That was
someone
after.
came in after, so I'm just going to go back.
Yeah, I take James' bid. They had plenty of time, I'm afraid. £200 is, what's the number?
SR 124 1435.
1435.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lot 489. The watch there. Pocket watch and chain, and we're up to £1,300 already. At £1,300 then. At 1,300 then. At £1,300 then. At 1,300. Looking for 1,400, please. At £1,300 then. At 1,300 then. At 1,300. Any advance then at 1,300 then. At 1,300 then. At 1,300 then. 1,350 with me. 1,350 with me. At 1,350. I'm looking for 1,400 now. Sorry, other way. That's it. At 1,350. Looking for 1,400, please. 1,400 is bid now. Thank you. 1,400 then. At £1,400 then. At £1,400 then. I'm selling online. At £1,400 then. All done at 1,400. £1,400 is 667. Lot 490 now. Start me at £100 then, please. £100 then, please. £50 then, please. 50 on bid. Then in the room at 50. Good collection this. At 55 bid. 55. 60 in the room now. 60's bid in the room at £60. In the room at 65 bid. 70 in the room now at 70. 75. 80. 80 in the room now at £80. 85. £85 then online at 85, then selling online at £85, sorry, 90, just in time at 90, at £90 on Serum at 90, at £90 then all done at 90, fair warning and selling at £90, £90,
SR 511741.
lovely, thank you, 491, the fusee movement watch there, 120 is bid now, at 120, 130 with me, 130 now, I'm looking for 140 please. At 130 with me, at £130, 140 bid, at 140 now, at £140 then, at 140, online at 140, any advance then, at £140 I will sell at £140 on Easy Live Auctions at 140, all done, 150, just in time at 150, at 150 now, at 150, at 150, any further interest then, all done, and selling at 150, 150, is 642. Lot number 492 now, £400 I've got here with me at 400, it's on commission at 400, with me at 400, I'll take 20 now, at £400 then, at 400, on commission at 400. Any further interest then, at £400 then, all done, 400, £400 is by 1673. Lot number 493 now, the fob there, start me at £300 please. 300, I can't go lower, it's got to be 300 please. 300 then. Any interest at 300? Any interest at £300 then? No, I'm going to have to pass that lot. It's unsold. Lot number 494, and I'm bid here on commission with me at 1200. It's my commission bid, it's against Easy Live. At £1,200 then, at 1200. Could you go in 50s for this one, please? £1,200, please, at 1200. At £1,200 then, I'll take 50. I'll take 1250 if it helps. At £1,200 then, at 1200 then, at 1200 then. All done then, at £1,200 then. Fair warning at 1200. £1,200 is by at 909. Lot number 495 now. And 550 is bid then. 550, 600 bid now. 600, 650, thank you. 650, 700 bid. At 700, 750, 750, £800 now. At 800, at 850 now. At 850, £900 now is bid. 900. At £900 then. At 900 then. At 900. Are we all done at 900 then? £900 then. I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at £900. 900 is 667. We move on now to lot 496, and I bid £900 then on commission, online at 900, at £900 then, at 900 on Easy Live Auctions at £900, at 900, selling then, it's a made a bid online at 950 now, 950, at 950, at £950 then, at 950, all done at 950 then, selling online at 950, 950 is 779. Lot number 497, £800 is bid then, at 800, at 800 then, at £800 then, at 800. Any further interest then? Top end of the estimate then, at 800 we sell, all done and selling at £800. 800 is 667. Lot number 498, and 280 is bid online, at 280, at 280 then, at 280, at £280 then, at 280. At 280 then, all done selling then on Easy Live Auctions then, at 280. 280 is bid by 675. Lot number 499, the Albert chain there, 420 is bid, 440 I have, 460 online, at £460 then online at 460, at 460, looking for 480 please, at 460 then, on Easy Live Auctions at £460 we sell, 460 is 767. Lot number 500, 750 bid, 750. Commission's already out at 750 online at £750. Easy Live Auctions has this one at £750. All done. Selling online at 750. 750 is by 593. Lot number 501 at 1100 now is bid. I've got 1200 bid against you and 1300 now with me at 1300 on commission at 1300 at 1400 bid at 1400 bid online at 1400 at £1,400. Commission is out. You're in on Easy Live at £1,400 then at £1,400 then. We're done selling at 1400. 1400 is 593. Lot number 502 now, and £1,100 straight in online, 1100. Commission to left so early, £1,100 and 1100 at £1,100 then. Any further advance at 1100 then. All done at 1100. Selling online at 1100. 1100 is 593. Lot number 503 now. And I bid 110, 120, 130, 150 with me. My commission bid is 150. It's against you, Easy Live. My bid is 160, 170 now, 170, £170 then at 170 on Easy Live Auctions at 180 bid, 180 now, 180, £180 then at 180, at 180 then. All done at £180 then for the fobs at 180 and selling at 180. 180 is by 601. Lot number 504, the Albert chain there, 650's bid at 650. 700 bid now, 700 at £700 then. Online at 700. Commission is out at £700 then. Selling online at £700. All done and selling at 700. £700 is by 675. Change of voice now for a short period of time. We're just going to take the next 100 lots.
Thank you, Gareth. Right, lot 505, start me off please at £100, bidding in, straight in at 320, wiping out commissions at 340 now, at 340, at 340, looking 360, do we see 360? At 340, 360 now on Easy Live at 380, at £380, at 380, at 380, are we all done at 380? Wrapping things up at £380, fair warning, but it's sold 380. 6, 6, 7. How your eardrums after that? All right, lot 506, bidding straight in at £140 on easy live at 140. Do we see 150? Any advance from 140? 150 now, 150. At 150, are we taking 150 on easy live? So are we coming back in at 160? At £150 now on easy live at 150. Run out of steam at £150. 150 to buy at 621. Excellent stuff. Lot 507 bidding straight in for this penknife at £130 at 130. At 130. At 130. Do we see 140? Do we see 140? 140 with you, sir. At 140. Taking your bid in the room at 140. Any advance at 100, 150 with the sir. 160 with you, sir. I've got your bid at 160. 170 against you, sir. 180 with you. Your bid at 180. 190 now. 200 with you, sir. At £200. At 240, like, shake that at 240, at £220 on this serum at £220, wheel done at 220, fair warning. That's sold to our serum bid at £220, which is SR 119
0310.
0310. Thank you very much, James. Lot 508, interest on my commission book here has been wiped out by our easy live bid of £420 at 420, at 420, any advance at 420, at £420 on easy live, we all done, maiden bidder at £420, sold 420 to buy at 500. Lot 209, interest on my book starting off at, no I don't, no sorry, starting off at £50, sorry, my apologies, £50, do we see 50?
Yes,
£50, bid taken on the serum at 50, 55, 60 now, at 60 online at 60, do we see 65? Any interest at 65, 65 online, looking for 70, 70 we have at £70 now, at 70, any advance at 70, so with you, bidding, room bid at 70, room bid taken, 80 against you sir, 85 you like, 85 you have, at your bid sir, at £85, room bid at 85, room bid at 85, 90 against you sir, 95 with you now, in the room at 95, room bid at 95, room bid at 95,
100.
at £100 to the seller, and 110 would you like, sir? 110 you have. At 110 in the room. At 110 in the room, please. At £110 in the room. 120 on easy life. Got to be quicker than that, sir. At 120. 130 with you, sir. 130 in the room. Room bid at 130. Room bid at 130.
140.
A room bid at 130. 140 now with you, sir.
Where are we? 140.
140 on the seller.
Yeah.
150 now on easy life. 160 with you, sir. At 160 in the room.
170.
At 170 now on easy life, okay? At 170, 180 now on easy life. Shake of the head at 190, at 180,
190.
190 now. 190, 200 now. At £200, at £200, at 200. Are we all done? At £200. Run out of steam at £200. Are we all done at 200? Fair warning. Sold £200. Claire there just shaking up over keeping us on our toes. Alright, lot 509, 510, sorry, at 510, bidding, interest on my commission takes me to 440, but we need 550. Do we see 550? We need 550. Do we see 550 anyway? 550 we have, at 550 online, looking for 600. Looking for 600. Do we see 600? 600 is the next bid. At £550. Are we all done at 550? Fair warning at 550. They're sold. £550 to buy at 845. Thank you. Lot 511. We have a telephone bid. Telephone bid. You're there, sir. Looking for £130. 130 bid on the telephone at 130. At 130 with our telephone bid. Any advance at 130. 140 with you, sir. 150 on telephone. Shake head at 160 with our telephone bidder at £150.
60.
160 on the sale room. Coming in at 170 with our telephone bidder at £170 now. Any advance at 170. At £170, wrapping up at 170. Fair warning. That is sold £170 to our telephone bidder 545. Telephone bid at 545. Apparently. There we are. Right, lot 512. Lot 512. Sorry, someone just popped on my screen. Bidding straight in at £60, but I have interest on my commission, taking me to 70. 70 on me with me on commission. At £70 with me on commission. At £70 with me. 80 with me now. At £80 with me on commission. 90 with me on commission. £100 with me on commission. 120 with me on commission. 140 with me on commission. 150, my commission bids out at 150. Easy Life goes through at 150. At £150, are we all done at 150? I think we are at £150. Fair warning. That is sold. 100. Was that just before the hammer?
Oh, I don't know.
Before or after?
Well, I said yes. I should put a hammer down.
We'll take that bid. We'll take that bid. Please open it up at 160 with our seller and bidder. Easy Life, I'm sorry we have to take that. It was before the hammer. At £160 on the sale room. Easy Life, you can come back in at 170. At 160 on the seller room. At 160. At 160. Are we all done at 160? Fair warning at £160. Sold. 160 to the seller room bidder.
154 2796.
2796. Okay, thank you very much. Lot number 113, bidding straight in. £45, 48 with me. 55 with me at £55, with me at 55, with me at £55, with me at 55 on commission at £55, looking for the 60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60 at £55? We all done at 55 on commission with me at £55, selling it away at 55. Sold £55 to buyer CT 1604. CT 1604. Excellent. Lot number 114, bidding straight in at 42, looking for 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? At 42, at 42, at £42. Are we all done at £42? I think we are. At £42, the maiden bid has it. Fair warning. Sold £42 to buyer. Who's the buyer?
What you want? Just click back on there.
Oh, yeah, sorry. 700.
700.
700. Super.
No, it's
Oh,
42.
42, yeah.
657.
657. Thank you, Claire. All right then. Lot number 115. Bidding in at £1,000, 1,100 with me, looking for 1,200. Do we see 1,200? Do we see 1,200? Do we see £1,200 anywhere? Looking for 1,200.
Yes.
1,200 on the seller room at £1,200 now. At 1,200, looking for 13. Do we see 13? Do we see 13? Do we see 1,300 anywhere? 1,250 if it helps. £1,250 if it helps. Let's see what happens at 1,250. Do we see 1,250? Do we see 1,250? At £1,200, if you're all done at 1,200, fair warning. Sold £1,200 to buyer.
143 980.
980. Thank you very much. Lot number 116. Start me off bidding straight in at £65. Looking for the 70. Do we see 70? Yeah, 75 now. It's 75. At 75. That's 85 now. 85's a bid. At 85. 95 now. At 95. £100. Do we see 110? We have 100. Looking for 110. 110 with you, sir. 110. I saw you looking at it yesterday. Beautiful thing. At £110 in the room at 110. 120 with Sarah against you, sir. At 120. 130 with you now, sir. At 130 with the room bidder. At 130. Are we all done at 130? Fair warning. That's yours, sir. Buy at 232. Thank you very much. 130. Lot number 517. Bidding straight in at £60. At 60. We have 60. We have 60. Are we all done at 60? 65 now. At £65. At £65. 70 now. 70's a bid. 75 with you, sir. 75 in the room at 75. At £75. At 75. 85 against you. 90 we'd like. 90 you have. Your bid at 90, sir. Your bid at 90. 90. 95 against you. Shaking the head at 100. At £95 now. Online at 95. Are we all done? On Easy Live at 95. Fair warning. Yes. Before the hammer, reopen that please. Gotta be quicker than that, seller room. Come on now. At £100 on the seller room, at £100, Easy Life 110. Seller room, are you coming in again? At £110 on Easy Life, are we all done at 110? Fair warning. That is sold to the Easy Life at £110 by 785. Thank you. Lot number 518. Bidding straight in at £10. Look for 12. Do you see £12 there? 32. That's the way to do it, Jimbo. At £32. Looking for the 5. Do you see £5 anywhere? At 32. At 32. At 32. Are you all done? At £32. Rounding it up at £32. Fair warning. It's sold to the Sarah bid at £32, and his number is SR
151
151
1343.
1343. Thank you very much. All right, lot number 519 here. Start me off at £50. At 50, look at 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? We had a bit of interest in this before. Do we see 50? 45 then, as low as I can go at 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? Fantastic thing at £45, or a gift at £45. 45 we have, bid taken at 45 online at 45. Do we see £48 anywhere? At £45 on Easy Life, selling it away at £45. It's sold £45 to buyer 742. Lovely jubbly. All right, lot 520. Interest on my book, starting us off at £125. 130 is the next bid, sir. Would you like to have a bid? Yes, you would. At 130 with you, sir. Commission's out at 130, 150, 160 would you like? 160 we have. 170 would you like, sir? Shake the head at 170. Our internet bids through at £160. Are we all done at 160? Run out of steam at 160. I think we have. Fair warning. It's sold £160 to buyer 758. Lot number 521. Start me off at £120 for the collection of Vesta cases. £120. Do we see 120? Do we see 120? A good collection here for 120. 130 now, at 130, at 140, 150, at 150 now, at 150, 160, 170, at 190, 190, we have 190, 200 now, 220 is next bid, 220 we have, 220 bid taken at 220, at 220, on Easy Life, at £220, are we all done at 220? Fair warning. Sold to £220 to buy 742. Fantastic. All right. £120. Looking for 120. Lot 522. 120. Do we see 120? Looking for 120. Do we see 120? At 120. We need 120. Do we see 120? Fair warning then. If you can't get any action on this at £120, remain with us. That lot is passed. Lot 523. Start me off at £100, bidding straight in at £100 on commission with me at 100, at 100, at 100. Are we all done at 100? Does the commission bid have it? The main bid at £100. Are we all done at 100? Fair warning. Sold £100 to CT1604. Lot 524. Bidding straight in at £25 with me on commission. 25 with me. 30 with me on commission. At 30 with me on commission with me at 30.
32.
35 with me on commission. At £35 with me on commission. 40 with me on commission. At £40 with me on commission. Any further interest?
42.
42, 45, 48 with me. Shake head for 50. We need 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? 48 with me on commission. Looking for 50. Fair warning then. Oh. Sold to our commission bidder at £48. Sold £48 to CT1604. All right. Lot 525, bidding straight in at £80, looking for 85. 85 with you, sir, at the back of the room. 90 against you, sir. 95 would you like? 95 you have. Your bid at 95, sir. 100 against you. 110 would you like? 110 you have. Your bid at 110. Taking the room at 110. 110 you have, sir. Your bid at £110. We all done at 110. Fair warning at 110. Sold to you, sir. Buyer 159. £110, thank you. Lot 526, bidding straight in at £200. At 200, this fantastic silver gilt Chinese cigarette case here at £200. At 200, do we see 220? Do we see any advance? At £200, 220 on the serum. At 220 on the serum at 220. At 220. At 220. We all done. Ran out of steam at 220. Fair warning. Sold £220 to SR
143980.
Thank you, James. Lot 527. 140. Bids straight in at 150, 160, 180, and 180 now. At 180. Do we see 190? we see 190? 190 we have now. 190, bid taken, 200 now. At £200, at 200, at 200, do we see 220? Any interest in the room or online? Any advance at £200? Are we all done at 200? Fair warning then, at £200. Sold, £200 to buyer 637. Lot 528, bidding straight in at 80, 85, 90 with me, 90 with me, at £90 with me, looking for 95. Do we see £95 anywhere? 95 in the room at 95, bid taken in the room at 95, 100 against you, sir, 110 would like 110 you have, your bid taken, sir, at 110, room bid at 110, that's a room bid of £110, any advance at 110, this is yours, sir, for £110, I think it is, fair warning, that's yours, sir, 232, £110. Lot 529, start me off looking for, we've got 220, 240, looking for 260, 240 with me, looking for 260, 240 with me, looking for 260, 260 with you, sir, 260 in the room, with you, sir, at 260, with you at 260, looking for 280, any advance of 260, with our room bidder at £260, we're all done at 260, I think we are, fair warning, it's also goodbye at £260, by 232, same bar as last, lot 530, starting off at £180, 180, need 180, do we see 180, do we see 180, 180, £180 anywhere, looking for 180, fair warning, can't do so, has to be 180,
Yes.
180 on the sale room at 180, bid taken on the sale room at 180, at 180, any advance at £180, fair warning then at 180 with our sale room bidder, sale room bidder.
3522.
180 SR 3
522.
a short one there. Lot 531. Start me off at £170. We need 170. 160 with me, looking for 170. 160 with me, looking for 170. Do we see 170? Do we see 170? 1775 Dublin hallmarked ladle here. Do we see 170? Looking for 170. Fair warning, if we can get no interest on this, remain with us at 170 now, at 170, at 170, at 170, looking for 180. Do we see 180? Any advance of 170? Fair warning then at £170. Sold 170 to buy at 621. Lot 532. Start me off at 180. Do we see 180? 170 with me, looking for 180. Do we see 180? Do we see 180? Do we see 180? 170 with me, looking for 180. 180 with you, sir, in the room at 180. Your bid, sir, taken at £180. Looking for 190. Do we see 190? Any advance? £180. Fair warning with you, sir, 180. Sold to buyer 232 for £180. Lot 533. Start me off at 120, 160. Well, at 160, looking for 170. Do we see 170? At £160. 170 now. At 170. At 170 on Easy Life. Looking for 180. Any advance at 170? 180 with you, sir. Room bid at 180, looking for 190. At £180. Fair warning, your bid, sir, at 180. Sold, same bar as last, 232 for £180. Beautiful cigar case there. Lot 534, start me off at £160, looking for 160. Do we see 160 for this? Do we see 160? Silver flatware here for £160. If you can get no interest, remain with us at £160. Fair warning, 160 with you, sir. Your bid has it at 160. Selling away at £160. 160 to buyer 153. Thank you. Lot 535. Start me off at bidding straight in. Actually takes me to £130. 130 on commission with me at 130. On commission 140, 150. 155 with me, £155 with me. It's a strange bid, but it's with me at 155. Is that 160?
Yeah.
160 on the sale room, 170 on Easy Life. Against you, sir, I'm at 170, looking for 180. Do we see 180? Advance of 180. At £170, we all done at £170 on Easy Life at 170. Fair warning. Sold £170 to buy at 758. Lot 536. We have interest on commission starting off at £30, at £30 on commission, at 30, at 30, 32, 35 with me, at 35 with me, 40 with me, at 40 with me, at 45 with me, at 50 with me, 55 with me, sorry, at 55 with me as well, at 55, 60, commission bids out at 60, commission bids out at £60. Are we all done? On Easy Life at £60, I think we are, at £60, fair warning, it's sold, £60 to buy at 621. Thank you very much. Lot number 537. Interest on commission starting us off at £220 at 220 at 220 on commission at 220 at £220 on commission. Are we all done at 220? I think we are at 220. Selling away at 240 in the room. 240 bid taken in the room at 240. Sarah, I'm going to be quicker than that at 240. 260, commission bids out at 260, 280, shaking head at 280, at 260 on the serum, bid taken, serum bidding at £260, we all done at 260, fair warning, sold £260,
154 2796.
159427996, awesome, 538, interest on commission books have been wiped out by our Easy Life bid of 240, looking for 260. Do we see 260? Do we see 260? 260 with you, sir. Room bidding at 260. Do we see 280? Any advance at 260? Your bid, sir, at £260. We all done at 260. I think we are at 260. Buyer 232, 260. Thank you very much, sir. Lot 539, bidding straight in at 260, 300, 320 at 320, looking for 340. Do we see 340? Do we see 340 at 320? Any advance at 320? Your bid, sir, at 340. 340 with you, sir. 360 against you. 380 with you now, sir. In the room at 380, 400 against you. 420 with you now. At 420 with you. At 420 with you. 440 against you now. 460 with you, sir. At 460 in the room. 480, 500 like, 500 you have. Your bid, sir, at 500. 550, 600 like, shake of head at £600. The Easy Life bidder goes through at £550. We all done at 550. I think we are. Fair warning. There we go. 550. Buy at 7, 4, 2. Fantastic. Lot 540. Start me off. Bidding straight in at 65. 75 on with me. 85. Wiped out. Commission's gone. £85. For the cigarette box at 85, looking for the 90, 90 with you, sir, in the room at 90, 95 against you, 100 would like, 100 you have, 110 now, at 110, 120, 120 with you now, sir, 130, where's 130 come from?
Yeah.
Do you have 130 bid? Was that your bid, sir, at 120? Your bid, sir, at 120, room bid at 120. Room bid taken at £120. That's your bid, sir, at 120. Looking for 130. Are we all wrapped up at £120? Fair warning, sir. This is yours at 120. Sold 232. £120. Lot 541. Interest on commission, starting us off at £80. £80 with me on commission at £80. At 80. At £80. At £80. 85 in the room, 85 bid taken in the room, room bid 90 against you, 95 with me, at 95 with me, 100 in the room, 110 with me, 120 with, 115 with me, sorry, 120 with you like, sir. Shake head at 120, 115, at 115.
15.
115, strange bid, I know, but it's on commission at £115. 120, commission bids out at £120, at 120, at £120. On Easy Life at 120, we're all done at 120, fair warning. Sold £120 to buyer 621. Thank you very much. Lot 543. Start me off at £120, bidding straight in at 120. At 120. At 120. 130 is the next bid. Do we see any advance at £120? 130. Yes, we do. At 130. At 130. At 130. At 130. We all done at £130. Wrapping it up at 130. Fair warning. Sold £130 to buyer 758. Lot 544, bidding straight at 90, £100 with me on commission. At £100 with me on commission. 140 with me on commission. 150, commission's out at 170 now. At 170, at 170, at 170. Looking for 180. 180 with you, sir. At 180, at 180. In the room, at 180. 190, 200 against you, sir. 220 would you like? Shake of the head at 220. At 200, on Easy Live at 200. At £200, we all done at 200. Fair warning. Sold £200 to buyer 663. Lot 545. That's not confusing. Start me off, £40 for this, £40, £40, £40. Very small person. Might fit you that. And £40, 20 then, 10 then, let's try it at 10, at £10, at £10 anyway. Do we see 10? Do we see 10? Do we see 10? Any advance of 10? 10 bid, 10, look for 12. Do we see £12 anyway? At 10, at 10. Do we see 12? Any advance of £10? 12 now, at 12. 12's a bid, at £12. Looking for 15. Do we see 15? Yes, we do. 15 online now. Looking for the 18. Do we see £18 anywhere? Looking for the 18. Any advance? At £15, we're selling away at £15. Fair warning. Sold £15 to buyer 818. That sheet's done. Thank you. Lot 546, bidding straight in, 55, 60, at 65, at 65 now, at 65, 70, 75, 80, 80, we're letting it run, 90 now, 95, 100, 110, at 110, 120 now, at 120, so do you want to come in at 140 now, it's 130, 140 now, too late, at 140, 150 would you like? 150 with you sir, your bid at 150, in the room, 160 against you, shaking head at 170, 160, on easy live 160, any advance of £160, we'll be running out of steam at £160. Sold 160 to buyer 758. Having a little card clerk and call for that.
Just going to swap.
Swapping clerks, fantastic. Change of teams. Lot 547, the Tiffany & Co. silver teaspoon, tea caddy spoon. Start me off at £60. Do we see 60 for this? Tiffany & Co. £60. It's a gift at 60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60? Looking for 60. Do we see 60? £30 then. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? 30 on the serum. 30 is the bid. On the serum bidding at 30. Looking for 32. 35 now. At 35. At 35. At 35. Do we see 38? Any advance? 38 now. At £38. At 38. 40. 40 on the serum. Serum bidding at 40.
No, 38.
No, we already had 38. 45 now, at 45, at 45, keep up Kelly, at £45, at £45, do we see 48? 48, bid taken, Sarah bidding, you got in at £48, do we see the 50 now? 50, yes we have, 50 on Easy Life, got to be quicker than that, at £50, at 50, at 50, 55, thank you, at £55 on the serum at 55, and the advance at 60, yes we have, at £60, bid taken, £60 there, at 60, back over again, at 60, 65 now, 65 on the serum. Any advance at 65, are we all done? Run out of steam at £65 with the serum. Fair warning. Sold. £65 to SR.
326588.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Lot 548. Start me off at £80. At 80, no, at 60, 60, bid taken. On Easy Life at 60, 65 in the room at 65, bid taken in the room, 70 against you sir, 75 we'd like, 75 you have, your bid at 75, room bidding at £75, at 75, at 75, are we all done? At £75 sir, your bid at 70, 80 against you, 85 we'd like, 85 you have, at 85 sir, at 85, with you at 85, in the room, at £85, fair warning, sold to you sir by 159 for £85. Similar story, another vinaigrette here, 549, bidding straight in at 65, 70 you like sir, 70 you have, 85 now, it's 85, 90, shake that at 90, 90 we have online, at £90 online, at £90 online, at 90, at 90, at 90, we all done, at £90, sold £90 to our Easy Life bidder 814. Lot 550, lot 550, bidding straight in at £90. 5 you like sir, 5 you have, 100, 120 now, at 120. Shake the head at 130, 120 online at £120. Are we all done at 120? Top estimate 120. Sold for £120 to buyer 561. Thank you very much. Lot 551, starting me off straight in at 120. It's a lovely thing at 120, isn't it sir? It's a great thing. 130, 140 you like sir. 140 with you, 140 in the room, at 140 in the room, looking for 150, and you advance at 140. Your bid has it, sir. You're through at £140. Sold to buyer 232 for 140. A good buy. Lot 552, starting me off straight in at £85, looking for five at the back of the room. 70 with you, sir. At £70 with you. At 70.
65.
You can
You're on
65,
70.
right?
No, we're already on 70. 70 in the back of the room.
You said 85.
Oh, sorry. I'm running away with myself here. I'm running away with myself. At 75 now, sir. 80 like 80 you have. Your bid at 80. Your bid at 80, sir. 85 against you. 90 you like. 90 you have. 95 against you. 100. 100 in the room. At £100 in the room. Room bid at £100. Are we all done? At 110 against you, sir. Are you sure? Okay. 115 will do. And we'll treat them all the same. 120 is the next bid. At 115 in the room, 120 is the next bid. Do we see 120? Fair warning then, at £115, the gavel's going down at £115. That's yours, sir. 115 to buy at 159. Thank you. 115. Lot 553, bidding takes me straight in at £60, looking for 65. Do we see 65? 65 with you,
Yes.
70 with me, 75, 80 with me, 85, 90 with me, 95, commission bids out, you're through at £95, in the room at 95, looking for the round 100. Do we see 100? Any advance of 100 with our room bidder at 95? Fair warning, that's yours, sir, for £95. To buy at 232. Lot 554, bidding straight in at £150 with me on commission at 150. With me on commission at 150. 170 with me. 170 with me. 190, 200 with me. With me at 200. With me at 200. With me at 200 on commission. 220. Commission bids out at 220. At 220, you're through at 220. Our easy life bid is through at £220. Fair warning. Sold 220 to buyer 670. Lot 555 bidding takes us straight in at £100, looking for 110. Any advance at 110? 110 with you, sir. 110 with you. 120 with me. 130 with you. 140, 150 with me. Shake of the head at 160 on commission at £150. 160 on the sale room at 160. Commission bids out at 160. Sale room bidding goes through at £160. Fair warning. Sold £160 to SR.
154.
154
27.
27
96.
96. Thank you, Kelly. Another sheet done. All right, lot 556 bidding takes us straight in to wipes out my commission bid actually at £240 on Easy Life at 240, at 240, at 240, at 240. Are we all done at 240? Maiden bid has it. How we don't get away with it at £240, selling away at 240. Sold to buyer 670. Is that okay?
Yeah, let's crack on. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Let's have a chat.
Lot 557, start me off, bidding straight in for the Tiffany & Co. Compass here at £65, at 65. That's the way to do it, Kelly, at £140 on the serum at 140. Any advance at 140, any advance at 140, any advance at 140. Fair warning at 140. Sold £140 to SR.
185.
185.
6793.
6793. Super. All right then. Lot 558. Bidding straight in on commission at £500. At 500. Looking for 550. Do we see 550? Do we see 550? Do we see 550 at £500 with my commission bidder selling away at £500?
Oh, literally 550.
550 at 550. I heard the before the hammer went down at £550. Is this a telephone bid? Sorry about that, ladies and gents. At £550, 600 with me, with me at 600, with me at 600, on commission at 600, looking for 650, 650, 700 with me, at 700 with me,
750.
800, 850 with me, at 850 with me,
900.
900, commission bids out at £900, Sarah's through at 900, at £900, are we all done at £900, fair warning, sold £900 to SR.
154 2796.
Thank you very much. Lot 559. Bidding can take us straight in to £300 with me on commission. at £300. £300. 320. Commissions out at 320. Easy Lives through at £320. Any advance at 320. Any advance at £320. We all done at 320. Fair warning.
340.
Or 340 at 340. At 340. 340 at bid taken on Easy Life, sorry, of £340. Fair warning then at £340.
SR 1542796.
Super. Lot 560. Bidding can take us straight in at £120 at 120. At 120. 140 with you. Oh, sorry, 130 with you, sir. 140 with me. 150. 160 with me. Shake of the head at 170. £160 with me on commission. Looking for 170. Do we see 170? Do we see 170 at £160? Fair warning, selling it away at £160. Sold 160 to our commission bidder CT1604. Thank you. Lot 561. Telephone bid. Yes, we're away to go. Start me off at £150. 150's bid on telephone at 150. Looking for 160. Any advance at 150. At 150. At 150. At 150. Are we all done? Maiden bid has it at £150. I think they do. The telephone bidder goes through at £150. So. 545. C545. Thank you very much. The doggy. All right. Lot 562. Start me off at £120. At 120. Looking for 120. Do we see 120? It's a good dog at 120. A retriever dog at £120. If you can get no interest or bids on this at 120, he will remain with us. Fair warning. That is a shame. I like the dog. At lot 563, start off at £80. Do we see 80 for this? Do we see 80? We've got a small dog in there as well at £80. If you couldn't get the real one, get a smaller one. There's one in there at £80. At 80. Looking for the 80. Do we see 80? We need 80. Fair warning then, if you cannot get £80, this will remain with us. That's unsold. Lot 564. Start me off bidding straight in at £100 with me on commission. At £100 with me on commission. At £100. At £100. At 100. At 100. Selling it away. 110. 115 with me. Looking for 120. Do you want 120? £5 more, sir. Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay, it looks like he's made up his mind. At £115 with me on 120. There we go. I convinced you at least, sir. At £120 at the back of the room with you, sir. At 120. Commissions out at 120. Fair warning at £120. Sold to you, sir. 120. 159. Lot 565. Beautiful photo frame. Start me off bidding straight in at £200. 420, 440 with me, at £440 with me.
460.
480 with me. At £480 with me on commission at 480. Any advance at 480. With me on commission at £480. Fair warning. Sold to our commission bidder for £480. C8768. There we go. Lot 566. Start me off bidding straight in. 85, 90 with me. 90 with me on commission. With me at 90 on commission. 95. Commissions out at 95. You're through at £95 on Easy Life. At £95. Do we see 100? Any advance of 95? £100 anywhere. Looking for 100. £100 at £95. Any advance? Fair warning. Sold. What's off at £90? No, £95. £95. 2657. Super awesome. All right, lot 567. Bidding in at £85. 90. Yours what?
On Sarah.
On Serum at 85. 90 with me. 95 with me. At 95 with me. 100. 105 with me. At £105 with me at £105. 110, commissions out at 110, looking for 120, any advance of 110. Do we see 120? Sir, are you interested? At 120. Shake the head at 120. At 110 pounds, I can and I will sell. Fair warning. Sold 110 pounds. To buyer 6, 2, 1. Lot 5, 6, 8. Start me off. Bidding straight in at £100 on commission with me. At £100 with me on commission. Looking for 110. 110 in the room at 110, 120 with me on commission. 130, 130, 140 with me on commission. 150 online. 160 you like. 160 you have. 160 in the room at 160. Commission's out at 160. 160 you have. 170 online. Shake the head at 180. 170 on the serum at £170. At £170. Beautiful hammer jug mug here at £170. Fair warning at 170. Sold £170 to buyer SR.
1542796.
Thank you. Lot 5, 6, 9. Interest on my book takes us straight in to what? £95. £95 looking for 100. Do we see 100? 100 with you, sir. With you at 100. With you at 100. 110 with me. 110 with me on commission at 110. 120. 130 with me. 140. 130 with me. 140 like, sir. 140 you have. 150 with me. 160 like. 160. 170 with me. 180. 190. 200 with me. 220. Commission's out. You're through at 220. At 220 with you. At 220 with you at 220. We all done at 220. Any interest on the serum? Any further interest on Easy Live at 220? Fair warning. That's yours, sir. 220. 153. Thank you. Lot 570. Interest on my books takes us straight into £100. Looking for 110. Do we see 110? Do we see 110? Looking for 110 with me on commission at £100. 110, 120, 120 with me on commission. 130, 140 with me. 150, 160 with me. 170, 180 with me. 190, 200 with me. 220, 240 with me. 260, 280 with me. Shake of the head at 300. Still on my commission at £280. 300. Commission's out at £300. At £300, serum goes through at £300. Are we all done at £300? Fair warning. Sold £300 to SR.
1542796.
Thank you. Lot 571. Starting off at £100. Do we see 100? We have 80. We have 80. Looking for 85. Do we see 85? 85 with you in the room at 85. Bids taken in the room at 85. 95 against you. 100 with you, sir, at the back of the room. Room bidding at 100. 110 it now. 120. 130. At 130. 140. At 140. Online at 140. Any advance at £140. Are we all done? Run out of steam. 150 now with you, sir. 150 in the room. New bidder. 160 against you. 170 would you like? Shake the head at 170. Easy Life now at £160. Are we all done at 160?
170.
170 on the serum. 180 against you now. Are you coming back in at 190? At £180 on Easy Life at 180. Looking for 190. 190 bid taken on the serum. 200 now. At 200. At 200. Bid on Easy Life at £200. Are we all done at £200? I think we are. Run out of steam. At 200. Pushing that big, Kelly.
I am. He's offering.
At £200. Fair warning. That's sold £200 to buyer 714. Thank you very much. Lot 572. The Chinese silver engraved tea caddy here. Start me off at £120. At 120. Looking for 120. Do we see 120?
You've got 125.
125, we'll take that at 125. 130 is the next bid. Do we see 130? Do we see 130? Looking for 130. Do we see 130? 130. Looking for 130. 140 now. At 140. At 140. 150 is the next bid. Do we see £150 anyway? At 140. At 140. At 140. Selling it away at £140. Sold 140 to buyer 763. Lot 573. Start me off straight in at 55 on commission. 80, 60. Commission's out at 60. At 60. At 60. At 60. At 60. Are we all done at £60? Fair warning. Sold £60 to buyer 621. Lot 574. Bidding straight in at £50 on commission with me. At £50 with me on commission at 50. Looking for 55. Do we see 55? 55 with you, sir. 60 with me. With me at 60. 65 with you, sir. 65. 70 with me. 75. 85 with me now. 80, 85 with me. Looking for 90. 90, your bid has it. At 90. Commission's out at 90. Your bid, sir, at £90. We all done at 90. I think we are. £90. That is sold. 2 by 2, 3, 2. How fantastic, look at that. Lot 575. Start me off at £50. 85, bidding straight in at 85. At 85. On commission with me actually on 85. That's my commission, 85. I am sure about that. 90 now on Easy Live. Commission's out at 90. Looking for 95. Do we see £95 anywhere? Do we see 95? Do we see 95? Looking for 95. Are we all done at 90? Right out of steam at 90. At £90. Sold. 90. 2. Buyer. 710. Lot 576. Bidding straight in at £180 on commission with me at 180.
190.
190. Commission's out at 190. 200 the next bid. 200 we have at £200 on Easy Live. At 200. At 200. At £200. Are we all done? At £200. 220 now. No, we're not. At 220. We're looking for 240. Sir, you're interested at 240. Shake the head at 240. At £220. All wrapping up at 220. Sold. £220. To buy at 893. Lot 577. Bidding straight in at £200. At £200. At 200. At 200. At 200 me on commission. Looking for 220. Do we see 220? Do we see 220? At £200. 220 with you. 240 with me. Shaking head at 260. With me at 240. With me at £240. On commission at 240. Fair warning. Selling it away at £240. Sold to my commissioner at 240. That is CT 1604. Lots 5, 7, 8. Start me off bidding straight in on commission with me at £18. Looking for 20. Do we see 20? At £18 with me. 20. 22 with me. Looking for 25. Do we see 25? 25,
Yeah.
28 with me. 28 with me. 30. 32 with me. 35. 38 with me. 40. 42 with me. 48 with me. 55 with me. 60 with me. With me at 60, on commission at 60, looking for 65. Do we see £65 anywhere? Looking for 65. Fair warning then, at 60, with me on commission at £60. £60 to buyer, CT 1604. Thank you. Lot 579. Interest on commission with me at £12. At £12. 15, 18, 20, 22, 25, 28, 30, 32, 35, 38, 40, 42, 45, 48, 50, 52, 58, sorry,
55.
55, 60, 65, 70 with me, 75, your bid's through at 75, 80 online, 85 would you like? 85 you have, your bid at 85, 90 against you, 95 with you, 100 online, 110 would you like? 110 you have, 120 against you, shake the head at 130, online at 120, looking for 130, looking for 130, any advance at 120, fair warning at £120, sold 120, to buy at 763, lot 580, interest on commission, selling off at 48 with me on commission, at £48 with me on commission, at £48 with me, 50, £55, 60 with me on commission, me on commission at 60. £65 online at 65, looking for 70. Any advance at 65? Do we see 70? Do we see 70? At
Yes.
£65. 70 online now. At 70 on the sale room. Sale room bidding at 70. At £70. 75 now online. At £75. Are we all done? At £75. Sale room coming back in at the 80. At £75 then. Fair warning. Sold. £75 to buyer 599. Lot 81. Sorry, lot 518. 581, sorry, my apologies. Bidding straight in at £500. At 500, looking for 550. Do we see 550? Do we see £550 anyway? Do we see 550? Looking for
Yeah,
550.
550.
550 on the serum. Bid taken. Serum bidding at £550. Any advance at 550? At £550. Fair warning then. Serum bidding at £550. Sold. £550 to
SR 143980.
143980. Thank you.
You got a minute.
Changing teams once again. Lot 582.
You're right.
Bidding straight in. On commission with me at £220. With me at 220.
240.
260. with me.
280,
300 with me.
320,
340 with me.
360,
380 with me. 420 with me.
440.
460, 480 with me.
Uh,
Do we see 500? Do we see 500? 480
yes,
pounds with me.
500.
500 pounds on the serum. Serum's through. Commission bids are out at 500 pounds. Are we all done at 500 pounds? Fair warning then. Serum bidding at 500 pounds. It's sold. 500.
SR 277985.
Lot 583, bidding straight in at 400 pounds. At 400. At 400. 420. 440. 460. 480. 500. 540 with me. 550 with you. With you at 550. Your bid in the room at 500. Sorry about that. 600. 650 with you. At 650 pounds with you. Looking for the 700. Do we see 700? Room bid at 650. Are we all done? And wrapping up at 650 pounds. Fair warning. That's yours. 650 to 153. Thank you. Lot 584. Commission bids wiped out by this bid of £220 for these two lovely Georgian coasters here. 240 now, at 240, at 240. Do we see 260? 260 in the room, at 260. At 260, room bidding at £260, at 260. Are we all done? At 260, 280, 300 we like, sir. Shake the head at 300. At £380, at £280, fair warning, selling it away at 280. 280 to buy at 8, 9, 3. Excuse me. Lot 5. Sorry.
You've got really bad cramp. He's got cramp in his toe. Come on, William. Put it together.
Sorry about this. Lot 585. It really does hurt. We have interest on commission taking us to £1,000. At £1,000, £1,200 with me on commission. 1,300 commissions out at 1,300. At £1,300. At £1,300. At £1,300. Selling it away at 1,300. Sold. £1,300 to buy at 670. Okay. Let's okay this up now. It's a bit smelly my feet actually. Sorry about that. Right, lot 586. Bidding straight in at £950. At 950. At £1,100. At £1,100. Ladies and gentlemen, 1,100. 1,200 now. At 1,200. At £1,200. Are we all done? We're right out of steam at £1,200. That is sold for £1,200 to buy at 670. Lot 587. Bidding straight in at 424, 480 with me on commission. With me at 480 on commission. 500. Commission's out at 500. 550 is the next bid. Do we see 550? Any interest at 550? 520 if it helps. 520 if it helps. If it helps at 520. 520 in the room, sir. With you at 520. 550 against you. At 500. We've got a bid now of 550. Shaking the head at 600. 600 is the next bid. We have 550. Looking for 600. Any advance? Fair warning. Sold. £550 to buy at 670. Lot 588. The gravy boat here, bidding straight in at 200, 220 with me on commission. 240, 260 with me. 280, 300 with me. With me on commission at £300, looking for 320. 320, 340, 350 with me. With me at 350. 350 with me. It's a funny number, isn't it? At 350. At 350 with me, on commission at 350. Are we all done? 360. Commission bids out at 360. Easy bid is through at 360. Are we all done at £360? Sold. 360 to buy at 621. Lot 589, bidding straight in at £150. At 150. At 150 with me on commission. With me on commission at 150. Do we see an advance of 160? Any further bidding at 150, 160, 170? 180, 190, 200, 220, 240, 260, 280, 300, 320 with you, 350 with me, 360 if you like, sir. 360 with you, sir. In the room at 360, commission bids are out. Beating the commission at £360. Are we all done at 360? Fair warning with you, sir, at 360. Sold. £360 to buyer 153. Lot 590. Start me off bidding straight in for the Concord drinks labels, bidding in at £32. Looking for 38. 38 we have. 42 now. £42 at 42. Do we see 45? 50 now. 50 is a bid. 55 now. 55 bid at £55. 60 is the next bid. Do we see 60? Any advance at 55? All wrapped up at 55. 60 now. 65, sir. At 65. Online at 65. At £65. At 65. All done at £65. 65714. Thank you. Lot 591. Auto bid taking us into 240 on sale room. 260 with me. With me at 260.
280.
300. With me at 300 on commission. My commission bid at 300. Any advance at 300. Any advance at 300. Sale room, easy love you coming in at 320. With me then, on commission at £300. Sold to our commission bid at £300 to buyer. No, my apologies. It's actually, we've got two competing commission bids taking me to £370. My apologies, £370 between our two commission bids at £370. At 370. At 370. Any advance at 370. Fair warning. £370 on commission to CT1604. Yeah, that's there on the book. Lot 529. 592, sorry. Commission bids taking me straight in at £360. At 360, looking for 380. Do we see 380? Any advance at 360? Any advance at £360, starting away to our commission bid at 360. Sold £360 to CT1604, same bar as last. Lot 593, bidding taking me straight in to at £150, at 150, bidding straight in at 150, 160, 170 with me, 180, 190 with me, 190 with me, at 190 with me, 200, 220 with me. With me on commission at 220. Any advance, 240, 260 with me on commission. My commission bid at 260. At 200, 280, 300 with me. Any advance at £300, 320, 340 with me. 380 with me on commission. With me at 380. 400 is the next bid.
400.
400. Sorry, I have to take that actually. Sorry, I've messed it up actually. It's 400 with me on commission.
400.
On the book, on commission, that's a room bid at 400. With me on commission at £400, my apologies, at £400.
420.
420, commission's out, thank you very much, at £420 on the ceremony. We all done at £420. Fair warning. Sold for 420.
SR 154 2796.
Thank you. Lot 594, bidding straight in at £700. £700 straight in. 750, 800, 950, 1,000, 1,100 with you, 1,200 with me, 13, 13, 14, 15, 15, 100, 1,550 with me, 1,600 with you in the room. My commission bids out. You through at 1,007 now online. I can do 50.
No.
Shake the head. Online at 1,700. Easy Life bid at 1,700. Fair warning. Sold £1,700 to 742. Lot 595. Commission bids in at £85 with me on commission. At £85, 90, 95 with me, 100, 110 with me, 120, 130 with me. 130 with me on commission, looking for 140. Do we see 140? Do we see 140? With me at 130 on commission. At £130, we all done. 140, 150 with me. 160, 170 with me. you're thinking about it. At £170 with me on commission, 180, 190 with me on commission at 190, 200 is the next bid. One more bid might do it at £190 with me on commission. Fair warning, sold to our commission bidder for £190 by a CT1604. Thank you. All right, my final sheet of today, lot 596, bidding straight in at £70. No, 120 on sale room at 120 for the penknife there at 120. Any advance? 130 is the next bid. Do we see 130? 130 we have now at 130. 140 anywhere. Do we see 140? Any advance of £130? Fair warning then at £130. Sold 130 to buyer 753. Lot 597. Commission bid, taking me straight in at 300, at £200, at 200, looking for 220. Do we see 220? On my commission at £200, looking for 220. Any advance at £200, selling it away, 220, 240 with me, 260, 280 with me, 300 with me. Shake the head at 320, with me on commission at £300, selling away at £300. Fair warning. Sold to my commission bid at CT1604. Lot 598, the Asprey lighter, bidding straight in at £320, £420, at £420, at 420, at 420, any advance at 420, at £420, selling away at 420, sold £420 to buyer SR
184
84
3868.
868. Thank you. Lot 599. Bidding straight in at £100 on Easy Life. 100. We have 100. Looking for 110. Any advance? 110 now. At 110. At 110. Do we see 120? 120. 120 in the room at 120. At 100, 130 against you. 140 with you, sir. At 140. At 140. At 140. At 140. In the room at 150 now. 160 with you, sir. At 160. In the room at 160. Any advance at 160. Fair warning then, with you at £160. Sold to our room bidder at 160 by a 153. Lot 600 bidding straight in at 240. At £240.
260.
260, sorry, at 260 now, at 260. Looking for 280. Do we see 280? Any advance of 260? Fair warning then, selling to our Easy Life bidder, 280 with you, sir. 300 against you, 320 like, 320 you have, 340 against you, 360 with you, 360 in the room. With our room bidder goes through at £360. Fair warning with you, sir. £360, 380 against you, 400 with you now, sir. With you at 400, at £400, at 400, at 400, 420 against you, 440 with you now, sir. At 440, at 440, 460 against you, 480, your bid at 480, your bid taken in the room at £480. At 480, 500 against you, 550 with you now, sir. At £550, at 550, at 550. Are we all done? Wrapping up at £550. Sold, same bar as last. £550 by 153. Thank you. Lot 601. Bidding straight in. Won my commission at 1,200 on commission with me.
I got 1-3.
1-3, bid taken, commissions out at £1,300. At £1,300, 1,400 on the line now. Bid taken at 1,400. At 1,004. At 1,400. Do we see any advance at £1,400? Fair warning then, selling away at £1,400. Sold to an Easy Life bidder at £1,400 by 621. Thank you. Lot 602. Interest on commission and online, taking us straight into at £5,000. At 5,000. At £5,000. At £5,000. Any advance at 5,000. At £5,000. At £5,000. At 5,000. At 5,500. Commissions out at £5,500. At £5,500. Looking at 5.6. Do we see? Sorry. Do we see 6,000? Any advance? Next bid 6,000. At £5,500, selling away at £5,500. And that is by 621. Lot 603, bidding straight in at 55, 60 with me. 65, 70 with me. With me on commission at £70, at £70, at 70. 75, 80 with me. 85, 90 with me. 95, you're through. Commission's out at £95 with you, sir. At £95. In the room at 95. Bid taken at 95. Fair warning. Sold to a room bidder, £95 by 153. Thank you. Lot 604. Bidding straight in at £30, 32 with me.
Okay, all right.
32 on commission.
35.
35, 38 with me on commission. Looking for 40. 42 with me on commission.
45.
48 with me on commission. Do we see 50? Any
Yeah,
advance?
50,
£50, 55 with me. With me at 55.
60.
60, 65 with me now. Do we see 70?
Yeah.
70, 75 with me. Any advance? At 70,
80.
80, 85 with me. 90 with me. 90 with me on commission. With me at 90. With me at 90. With me at 90. 95, commission's out. Online at 95. Easy live bid. Got to be quicker than that, Kelly. At £95. Are we all wrapping up? At £95.
100.
£100 now. At 100. At 100.
110.
Selling away at 110, 110, 120, at 120, at 120, at £120. We all done at 130 now. At 130, at £130.
140.
140. Yes, Kelly, that's the way to do it. At £140. Are we all done at 140? On the serum at 150 now. At 150. At 150. At 150. 160 now. At 160. Sarah bidding at 160. 170. At £170.
180.
180. At 180. At £180. 190 now. At 190. At 190.
200.
At £200. At 220 now. At 220. At 220. At 220 pounds. 240 now. At 240. At £240. Selling away at £240 on the sale room.
SR 1542796. It keeps getting cramped, Gordon.
Sorry, what was that?
1542796.
Yeah, but I just want my feet. They're really disgusting. Right, my final lot today. Lot 506, bidding straight in at £48.50 with me. 50 with me. 55, 65 with me now. At 65 with me on commission. At £65 with me on commission. Any advance at £65. Are we all done with our commission bidder at £65? Fair warning. Sold £65 to CT1604. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go. Yeah, I switched to
Well, pens all over it. Right, I'm with you till Gareth takes over, so I should be doing the next 100 lots. We start straight in at 606, and Easy Live have come in with a bid of 100, but I have 130 on commission at 130. Do I see 140? Do I see 140 at 140 now? With the sale room at 140, 150 with me, 150 Easy Live, okay, 160 with me on commission, at 160, at 160, 170 I'm looking for, at 160, at 170, at 180 with me, 190, 200 with me, at 200, at 200, at 200, 220, I'm out at 220 with the sale room. At 220, at 220, I'm selling it away. At £220, at 220.
SR 1542796.
Lot 607, and I can start with me at £40. At 40 on commission, is there two? At £40, looking for two. At 42, 45 with me. At 45 with me, looking for eight. At 45, looking for eight. At 45, at 45. At 48 with the sale room. At 50 with me. At £50 with me on commission. Looking for five. At £50, looking for five.
55.
At 55, 60 with me. On commission at 60, looking for five.
65.
65 I'm out. At 65, at 65, 70 I'm looking for. At £65 and selling it away. 65 to the sale room.
SR 1542796.
Lot 608, and I start straight in. At £20, looking for 2 now. At £20, looking for 2 at 22, at 25 with me on commission. At 28, at 30 with me. At £30, at 32 with the salary.
No, John.
No.
At £30, I have 32. At 32 with me. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, looking for 5. At 32, at 32, I'm selling it away. At £32 to CT1604, lot 609, and I start straight in. Easy Live are at 100. I have 110 on commission. It's at 110, 120, 130 with me. At 140, I've got 145. 150 is the next bid. At 145, at 145, 150 is the next bid. 150 now with the sell room, I'm out. At 150, at 150, 160 I'm looking for. At £150, selling and away. At 150, 160 to Easy Live. Just in at 160 before the hammer came down. 170 with the sell room. At 170 with the sell room. At 170, I'm selling it away. At 170, 180, I'm not, it's still going. At 180, 190, I'm looking for. At 180, at 180, I'm selling to Easy Live. At 180, 2893. Lot 610, and I start straight in at 130 with Easy Live. 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140 I'm looking for. At 130, 140 with the sell room. 150 with Easy Live.
160.
170 now with Easy Live at 170.
180.
180 sell room. 190 I'm looking for. At 180. At 180 with the sell room. At £180 I'm selling it away. At 180. 180.
SR 154 2796.
Thank you. Lot 611, 611, and I start at £35 with Easy Live. At 35, at 35, looking for 8. At 35, looking for 8. At 35, looking for 8. At 35, at 35. At 35, what are you bidding, sir? At 35. At £35 and selling it away. At 35 to 665. Lot 612, Tiffany & Co. And start me at £80. At £80, at £80. At £80, at £80, at 50 then. At £50, at £50. At £50 I'm looking for. £50, 40 then, no less. £40 I'm looking for. £40 I'm looking for. At 40 I have, now looking for 2. At £40 looking for 2. At £40 looking for 2. At £40 at £40, selling it away. Easy Live, 714. Lot 613. And I start with me at 120, 130 I'm looking for. At 120, 130 I'm looking for. 130, thank you sir, at 130. In the room at 130. 140 I'm looking for. I'm out at 130. At 130. At 130 I'm selling it away. At 130. 232, thank you. Lot 614, Tiffany & Co. There we go, and I start straight in at £80.
190.
At 90 now.
190.
190 with the sell room at 190, thank you. 200 with Easy Live. At 200, 220, 220 with the sell room. At 220, 240 is the next bid. At 220. At 220, I'm selling it away. 220.
SR 181 6779.
181 6779. Lot 615, and I can start straight in at 280, 300 with me at 300, at 300 with me on commission. 320 I'm out. At 340 now. At 340. 360 now. At 360 in the room at 360. At 360 in the room. 380. 400 sir? At 400, thank you. At 400. 420 I'm looking for. At 400. 420. No, at 420. At 440, he's back. At 440. At 440. At 440, you've scared them off at 440. You're sir at 232. Lot 616. And I start straight in, well, at £10. At 10 I'll take, is there 12? At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At £10. At £10. At £10 only, I'm selling away at £10. 662. Lot 617. And start me at 40, at £40, at £40, at £40, at £40.
I've got 10.
10 then I'll take. At 10, looking for 12. On the sale room at 10, looking for 12. At £10, at £10, no, it's 12 easy live. At £12, at £12, 15 now with the sale room. At £15, 18 I'm looking for, 18 I have, easy live. 20 is the next bit.
20.
20 to the sale room. At £20, looking for 2. At £20, looking for 2. At £20, at £20, I'm selling it away. 20.
SR 7891.
Thank you. Lot 618. And I start straight in. At £40, at £40, looking for 2 now.
42.
42. At 42 to the sale room.
48.
48 to the sale room. At 48, 50 I'm looking for.
50.
50 now to the sale room. At £50, at £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. 55 now. At 55, at 55. Looking for 60. At 55, at 55. Had your chance. I'm selling it away. No, I'm not. At 60 with easy live. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, looking for 5. At £60, at £60, selling it away. At £60 to 535. Lot 619. And I start at 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. At 10, looking for 12. 12 I have, 15's the next bit. At £12, 15 I'm looking for. At £12, at £12, selling it away. At £12 to 535. Lot 620. Start me at 50. Start me at £50. At 50. At 30 then. At £30. At £30. 50.
Yep.
Thank you. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, at £50, opening bid. I'm selling it away at £50.
SR 814803.
Thank you. Lot 621. And start me 621 and start me at £70. At £70. £70, £70 at 50 then. At £50. At £50, at £50. At £50, 30 then, no less. £30 I'm looking for. At £30, at £30, 30 I have. It's easy live. At 32, at 32, looking for 5 at 38 now. At 38, at 40. At 42, at 42, looking for 5. At 45, the sale room. At 45, at 48 now. At 48, easy live. At 48, 50 is the next bid.
50.
50 now, the sale room. At £50, looking for 5. At £50, 55 now. Easy live at 55, 60 I'm looking for. At 55, at £60, sale room. At £60, at £60, looking for 5 now. At £60, at £60, I'm selling it away. £60.
SR 814803.
Thank you. Lot 622, and I can start straight in at 650. At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650, at 650, at £650 I'm selling at 650 to 642. Lot 623, and I start straight in at £600 with easy live. 650 with easy live. At 650, 700 I'm looking for.
700.
700 to the sale room. At 700 to the sale room. At 700. At 700. At £700 I'm selling it away. 700.
SR 1190310.
Can I just read that back to you, please? 119-03310.
310.
310. That's what I've got. 3310. Was it just 1 3?
Just 1 3.
That's
1190310.
Thank you. Lot 624, and I start straight in at 320. At 320. At 320. Do I see 40? At 320. At 320. I'm selling it away at 320 to 642. Lot 625, and I can start straight in at 650. Do I see 700? At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650 with Easy Life. At 650. At 650, and I'm selling at 650 to 642. Lot 626, and I can start straight in at 320. At 320, do I see 340? At 320, at 320, I'm selling it away. 320 to 642. Lot 627, and I start straight in at 1,200 with Easy Live at 1,200. Do I see 13? At 1,200, 13 I'm looking for. At 1,200, at 1,200, I'm selling it away at 1,200 to 593. Lot 628, and I can start straight in with Easy Live at 460, 480 with me.
550 on sale room.
550 to the sale room. I'm out on commission at 550 with the sale room at 550. At 550, I'm selling it away to the sale room at 550.
SR 1499377.
Thank you. Lot 629, and I can start straight in at 600. Do I see 50? At 600, do I see 50? At 600, at 600, at 600 pounds, I'm selling it away at 600. Easy Live 593. Lot 630. Lot 630, and I start straight in at 600. Do I see 50? At 600. At 600, at 600, at 600 pounds, I'm selling it away at 600. 2593. Lot 631. Again, I start at 600 with Easy Live at 600. Do I see 50? At 600, do I see 50? At 600 pounds, at 600, selling it away. 600 to 593. Lot 632, and I start at 600. Do I see 50? At 600, do I see 50? At 600 pounds, at 600, I'm selling it away. 600 to 593. Lot 633, and I start straight in at 650. At 650, do I see 700? At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650 pounds, selling it away at 650. 650 to 642. Lot 634, and I start straight in at 600. Do I see 50?
650.
650 to the sale room. At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650, at 650, I'm selling it away. 650.
SR 1542796.
Thank you. Lot 635, and I start straight in at 600. Do I see 50? At 600, do I see 50?
650.
650 with the sale room. At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650, I'm selling it away. 650.
SR 1190310.
Thank you. Lot 636, and I start straight in at £600. At 600, do I see 50? At 600, do I see 50? At 600, at 600, at 600 pounds, I'm selling it away. At 600 to 593. Lot 637, and I start straight in at 600. At 600, do I see 50? at 650 to the sale room, at 650 to the sale room, at 650, at 650, I'm selling it away at 650, 650.
SR 1935837.
Thank you. Lot 638, and we start straight in. At 650, do I see 700?
Yep.
700 to the sale room. Do I see 50? At 700, at 700, at 700 pounds, I'm selling it away at 700.
SR 1190310.
Thank you. Lot 639. 639, and I start straight in. At 650, do I see 700? At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650, at 650, I'm selling it away at 650 to 642. Lot 640, and I start straight in. At 600, do I see 50? At 600, do I see 50?
Yeah, 650.
At 650 with the sale room. At 650, 700 I'm looking for at 650.
SR 1190310.
Thank you. Lot 641, and we start straight in at 600. At 600, do I see 50? At 600, do I see 50? At 650 now with the sale room. At 650. At 650 and selling it away. 650.
SR 1190310.
Thank you. 642, and again we start straight in at 650. Do I see 700? At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650, at 650 and selling it away. 650 to 642. Lot 643, and I start at 650 I'm looking for. At 650 I'm looking for. At 600, at 600, at 600 pounds and away I'm selling. 600 to 593. Lot 644, and we start at 650 I'm looking for. At 600 with Easy Live. At 650 I'm looking for. At 600 pounds I'm selling away to Easy Live at 600, 593. Lot 645, at 650 with Easy Live I have 700 on commission at 700. At 700. 50 I'm looking for.
750.
750 commissions are out at 750. Do I see 8? At 750 pounds. At 750 pounds. Selling it away. 750.
SR 34026.
34026.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lot 646. And I start straight in at £5,000. At 5,000, do I see 55? At 5,000, do I see 55? At 5,000, at 5,000, at 5,000 with Easy Live, I'm selling it away at £5,000 to 593. Lot 647, and again we start straight in at 5,000, looking for 5,500. At 5,000, at 5,000, at 5,000 pounds, I'm selling it away at 5,000 to 593. Lot 648, again I start at 5,000. At 5,000, at 5,000. At 5,000 pounds, 5,500 I'm looking for. At 5,000, selling it away. At 5,000 to 593. Lot, yeah, you just sit there, ladies, you're doing well. Lot 649. Again, I start at 5,000. Do I see 5,500? Do I see 5,500? At 5,000 pounds, I'm selling it away. At 5,000 to 593. Lot 650. And I have a commission bid of 5,000. Easy Live now is 5,500. At 5,500. At 5,500. I'm selling it away. At 5,500. 5,500 to 593. Lot 651. And I start at 600. Easy Live at 600. Do I see 50? Do I see 50? At 600. At 600. At 600 pounds. I'm selling it away. At 600 to 642. Lot 652. Again, we start at 600. Do I see 50? At 600. At 600. At 600 pounds. I'm selling it away to my favourite buyer. 593. 653. And I start straight in at £300. At 300, do I see 20? At 300, do I see 20? At 300, at 300, at £300, I'm selling it away. At 300 to 611. Lot 654. And we start at 160. At 160, do I see 170? At 160, at 160, I'm selling it away. At 160 to 785. Lot 655, and I start straight in. At 600, at 600, do I see 50? At £600, at £600, I'm selling it away. At 600 to my favourite buyer, 593. Lot 656, and I start straight in. Commissions are taken out. I start straight in at 280. At 280, 300 now. At 300, with Easy Live at 300. At 300, at 300, I'm selling it away. At 300, guess what? 593. Lot 657. And I start at 130 with Easy Live at 130. At 130. At £130, I'm selling it away. No, I'm not. At 150. At 150. At 150, I'm selling it away. At 150 to 593. Lot 658. And I start at 600 with Easy Live at 600. Looking for 50. At 600. At 600. At £600, I'm selling it away at 600. 600 to 593. Lot 659. And we start at 300. At 300, do I see 20? At 300. At 300. At £300, I'm selling it away at 300 to 514. They can be my new buyer. My favourite one. Lot 660. And I start straight in at 150. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, 160 I'm looking for. At 150, at 150, selling it away. At 150 to 514. Lot 661. And we start at 600 with Easy Live. At 600, at 600, at 600, do I see 50? At £600, I'm selling it away at 600 to 514. Lot 662. And I start straight in at 300. At 300, do I see 20? At 300, do I see 20? At £300, at £300, I'm selling it away. 300 to 514. Lot 663. Start at 150. At 150, do I see 60? At 150. At £150, I'm selling it away at 150 to 514.
Yeah, you swap with him.
Just having a change.
Yeah, I was going to swap with him. But if you want him to jump on there, then just shout. 664.
See in 10 minutes.
No. 600.
Okay.
Well done. Yeah, a few collections.
Okay.
Okay.
We were just having a change over there. Ready, guys? 664. 664, we start straight in
Hang on.
at £600. At 600, at 600, at 600, looking for 50, at £600, I'm selling it away, at 600 to 593, lot 665, and I start at 300, at 300, 20 I'm looking for, at 300, at 300, at £300, I'm selling it away, at 300 to 611, lot 666, dodgy number, and I start straight in at 150. Do I see 60? At 150, at 150, I'm selling it away at 150, at 150 to 593, lot 667, and I start straight in with Easy Live at 3,000. At 3,000, do I see 2? At 3,000, looking for 2. At 3,000, looking for 2. At 3,000, at 3,000, I'm selling it away. At £3,000, 3,000 to 593. Lot 668, and I start straight in at 2,200. At 2,200, do I see 4? At 2,200 to 4 I'm looking for. At 2,200 I'm selling it away. At 2,200 to 593, lot 669, and I start straight in at 1,100. At 1,100, 1,200 I'm looking for. At 1,100, at 1,100 I'm selling it away. At 1,100 to 828, lot 670, and I start straight in, takes my commissions out, and I start straight in at 3,200. At 3,200, looking for 4. At 3,200, I'm selling it away. At £3,200, at 3,200 to 695, lot 671, and I start straight in at 1,900. At 1,900, 2,000 I'm looking for. At 1,900 with Easy Live at 1,900 to 828, lot 672, and I have to start straight in at 1,100. At 1,100, 1,200 I'm looking for. At 1,100, at 1,100 I'm selling it away. At 1,100 to 828. Lot 673, and I can start straight in at 2,200. At 2,200 to 4 I'm looking for. At 2,200, at 2,200 I'm selling it away. 2,200 to 828, lot 674, and I can start straight in with Easy Live at 1,300. At 1,300, at 1,300, 14 I'm looking for. At 1,400 now. No. At 1,300, at 1,300 with Easy Live, I'm selling it away. At 1,300 to 705. Lot 675, again we start straight in. At 1,100. At 1,100, 12 I'm looking for. At 1,100, at 1,100 I'm selling it away. 1,100 to 828. Lot 676. And I start straight in at 1,300 with Easy Live. At 1,300, at 1,300 I'm selling it away. At 1,300 to 705, lot 677, and again we start at £1,200, 13 I'm looking for. At 1,200, 13 I'm looking for. At 1,200, at 1,200 I'm selling it away. 1,200 2828, lot 678, and I start straight in at 5,000. At 5,000, do I see 55? At 5,000, at 5,000, at 5,000 pounds, I'm selling it away at 5,000 to 593. Lot 679, I start straight in at 5,000, at 5,000, 55 I'm looking for, at 5,000, at 5,000, I'm selling it away at 5,000 to 593, lot 680, and I start straight in at 7,000, at 7,000, at 7,000, looking for 5, at 7,500 I'm looking for, at 7,000, I'm selling it away, at 7,000 to 557, lot 681, and I start straight in, takes all the commissions out, and I start straight in at 13,000, at 13,000, at 13,000, 14,000 I'm looking for, at 13,000, at 13 I'm selling it away, at 13,000 pounds to 621. Lot 682, and I start straight in at 850. At 850 is there 900. At 850. At 850 I'm selling it away at 850 pounds to 642. Lot 683, and I start straight in at 300 with Easy Live. At 300, do I see 320? At 300, at 300, at 300, at 300 pounds, and selling it away to 593. Lot 684, and I start straight in at 300. At 300, at 300 pounds, I'm selling it away at 300. 593. Lot 685, and I start straight in with Easy Live at 300. I've got 320. I've got 320. With me at 320. With me at 320. At 320. At 320. Do I see 40? At 320 pounds, I'm selling it away at 320 to CT 451. Lot 686. 686, and I start straight in at 300, 320 with me. At 300, 320 with me. At 300, 320 with me. At 320, at 320, 340 I'm looking for. At 320 pounds I'm selling at 320 to CT451. Lot 687, and I start straight in at 320. At 320. At 320 on commission, I'm selling it away at 320. CT451. Lot 688. Again, I start at 320. At 320. At 320 pounds. With me at 320 to 451. CT, lot 689, and I start at 320 with me. At 320. At 320, I'm selling it away at 320 to CT451. Lot 690, and I start straight in at 320. At 320, at 320 pounds, I'm selling it away at 320. CT451. Lot 691, and I start at 320. At 320. At £320, I'm selling it away. 320, CT451. Lot 692, and I start with me. No, I don't. Easy Live at 600. At £600. At £600. At six.
25.
Yeah, I'll take you 625. 625 has been bid in the room. 625, 650 is the next bid. At 625. At 625, I'm selling it away at 625. 171. Lot 693, and I start straight in. At 600. At 600. At 600. At £600, I'm selling it away at 600 to 593. Lot 694, and I start straight in at 600. At 600. At 600. Do I see fixing?
25.
625 I'll take. At 625. 650 I'm looking for. At 625. At 625. 171.
Yes.
Lot 695, and I start straight in at 600. At 600. At 600. At 600.
25.
625. At 625, it's still a bid. At 625, I'm selling it away. At 625 to 171. Lot 696. And I start straight in at 600. At 600. At 600. At £600. At 600, I'm selling it away. 600 to 514. Lot 697, and I start at 600. At 600. At 600. 625. At 625 I have. At 625 I'm selling it away. At 625 to 171. Lot 698, again I start at 600. At 600. At 600. At 600, selling it away at 650 now. At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650. At 650, I'm selling it away. 650 to 898. Lot 699, and I start straight in at £600. At 600. At 600. At £600. At £600, I'm selling it away. At 600 to 593. Lot 700, and I start at 600. I start at 650 I'm looking for. At 650 I'm looking for. At 600. At 600, selling it away. At 600 to 514. Lot 701, and I start straight in at 300. At 300, 320 I'm looking for. At 300.
380.
380 now, with the sale room at 380. At 380, 400 I'm looking for. 420. At 420 to the sale room. At 420 to the sale room. At 420. At 420, I'm selling it away. At 420.
SR 1272459.
Thank you. Lot 702, and I start straight in at 600. At 600. At 600. At 600. At 600. I'm selling it away at £600 to 593. Lot 703, and I start straight in with Easy Live at 600. At 600, looking for 50. At 600 and 25. At 625. At 625, 650 is the next bid. Treat you all the same. At 625, I'm selling it away at 625. 625 to buy a 171. Lot 704, and I start straight in at £600.
650.
At 650 now. Easy Live's got 650.
No, okay,
That's the
sorry.
sale room at 650. At 650. At 650, 700 I'm looking for. At 650, 700 with Easy Live. At £700. At £700 you're out on the sale room. Selling at £700. 700 to 898. Lot 705, and I start at 650 I'm looking for. At 650 I'm looking for. At 600, at 600, at £600 I'm selling it away. At 600 to 593. And my last lot of the day, it's 706, and I start straight in at £600. At £600 you can put 50. At £600, at £600 I'm selling it away at £600 to 593, and Gareth will now take us through to the end. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Should you let my boss know then? Just let the boss man know.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay, lot number 707, and I'm bid £600. I'll take 620, please. That's £600. Looking for 20 then. If we go in 20s, please. £600 then at 600. Looking for 20 now at £600 then. Selling at £600 then. All done.
620.
620. Thank you. At 620. Looking 620 on the sale room. The 620 sale room. Looking for 640 now, please. At 620 on the sale room. Are you coming back? Easy line. At 620. Sale room bidder has this one. At 620 we sell. 620.
SR 330231.
Lovely, thank you. Same again then. £600 is bid. Looking for 20s then, please. At £600, take the 20 then. At £600 then. At 600. At 600 then. At 600. 620 now on Easy Live at 620. At 620. At £620 then. At 620. At 620 then. At 620. Any advance then? Selling at 620. 620 is buyer 668. Lot number 709, 6 is bid then, looking for 20 now, at £600, looking for 20 then please. 620 is bid, thank you, at 620 then, online at 620, any advance then, and selling at 620. 620 is buyer 668. Lot number 710 then, again 600, looking for 20 now please. At £600 then, looking for 20 then, at £600, looking for 20 then, at £600, 620 again then, at 620, selling then, at 620, 620, same buyer as last, 668, lot number 711 there, and the sovereign there, the full sovereign there, it's got £500 here with me at 500 then, at 500 then, 550 then, it's bid at 550, at 550, 600 now, so go in the 20s please, at 600 looking for 20 then please, at £600 then, looking for 20 then, at £600 then, at 600, all done, and selling then at £600, 600 is buyer 593, lot number 712, 600 starting again, looking for 20 now please, at £600 then, looking for 20 then, at £600 then, selling at £600, all done at 600, £600 is buyer 635, lot number 713, £600 starting again, looking for 620 then please, at £600 then, at 600, looking for 20 then, all done at £600 then, all done and selling at £600, £600 is buyer 593, lot number 714, £600 is bid, looking for 20 then please, at 600 then, at 600 then, selling at £600, all done, at £600, £600 is via 593, lot number 715, £300 is bid, at 300 then, at 300, looking for 10 now, 310 I'll take, at 380, at 380 is bid, 380 then, at 380, at 380, 390 is bid now, 420, thank you, 420, at 420 now, at 420, 430 then, at 430, at 430, at 430 then, at 430, at 430, selling at
440.
440, thank you, 450 I have, 450 I have now, at
460.
460, 470 I have, 470.
480.
480. 480 on the Sarah. 480. Sarah bidding now. £480 then. All done at £480. 480 is buyer.
SR 1272459.
Lovely, thank you. 716 then. And £600 is bid, looking for 20 now. £600 then. At £600, looking for 20 then. At £600 then. Looking for 20 then, please. At £600 we sell. £600 is buyer 514. Just bear with me one moment.
It's got 320.
Got 320.
Okay, lot number 717 then, and we're up to £320. At 320 then. At 320, looking for 330 then. Oh, sorry,
400.
£400 bid. £400 then. At £400. At £400 then. At 400 then. At 400. Any advance at 400? 400 on Sarah. Looking for 410 now. At £400 then. I'll take the 10. At £400 we sell. £400 is
SR 1272459.
718 now, and I've got £550 here. 550 then. At 550 then. At 550, I'll take 570, please. Go 20 cents for this one, or 10s, whichever you prefer. 10s is fine.
Have you got 5? Have you got it?
I've got it here on Easy Live. Yeah.
560.
560. Thank you. Looking for 570 now. At 560. At 560 on Sarah. At £560 then. At 560. Any advance then? Selling at £560. 560.
SR 330231.
Lovely. And we move on to 719 now, and I bid 320. Looking for 330 now. 320 then. At 320. At 320. Any advance then? At 320. All done. And selling at 320 then. 320 is buyer 593. Lot number 520, the 720. £600, looking for 20 now. At £600 then. At 600. Any advance then? At £600 then. Selling at 600. All done. And selling at £600. £600 is buyer 593. Lot number 8721, and I'm bid 300, looking for 10 now. At 320 then. Thank you. 320. At 320 then. 330 is against you, Will. At 330 against the Sarah. Easy Live bidding now at 330. Looking for 340, please. At 330 then. On Easy Live Auctions at
340.
340, thank you. 340, looking for 350, please. Easy Live. At 340. At 340 then. Any advance then? At £340. All done at 340. 340.
SR 1190310.
Lovely. 722 for sovereign there. £600. Looking for 20 now. At £600. At £600. And at 600. At 600. Any advance at £600. Then all done at 600. I'm selling then online for 600. £600 is buyer 593. Lot number 723, the half sovereign there. £300 is bid then. 340, thank you. At 340 then. At 340. At 340 then. Looking for 360, please. At 340 then. At £340 at 340. Selling on the serum. 340. 340.
SR 330231.
Lovely, thank you. Lot number 724. And I bid £650 at 650. At 650. At £650 and at 650. Any advance then at 650. Selling at £650. All done at 650. 650. 593 the buyer. Lot number 725. Sovereign there. £600 is bid. Looking for 20 now, please. At £600 then at 600. At 600 then. Any advance at 600?
620.
620, thank you. At 620, looking for 640 then, please. At 620 then. Selling at 620. On the serum at 620. All done. And selling at 620. 620.
SR 1190310.
0310. Lovely. Thank you, Willie. Lot number 726 then. And I'm bid 600 there. I've got 640 here now. 640 with me. It's 640. It's against
650.
650. Thank you. At 650. At 650 then. At £650. At 650. Any advance at 650. Selling on serum at £650. All done. At 650. 650.
SR 1190310.
Lovely. Thank you. lot, half sovereign and a token. 320 is bid at 320 then, at £320 is bid at 320, at 320, at 320 then, at 320. Any advance there at 320? Selling then at 320. 320 is buyer 642. Lot number 728. £320 is bid at 320 then, at 320. Any advance? 330, thank you, 330. At 330, looking for 340 now, please. At 330 then, at 330. Any advance then? At £330. 330.
SR 330231.
231, lovely, thank you, Will. Lot number 729, and your bid 600. You've got 600, I've got 620, 640 with me. 640 with me. My commission bid is £640.
650.
650, thank you, 650. Commissions are out at 650, then I'm selling at 650. On sale room then at 650. Any advance then? And selling at 650. 650 is buyer.
SR 1190310.
0310. Lovely, thank you. 730, sovereign there. £600 is bid at £600. Looking for 620 then, please.
650.
650 is bid, straight in at 650. Lovely. At 650 then, 650. I'll take 660 if it helps. At £650 then. On the serum at 650. The Perth Mint there at £650. 650.
SR 1190310.
Lovely, thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on now to the remaining coins now. 731 then. Starting at £80 then. The Greek coins there, Roman coins as well. Various, sorry. £60 is bid, thank you. 65 against you now, Will. 65 against you now. £70. £70 on the serum at 70. That's £70 then at 70. That's £70, 5 against you now. £80 on serum, 85 against you. 90 then on the serum at 90. 95 then.
100.
£100 is bid at 100. At 100. At £100 then. On the serum at 110 against you, Will. 120 serum now. 120 serum at £120 on the serum at 120. At 120. At 120. Any advance then at 120. All done at 120. On the serum I sell at 120. 120.
SR 522866.
Lovely, thank you. 732 then. £32 is bid. At 32 then is bid at 32. At 32. 35 bid on the serum at 35. Looking for 8 now. At £38 now with me. At 38. 40 bid. 40 the bid. At 40 bid on the serum. 42 against you now, Will. At 42 then on Easy Live at 42. Looking for 5 now. 42 then and selling at £42 on Easy Live Auctions at 42. 42 is buyer 642. Lot 733, the Crown. 1676, Charles II crown there, and I've got £60, £70 bid, 70, at £70, 5 bid, 75, 80's a bid, £80 at 80, at £80 then at 85, 85 then at 85, then bid, at 85, at 85 then at 85, at 85, £90 now, thank you, £90 on the serum at 90, £90 on the serum, sorry. At £90 on the serum at £90. You're coming back Easy Live, 5 against you now, Will. At 95, Easy Live. Are they coming back? At £95 then on Easy Live Auctions at 95. Any advance then, I sell at 95. 95 is buy 642. Lot number 734, and I bid £110 at 110. At 110, with me on commission at 110. At 110, at 110. Looking for 120 now, please. At £110 at 110. On commission at 120's bid. Commission is out at 120. On the serum at 120 then. All done at £120. Selling then on the serum at 120. 120.
SR 511741.
741, lovely, thank you. 735, various coins then. Start at £40 then for the lot then, please.
22.
22 is bid, thank you at 22. 5 against you now, £28 bid. 30 down with me, 30 with me. At £30 then, 32 now, 32. At £32, at 32. Any advance then at 32. At £32, at 32. Any advance then? Anything online? Coming back? At £32 then, last chance. Last call then at £32. That's unsold, that lot, I'm afraid. Lot number 736 then, and I bid £80, you got 110, I got 120, against you 130, 140 bid, 140 bid, £140 then, 150 now, £150 at 150, 160's bid, 160 now, 170, thank you, on serum at 170, 170, 180's bid, £180 at 180, 180, 190 bid, 190, 190, 200 bid, 200 bid, 220 now, 220, on serum at £220 at 220, at 220, at 220. All done at £220, and I'm selling then on Serum at 220. 220 is
SR 324205.
lovely, thank you very much. Lot number 737 now, and £100 is bid. Straight in at 100 then, at 100. Any advance at £100 then, please? At 100, 110 is bid. 110, at 110 then, at 110, at 110, at 110. Any advance then at 110 on Easy Live Auctions at 110 we sell. 110, 818. Lot number 738. And I bid £40.
90.
£90 is bid at £90 bid. £90 commissions are out at £90 then on 95 is against you now, 95 against you at 95, 100, 110 bid, 110 at 110 at £110 at 110 at 110 at 110. Have they got 120? Will at £110 on Easy Live Auctions at 110. 110 then is 870. Lot number 739, 130. I've got 140.
340.
340 rare American coins here, nice coins as well. At 340 then, at 340, 360,
380.
380, thank you, 380. At 380, Easy Live, you're going back 400. I'm too late, I've got 400 here. Will, I need 420, please. At £400 on Easy Live then, at £400 then. Easy Live Auctions has this one at 400. Anything from the Sarah in there at £400, at 400. Any advance then at £400? All done. I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £400, all done at 400. £400 is by 691. Lot number 740 now, £75 is starting at 75.
80.
That's 80 bid, thank you, at 80 on Serum at 80. £80 Serum, £80 then 85 bid, 85. 85 now is against the Serum at £85. 90 bid, thank you, 90. 90 on the Serum at 90 and £90 at 90. Any advance at 90 then, 5 the bid, 5. At 95, at 95, at £95 at 95, at 90, £100 at 100, at £100 at 100, at 100. Any left there? At £100 then I'm selling to the Serum at £100. £100.
SR 1609143.
Thank you. Lot 741, the coins there, and I bid above estimate at 55, 60 bid, 5 the bid. £65 at 65, at 65 then. Looking for 70 now, please. At 65 then, at 65, any advance then, at £65, are we all done at 65? At 65 then, at 65, all done at £65 then, commission has this at 65. 65 is by a 1604. The lot number 1742, and you've got 1200, I've got 1300, I've got 1350 here, at 1350, at 1300, apologies, 1300, at 1300, could we go in 50s? Thank you. At £1,300, at 1,300, at 1,300, at £1,300. Any advance at 1,300 then? At £1,300, at 1,300. Any advance then? At 1,300. At £1,300 then, all done. It will remain with me at £1,300, all done at 1,300. That's unsold. And lot number 1743 then, and you've got 150, I've got 160 here, on commission at 160, at 160 here, at 160, at 160, at 160, at £160, 170, 180 here, on commission at 180, at 180 with me, commission bid at 180, at £180, at 180, 190, commissions are out at £190 online, at 190 on Easy Live. Sarah, you're quiet for this one, at £190, then I'm selling at 190. 190 is by 642. Lot number 744. And you've got 48, I've got £50 here on commission. £50, 560 the bid. 75 with me, 80 the bid now. 80 my commission bid is 80. £80, 95, £100 then at 100 with me. 100, 110, commissions are out at 110. At 110, at £110 at 110 then, at 110, at 110. Any 120 bid, 120. At 120, at 120, at 120, at 120. All done and selling at £120. 120 is by 642. Lot number 745, and you've got 190. Commissions are out at 190 then, at 190, at 190, at 190, at £190 then. All done at £190 then. Fair warning then, at £190. All done at 190. 190 is by 642. Lot number 700. I'm Sorry, 746. I've got a bid of 700. Apologies. That's 700 pounds then. That's 700. That's 700 pounds then. I'll offer the 20s on this one as well, please. That's 700. Looking for 720 now. It's 700 pounds. That's 700. 700. Where's that 20, please? That's 700 pounds then. I'm selling at 700 pounds. 700. Okay, we move on now to lot number 747. And I bid 480, 500 pounds now, 500 pounds at 500, at 500, at 500, at 500 pounds with me. My commission bid is 500, 550's bid now, 550 bid. Thank you online at 550 pounds then at 550, at 550 then, selling at 550 pounds then. All done and selling then at 550. 550 is by 849. Lot number 748 and 800 pounds straight in at 800 then at 800 pounds then at 800 at 800 at 800. Any advance then at 800 at 800 pounds then at 800 at 800 pounds. All done at 800 pounds then. Fair warning at 800. 800 is by a 558. Lot number 749. And I bid straight in at 380 pounds, at 380, at 380, at 380, then at 380 pounds, then at 380. Any advance then at 380 pounds, then all done and selling at 380. 380 is 670. Okay, we move on to lot 750. Ali.
There's a sheet there. Okay.
Okay, we move on now to lot number 750 and 130 pounds is bid at 130, at 140 bid, 140, 140, 140 pounds and at 140, at 140, at 140, at 140, 140 on Sarah at 140, at 140, at 140 pounds. Sarah bidding now 140, we sell 140 pounds then, Sarah.
SR 1953164.
Okay, thank you. Lot number 751 and 65 pounds is bid at 65, then at 60, 70 bid. Thank you at 70, 70 on Serum at 70 pounds, 5 the bid, 5,
80.
75, 80's bid now at 85 pounds at 85.
90.
90's bid, thank you, 95 against you now, 95 against.
100.
100 pounds at 100, at 100 now, at 100 pounds then, at 100 then, at 100 pounds then, all done at 100 then. Fair warning at 100 pounds, all done at 100. 100.
SR 330231.
Lovely, thank you. 752 then, and 170 pounds is bid 170 at 170, at 170. I'll take 180 now, at 170, at 170. Any advance then at 170 pounds, all done, and selling 180 in the room now. New bidder at 180. Right at the back then at 180 pounds. 180 is buyer 210, and welcome sir. 753 now. £1,000 is bid now, straight in at £1,000 at 1,000. I'll take 1050, I'll go up in 50s for this one. At £1,000, I'll take 1,050 please. At £1,000, for £1,000. Looking for 50 now, £1,000. I'll take the 50 if it helps. At £1,000 then, all done at 1,000 then. Made a bid online at £1,000, all done at 1,000. £1,000 is buyer 670. Lot number 754, £55 is bid.
80.
80 bid, thank you at £80 and at 80. £80 bid at £80 then at 80, at 80. Any advance then? 85, thank you at 85 then. Online at 85. Thank you for 90 now please. At £85, Willie. Is there any left on the Sarah? At 85 then. I'm selling to the Easy Life bidder then at £85, all done at 85. £85 is buyer 657, 755 now, 360, 550 I am bid at 550 now, at 550, the Silver Britannia's there, at 550 there, at 550, at 550, at 550 pounds then, all done, I'm selling at 550 pounds, all done at 550, 550 is buyer 571. Lot number 756 then, 120. I've got 150 here on commission at 150, at 150, at 150. Cheap lot here at £150 then, at 150, at 150. Any advance then, £150 then. All done, and I will sell at 160, 170 here on commission at 170, at 170, at 170, at 170. Any advance then, £170 then, all done, and selling on commission at 170. 170 is buyer 1604. Lot number 757 now, and I bid £60 in at £60, at 60, at £60 in at 60. Any advance at 60, at £60 in at 60. It's the made a bid online, and I will sell at £60, 65 just in time at 65, at 65, at 65, at 65. Selling then at 65. Easy Life has that one at 65,870. Lot number 758, the Beatrix Potter's there. £70 is bid at £70 and at 70, at £70 and on Easy Life Auctions at 75 bid, 75. Thank you, 75, 80 the bid, 80 the bid now at £80 buy bid, 85, 90 the bid, 90, £90. 95 with me at 95, then at 95, Willie. At 95, £100 at 100, at 100, 110 now, at £110 at 110. All these 50p's here for £110 at 110. Anyone else then? At 110, I sell. Easy Life bidder will have this one at 110. 110 is buyer number 538. Lot number 759. The Kew Garden 50p's, 380. We're up to now. 440, thank you, at £440 then, at 440 then, at 460 is against you now, Will. 480, thank you, £500 now, £500 on Sarah at 500 then, at 500, at 500, any left then, at £500, I'm selling to the Sarah at £500, all done, and selling at £500, £500 is buyer.
SR 106 1773.
Lovely, thank you very much. 760 now, the Pretender coin sets there. 320 we're bid, at 320 then, at 320, at 320, 360 now is bid, 360, looking for 380 please, at 360, where's 380 then, at 360, at £360 then, at 360, any advance then, at £360 all done, at 360 we sell, 360 is buy at 558. Lot number 761, £4,600 I bid. Please go in hundreds for this one at 4,600 then. I'm looking for 447 please. At £4,600 then. At 4,600. Any advance then? At £4,600. I will take the 7. All done at 4,600. £4,600 is buyer 593. Similar lot again, 762, and I've got 2,800 on commission here, on commission with me. It's my, sorry?
3,000.
£3,000, perfect, 3,000 on the Sarah at 3,000. At £3,000 on the Sarah at 3,000. I'll take £100 on this one as well, please. I'll take 3-1 if it helps. At £3,000 then, on the Sarah at £3,000, all done, and selling at £3,000. £3,000.
SR 185233.
Lovely, thank you. 763 then, and I bid 1,100. You've got 1,200 now on Easy Live there, or £1,200 then, at 1,200, at 1,200. Looking for 1,300 then, at £1,200 then. Are we all done? At 1,200 then. Selling then on Easy Live, it's made a bid at 1,200. £1,200 is buyer 593. Lot number 764, and you've got 25. I've got 30 here on commission. 50 you've got. Commission is out at £50. All done at 55 now. 55 bid. 55 at 55. 60 the bid. At £60 then. At 60. At 60. At £60 then. At 60. All done at £60 then. Fair warning then. All done and selling at £60. 60 is buyer 657. Lot number 765, and starting at £20 then please, £20 then, 20, £20 then please. Any interest? No, I'm going to pass that one then.
Yes.
20, thank you, at £20 then, selling 5 bid, 25, 28 then, 28, at 28 then, at 30 bid, 30 bid, at £30, at 30, at £30 then, at 30, at £30 then, at 30. Any advance? And all done and selling at 30. £30 £30 is 786. Lot number 766, and I bid 500, 520 here on commission. I'll go up in 20s for this one, please. At 520 with me, at 520. Any further interest then at 520? Looking for 540. I will sell at £520 on commission. In my commission bid at 520, all done. 520 is buyer 1604. Lot number 767 now. Starting £80 then, please. £80 then, please. Oh, you got 600 then. That's it. 600. That's 600 then. That's 600. That's 600 then. That's 600. That's £600. Any advance then? Selling online on Easy Live Auctions at £600. £600 is buyer 760. Lot number 768 now. So 320 is bid. 320. At 320 then, at £320 then, at 320. Any advance at 320? At 320. All done. At 320 we sell. 320 is buyer at 760, same buyer as last. Lot number 769, 180 is bid at £180 then. At 180 with a Q Golden 50p then. 190, thank you, Will. 190 on the serum. And welcome to the serum. Finally, 190 then at £190, all done at 190. 190 is buyer.
SR 106 1773.
Lovely, thank you very much. 770 now, and I bid £10 then. 10. £30 is bid, 32 bid, 32 then, at 32 then, at 32, at 32, at 32, at 32, at 32, 5, 8 bid, 40 bid, 40, I've got 40 already, Will, 42, 45 bid, 45, at £45, 48 in the room now, 48, bidder in the room, 55 is against you, sir, 55 against you now, 60 in the room now, £60 in the room at 60, at £60 then, at 60, any advance then, I'm selling in the room at £60 then, all done, selling your sir at 60, 65 just in time, would you like 70? £70 in the room at 70, at 70. Last chance, Easy Live, selling in the room at 70. 70 is buyer, sorry, you'll have to show me that number again. 182, lovely, thank you, James. 771 now, and £170 is bid. Commission's out already at 170, at 170, at 170 then, at 170 on Easy Live Auctions at 170. All done at 170, 180. 180 in the room now, £180 in the room at 180, at 180 then, selling at 180, 180 at 210, lot number 772, 170 is bid again, would you like 180 on this one, sir? 180 is bid, thank you.
190.
190, at 190, left so early, at 190 on the serum at 190, sorry, at 190, at 190 on the serum at 190, we sell, 190, serum.
SR 193 5837.
5837. Lot number 773. 220 is bid now. 220 then. I need 240 at £220 then at 220 then. Selling on Easy Life at 220. 220. 588. Lot number 774 now. And £40 is bid on 55 bid at 55. At 55, 60 the bid. 65 bid. 65. 70 bid now. 70 bid. 75 now. 80 bid. 80 bid. 80 bid then on 90 bid I've got. 90. £90.
And 5.
95 on Serum. 100 on Easy Life now. £100 on Easy Life. Easy Life bidding at 100. At 100. Any advance at 100? At £100 and I'm selling then at £100 on Easy Live Auctions at £100. All done at 100. 100 is by 870. Lot number 775 now, and I've got a commission bid here of 40. You've got 45, 50 is running away, 55 now, 60 I've got now.
65, 70.
70 then, £70 on the Sarah at 70. At Sarah bidding at 75 against you now, Bill. 75 on Easy Live then at 75. At 75 then at 75. At 75. Any left then, Willie? At 75 then, all done. Willie, please push them. At 75, all done at 75. 75 is by at 789. I need that big push up towards the end, Will. That's lot 776 now. I'm straight in at £95, at 95 then, at 95 then, at 95.
100.
£100, thank you, Will. At 100, Sarah bidding now 100, at 100, at £100 then. On the Sarah at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110 now, at 110, 120, thank you, on Sarah at 120, 130, are you coming in? At £120 then, on the Sarah at £120, all done, at 120, 120 is buyer.
SR 193 5837.
Lovely, thank you very much. We move on to a fresh sheet here, and it's 777. £90 is bid at £90, then at 90, at £90, then at 90, straight in at 90. I'll take the 5 then, at £90 then, at 90. Any advance then at 90, and £90 then. All done, and selling then online on Easy Live Auction at £90. £90 is buyer 665. Lot number 778, straight in at 95, then again at 95, then looking for 100 now, at 95 then, at 95, any advance then at 95, all done and selling at 95. 95 is buyer 665. Lot number 779, £95 is bid again then, looking for 100 now, at 95 then, at 95, any advance then at 95, all done at 95. 95 is buyer 665. Lot number 780. I'm up to 380 now online at 380. The commission's out at 380 then, at 380. Selling at £380 then at 380. All done at 380 then. Fair warning, all done and selling online on Easy Live at 380. 380 is buyer 527. Lot number 781. 130 is bid now. £130 then at 130. Looking for 140 now. £130 then at 130. Any advance then at 130. 150 is bid. 150 now at 150. At 150. At 150. At £150 then. All done at £150 then. Fair warning at 150. 150 is buyer 892. Lot number 782. The cougar around there. Could we go in 50s for this, please? At £2,400. At £2,400. I'll take 50s on this, please. If anyone's interested online, I will take the 50s. At £2,400 then. At £2,400. Any advance then, I will sell online at £2,400. All done at £2,400. I've got 2,450 now. At 2,450. At 2,450 now. At 2,450. All done at 2,450. With me on commission at 2,450, 2450 by 1604. 783 now, £32 are up to 32, 38 bid, 38, 42, 42, 45, 48, £48, 48, 50 bid, £50 and at 50, at 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 £50 and at £50. Are we all done at 50? All done and selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £50. £50 is sold by 665. Lot number 784 and £110 is bid at 110. 120, thank you. Well, on Sarah now, 120 at 120. All done at £120 then. All done. 130 is bid, 130 now, Will. At 130 then. On Easy Live at 130. 140 now? You bidding? No, 130 then. All done and selling at £130. 130 is by 901. Lot 785 now, and 380 you've got. At 380 then, online at 380. At 380, looking for 400. £380 then at 380. Selling then online at £380, all down at 380. 380 is by 527. Lot number 786 now, and you've got 1,000. I've got 1,100 here. 1,100. 1,100 with me at £1,100. 1,100. £1,100. 1,100. And 1,100. Any advance then? I will sell then. Commission bid at £1,100. All done at 1,100. 1,100 is buyer 1604. We move along now to lot 787 and £42 is bid at 42 then, 548, 48 I've got now, Will, at 48, looking for 50 please, Will, at 48, 50 is bid, thank you, at 50 the bid, at £50 is bid, at £50 then, on the Sarah at 50, 55 bid, 55, 60, thank you, 60 there, 60, that's the way to do it, Will, on the Sarah at 60, at £60 and 605 the bid, 5, 70 bid, thank you, at 70. At £70 and at 70. All done and 7-0. I sell room then at £70. £70.
SR 1935837.
Thank you very much. We move on to 788 now, and I've got a commission bid here of £500. It's my commission bid at 500. Looking for 550, please. At £500 then. 550. Thank you. The commission is out at 550 on Sarah at 550 then. All done at £550 then. Selling then at £550. 550.
SR 763636.
Lovely, thank you. Lot 789, the coins there, the Italian coins. £40 is bid then.
42.
At 42 then. 42, 42, 48 now I've got.
50.
50, thank you, £50 then, and £50 on the serum, 55, 60 I've got now, Will.
65.
65, I've got 70 bid. That's
75,
£70, 80, 80,
5,
85, 90 I've got.
100.
100, thank you, 100, at 120 then, at 120, at 120, against you Will, there's 120 on Easy Live Auctions at £120 then, at 120, any advance then at 120, I'm selling then, Easy Live Auctions has this one at 120, 120 is by 870, lot number 790, starting at £100, 100 is bid, 120, thank you, 120, 130 bid, 130 now, 140 bid, 140 against you Will, at 140 then, at £140 then, at 140, any advance at £140 then, at 140 on Easy Live Auction, at £140, 140 is by 870. 791 then, 140 bid, 150, 160, 170, 180, 180, 180, 200 bid, 200 bid, 200 then, at 200 then, at £200 then, at 200 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 200. Any advance at 200 please, Will? At 200 then, I'm selling on Easy Live now, at £200. Any advance, Will? Interested? At £200 then, I'm selling at 200. £200 is by 870. Lot 792 then, with me at 180, 190 now.
280.
280, thank you, at 280. At 280 then, at 280 on the Sarah, 300 bids now, £300 then. At 300 then, at 300 then, at £300 then. It'll be all done at £300. I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at £300, all done at 300. £300 is by 870. Lot number 793, 85, 95, my commission bid is £95 bid, with me at 95. Looking for 100 please, at 95 then, at 95 then, with me at 95, at 95. Any advance at £95 then, all done, and selling at 95. £95 is by number 1604. 794, collection of coins and notes, £50 is bid then, £60, £70, 5, 75 bid, at 75 then. 80 bid now, thank you, at £80, 5 bid, 85 now, 90, £90 on Sarah, at £90 on Sarah, 5 the bid, 5, at 95 then a bid, at 95 then at 95, at 95, £100 on Sarah at 100, looking for 10 please, Easy Live, at £100 then, at 100, at 100, at 100 then, selling at £100 on Sarah at 100, last chance, last call at 100, 100 is
SR 324205.
205. 795 then, and £10 is bid then, at 10, 15 the bid, 15, 22 bid, 22 then, at 22 then, at £22 then, at 22, any advance at 22 then,
5.
all the twos at 25 bid, 25 then on Sarah at 25, 8 bid, 28 then, at 28, any advance at 28 then, at 28, 30's bid, thank you, at 30, 32 now bid, 32, at 32 then, at 32 then, all done at 32 then, and set 5 bid, thank you, 35 bid, 38 against you now, Will, at 38 then, at 38, at £38, £38, at 38, all done, and selling on Easy Live at 38, scale off the Sarah at 38, £38 is by 826. Lot number 796 then, start with £20 then please, £20 then, won't go lower, it's got to be 20 please, any interest at 20, I need 20. Won't go lower, it's got to be 20, I've got 20 now online at 20, at 22, 5 bid, 25 then, 25 then, at 25, at £25 at 25. Any further interest then? And selling then online at £25, all done at 25. £25 is by 870. Lot number 797, various coins then, and I've got £50 still with me at £50, at £50 then, at 55, 60 the bid, 60 the bid, with me at 65, 70 bid, my commission 75, 80 the bid, 85, 90, 100, 110 with me, £110, my commission bid is 110, I'm looking for 120 please, at 110, on commission at 110, at 110, where is 120, all those coins there for 110, at 110, selling on commission at 110, all done at 110, 110 is buyer number 1604. Lot number 798. £90 is my start at £90 at 90. 195 then. Commission is out at 95 then. At 95. At 95. At 95 then. Any advance at 95 then. At 95. £100 is bid at 100. 110. 110. At 110. At 110. At 110. At £110 then. At 110. Any further interest then. At £110. All done. At 110. 110 is buyer 870. Lot number 799, and I bid £70 on commission. 75 now with me at 75, at 75, at 75 then, at 75, 85 with me. My commission at 85, 90. Commission is out at 90. You're in on Easy Live at £90 then, at £90, 5 in the room, £95 in the room at 95, at £95, 100 against you, sir. 100 against you. You sure? You've waited all day for this. I saw you at 9:30. At £100 then. At 100 then. At 100. Thank you anyway. At 100 I sell. £100 is by 870. Lot number 800. £85 is bid. 85 then. Looking for 90 now. At 85 then. At £85. 85. At 85 then. All done at 85. 95 bid. 95 bid. At 95 then. At 95 then. At 95. Any advance then? At £95. I'm selling then 100 bid, 100 at £100 then at 100 at 100 at £100 then at 100. I'm selling then at 100. £100 at 100 at 100. 110. Well done, Willie. At 110 at 110 at 110 at 110 at £110. 110.
SR 324205.
That's good, isn't it?
3.
I wasn't sure if you'd get that.
205.
Got a question for you
Ah. 801, £40 is bid, 25 bid, 45 bid, 45 then,
48.
48 bid, 48 then, at 48, 50 bid, 5 and 0, £50 is bid, at £50, 5 bid, 55 on the Sarah at 55, looking for 60 now please, Easy Line, at 55, any advance then at 55 then, selling then on the Sarah at £55, we're done at 55, 55.
SR 195 3288.
Lot number 802, updated description, and I bid 40 and £5, bid at 45, at 45 then, at £45, 48 bid, commission is out at £48, at 48 then, at £48 then, at 48, all done at 48, at 48, 50 in the room, £50 in the room, thank you, £50, 5 against you now, sir, would you like 60? At £60, back in the room at £60, 5 against you already, at £65 then, at 65 then, at 65 then, it's against you at 65, 70, back in the room at 70, at £70 then, at 70, in the room, at £70, I sell, at £70, £70 is buy 182. Lot 803, various coins, £80, start me please, £80 then, £80 then, £40 then please, all those coins, I won't go low, it's got to be 40 please. £40 is bid then at £40 bid, at £40 then, at £40 then, any advance then, I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at £40, all done at 40, £40 is by 870. Lot number 804, £500 is bid, 650, 700, 800, £900 I've got with me at 900, at £900 then, at 900, with me at 900, 950, commission is out at 950, selling online at £950 then, at 950, any advance then, at £950, all done at 950, 950 is buy at 632, lot number 805, start with £50 then, all those coins there, 6 kilos off, £50 then, £50 is bid, straight in at £50 then, at bid, at 55, thank you, 55, 60 the bid, 60 bid, 6 and 0, 6 and 0, at 65, 70, £70, 5, 75, 80 the bid, £80 then against you will, at £80 then, 90 bid on Easy Live Auctions at 95, thank you, 100, at 100, at 100, 110, 120 bid, £120 then at 120, at 120 then, oh, someone's getting excited. 120, 150 you're up to now, 150 you're up to, on Sarah £150 there, you're coming back Easy Light at £150 then, I'm selling to the Sarah bidder at 150, 150,
SR 324205.
205, thank you. Lot 806 now, start me in at £48, 50 the bid, £50 is bid, 60, thank you, 60 on Sarah, £60 at 60, at £60 at 60, at £60 then at 60, 65, thank you, at 65, 70 bid, I've got 70, too late Willie, at £70 then, at £70 then, 5, back on the Sarah at 75, 75, 80 bid, all on the Sarah. Easy Live, you're losing this one. Come on, at £80 then, at 80, at £80 then, on the Serum, all done. At 85, at 85, at 85. Any left then, Will? The gavel is raised at £85. I sell £85.
SR 160943.
Thank you very much. We move on swiftly to 807 now, and £42 is bid at 42, then is bid at 40, 45, thank you.
55.
55 bid at 55, on the Sarah at 55, 60 the bid. On Easy Life now,
65.
65, thank you, at 65 then. 70 bid now at 75, 75, 80 the bid, £80 now at 80, 80 pounds then at 85, 85 on the Sarah at 85. Are you coming back online? At 85, 90 now on Easy Live at £90 on Easy Live then at £90 then. All done at 90. Fair warning then at £90. 95, thank you, just in time at 95. At 95 then. All done at 95. 95, thank you.
SR 1935837.
Lovely. 808. The tokens there, £10 is bid at 10 for the Wiltshire tokens there at 10 then. At 10, any advance at £10 then for the tokens there at £10. I will sell then. It's the main bid online at £10. All done. 12, just in time at 12, 15 against you now. At 15 then against you. I know it's late, Will, we've only got one more lot. Come on, hold it together. £15 is bid. At 15 then. At 15 then. On Easy Live Auctions, I sell at 15, 18, just in time. 20 is against you now. 20 against you. At 20. At £20 then. At 20. Worth that in scrap. At £20 then. At £20. Anyone in the scrap business in the room? At £20. £20 then. 791. Final lot of the day. You've seen all the coins. Now you can have a cabinet to keep them in. And I'm starting online at £40. I've got 42 against you. At 42, 45, 48 bid. 48, 50, 55 bid. 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. At 100. With me at 100. I need the 10. At £100 then. On commission at £100. At 100. At 100. It's against you, Easy Live. Are you coming back? Last chance then. All done. I'm selling. It's my commission bid at £100. £100 is buyer 249, and that's the final lot of the day. We do have a time sale that's currently ongoing and it ends tomorrow, so please have a look. There are coins and some jewellery in there and silver bits as well. Thank you very much.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, well, hold on.
Is it? What?
Turn that up. Still live.
Oh, okay.
That's running.
I found him and